Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. For those of you who just stumbled upon this video, we already have an epic part 1 on the channel that runs for nearly 12 hours. The playlist link is right in the description and pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure to binge watch that first to stay caught up with the story. In the previous part, we followed the sword venerable Wu Fu as he rose from absolute nothingness to sweep away every opposing force, bringing his mutated goofy dog to wreak havoc from Earth all the way to the Underworld. However, the Zhao family's secret realm laid out a deadly trap, and part 1 ended on a breathless cliffhanger as Luo Shi didn't hesitate to throw herself into the dark endless abyss to search for Wu Fu. What terrifying dangers are lurking at the bottom of that dark abyss? Will Luo Shi find the one she loves safe and sound? Surrounded by countless high and mighty powerhouses pulling the strings from the shadows, how will Wu Fu turn the tables? All the mysteries will be solved right now. Without further ado, part 2 starts now. The scene shifted. Fei Long and Tian Long were facing off. Fei Long thought to himself, I must stop him before Wen Feng arrives. I absolutely cannot let her see this. Meanwhile, Tian Long was also scheming. At that same moment on the cliff wall, Wu Fu was leaping upward step by step. He moved with extreme steadiness, never stopping. Wu Fu assessed inwardly, although my cultivation has improved significantly, and the activation of 5-element spiritual energy is no longer restricted, the consumption of spiritual energy seems to have become faster. I must return to the cliff wall as quickly as possible before my spiritual energy runs out. Suddenly a scream rang out. Luoxi was falling from a height. Wu Fu immediately recognized her. He flew over and caught her in his arms. Seeing him, Luoxi called out Wu Fu while holding her. He asked, Luoxi, how did you end up here? He leapt upward and continued, thank goodness you're okay, let's get up first. Wu Fu lightly leapt up from the cliff wall and landed on the mountaintop. Seeing the two safe and sound, Wen Feng exclaimed, great, I'm so glad you're both okay. Luoxi asked Wu Fu, by the way, why did you fall? Wen Feng chimed in, yeah, how did you fall? He replied, I don't know, it felt like I was pushed. Luoxi questioned, could it be that we're not the only ones who entered the Zhao family's secret realm? Wen Feng immediately answered, definitely not. The Zhao family's secret realm is a place where many people come to cultivate. Some even stay inside and never come out to keep cultivating. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, sister, you mean some people stay in the Zhao family's secret realm and never come out? Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand and wondered, no, since everyone is cultivating, why was I the only one pushed? Suddenly, a voice came from afar, tough luck, still not dead. Wen Feng shouted, who's there? Wu Fu was startled. Suddenly a knife flew toward him, aiming straight for him. Luoxi urgently shouted, Wu Fu. But he had already drawn the star sword and blocked the attack. Wu Fu asked himself, Mad Blade. He strode out carrying a large saber and said arrogantly, Grandpa, I've been waiting for you. Luoxi was slightly stunned. Mad Blade continued, on Earth my cultivation was suppressed, and I let my guard down, allowing you to destroy my physical body. This time there are no restrictions. Let's see how you escape my grasp. Hearing this, Wu Fu replied with a straight face, pushing your opponent off a cliff while hiding in the shadows. Looks like you're not much smarter than a rat in a sewer, are you? Mad Blade charged forward, swinging his saber. Wu Fu said, a mere Harmony Realm cultivator dares to speak such arrogant words? Grandpa, here is a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. Today I'll teach you how to be a man again. He raised his sword to parry Mad Blade's moves, thinking to himself, without Earth suppression, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Mad Blade slashed down with force, but Wu Fu used his sword to deflect his blade's path. A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he calculated inwardly, interesting. I just gained some cultivation, I might as well use you to test it out. Seeing Wu Fu's expression, Mad Blade assessed inwardly, this kid is a bit off, how can he still be smiling in this situation? Wu Fu swung the star sword, unleashing a series of fierce slashes. He parried while speaking. But suddenly, Wu Fu unleashed a slash that shimmered with light and overflowed with spiritual energy. Mad Blade was stunned, thinking, what? He's learned to absorb surrounding spiritual energy to nourish his sword aura? Back on Earth he could only use his physical body to power the star sword. He roared in anger. How long are you going to just watch? A person leisurely stepped out from a high place, sneering contemptuously. Can't even beat a mere Harmony Realm human kid? Mad Blade, you're too weak. Wen Feng looked up and said, an accomplice? The person laughed. Seeing you in such a sorry state, I'll give you a hand. He suddenly hurled his weapon at Wu Fu. The youth stared coldly as the dart tore through the air, and Wu Fu caught it with a chilly expression. He taunted, you're nothing special. Yao laughed. Arrogant enough, I like it, let's play. He grabbed his weapon and leaped to attack the youth. A flurry of strikes rained down like a storm, all dodged by Wu Fu. Suddenly a wild blade swung from behind toward Meng Dao. Luckily Luo Shi rushed forward, blocking the attack with her sword as she shouted a warning. She instantly realized she was no match for him as the blade clanged. Troublesome. Just then Wu Fu channeled his spiritual energy. pulling Luoxi behind him. The moment she was moved, the wild blade came crashing down. Wen Feng quickly steadied her, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" She replied, "Luoxi, I'm fine," Luoxi said in disappointment. "Is this the true strength of the wild blade? Last time it tried to hold Wu Fu back and now the same?" Suddenly Yao threw a dart and commanded, "That weakling, get out of the battlefield now." Wen Feng snapped, "The Zhao family's daughter is no vase," as she whipped back Yao's dart. Meanwhile Luoxi closed her eyes, gathered her spiritual energy and murmured to herself. Seventh form of the sudden sword art, unbroken thread. She lowered her gaze, thinking to herself, but then opened her eyes silently, saying, "The woman beside Wu Fu." The mad darts spinning around, they whistled like arrows from a bow. The darts clashed repeatedly, then accelerated with pressure straight toward Luoxi. But this time, Luoxi aimed and knocked them away. The darts plunged straight into the ground. Wen Feng cheered happily. "You did it, Luoxi." She nodded joyfully as well. But neither knew when Yao had come up behind them. He reached out and said in a deep voice, "Troublesome women." The two turned back in terror. Wu Fu turned in panic toward Wen Feng and Luoxi. The wild blade charged while he was distracted. "Did no one teach you to focus when fighting a strong opponent?" It slashed down as it taunted. "If you want to save your women, you'll have to step over my corpse." Wu Fu stared coldly. On the other side, Luoxi blocked with her sword, but Yao gently pressed the tip with his finger. She froze slightly, a wave of worry washing over her as he released an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual pressure. Struggling to hold on, Luoxi thought, "His body is so tough, if I keep this up I'll be the one to suffer." Yu raised his hand into a fist while gathering spiritual energy. Suddenly, Wen Feng whipped her lash around his hand. She shouted anxiously, "Luoxi!" At the same time, Luoxi thought, "I need a plan." She condensed her energy into a fire dragon around her fist and yelled, "Secret art!" Niu was stunned. She punched him, chanting the move Blazing Sun Fist. On the other side, the wild blade struck the ground, causing a small explosion. But when the smoke cleared, Wu Fu was gone. He muttered in confusion, "Where is he?" Suddenly Wu Fu appeared behind him, saying coldly, "Since I could lay your body to rest on earth, I can also extinguish your soul here." He reached out, grabbing the wild blade's head with a cold smirk. Wu Fu erupted with immense spiritual energy, and the wild blade's head instantly dissipated. Meanwhile, Luoxi collapsed, coughing blood. Beside her and Wen Feng lay Yao, scorched by the earlier punch. Wen Feng struggled to speak. "Luoxi," she comforted, "it's fine. It seems Wu Fu's side is done too." Wen Feng said worriedly, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't encouraged you to fight those people, you wouldn't have used that move." Luoxi shook her head and replied, "I believe if it were Sister Wen Feng, you would have done the same. After all, if I can't become strong enough, staying by Wu Fu's side only makes me a burden." Wen Feng looked at her, thinking, "I didn't expect Luoxi would use a secret art even at the cost of backlash for Wu Fu." She continued silently, "And she even killed the sun god." Luoxi pushed herself up with her hands, exhaling tiredly. "Let's go," Wu Fu reminded as they walked. "This place is surrounded by mountains and flat terrain. Refine your cultivation here and I'll guard you." Wen Feng obediently replied, "Yes." As they moved, the eyes on the ground kept following Wu Fu's group. Seeing it follow, Wu Fu turned back in surprise. Wen Feng thought to herself, "These eyes have been following us since we entered the secret realm, as if guiding us or trying to take us somewhere." Wu Fu's thoughts matched her guess. "These eyes seem to want to lead me somewhere. There's only one entrance here." Luoxi still needs time to refine her cultivation. "I'll go investigate what's going on. I've infused a strand of my consciousness into my spirit sword. I can sense it every time the sword is drawn. If danger arises, the spirit sword will protect you." Then he added, "I've hidden your auras. As long as you don't leave the barrier, no one will sense you." "I'll be back soon," Luoxi had to say, "then I'll leave it to you." Wen Feng listened but still looked at her weapon uneasy. Knowing the danger ahead, he still left his divine weapon and cultivation to Luoxi. "She's in his heart. Have I been too pushy? Is love so cautious?" The scene shifts elsewhere, a voice rang out. "This demon power city looks eerily strange," he replied. "It is a bit odd, but if we want to move forward we must pass through this city." Then the demon power said, "Then let's go," she asked timidly. "Aren't you afraid? Last night I dreamed of father again." His voice grew fainter, "And I'm worried." The demon power thought to himself, "Can a Meng remember her dreams now? Is that why lately he hasn't felt his father's presence at all?" As he pondered, a shout made them both stop in shock. They said, "Just lowly commoners, let them pass." Once allowed through, a Meng said to him, "Demon power, those two don't seem to be wearing pants." He hummed in agreement. Then they walked in. At that moment, a Meng saw some women scantily clad, some even naked. Over here, people in black robes sat on the ground. A Meng asked in confusion, "Demon power, don't you think these people are strange? They don't even wear clothes." As soon as she spoke, a hand reached out and the demon power quickly blocked it. He asked, "What do you want?" The person replied, "A lowly commoner dares to push me, the king." A Meng hid behind the demon power and said, "Hey, you've been calling us lowly commoners from the start. What does that mean? And can you please put on some clothes?" Xiao San laughed. "Lowly commoners are lowly commoners. We are upper-class citizens, so we don't need to wear clothes. Only you lowly commoners who do hard labor need rags to cover your ugly bodies. A Meng whispered to the demon power. Are they sick? The demon power whispered back. Right, let's hurry and leave. The little girl mumbled vaguely in agreement. Xiao Bao grinned slyly. Leaving won't be that easy. Meanwhile, other residents in loincloths surrounded the demon power and a Meng. The demon power frowned and glanced at them, followed by a fight not suitable for children. After a while, these residents were sprawled all over by the demon power. He realized the residents of this ancient castle seemed controlled by some spell. Let's pass through quickly to avoid trouble. Just then, the figures of the demon power and a Meng were slowly stepping into the castle, when a fierce voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the castle? The sudden voice startled the demon power, who glanced over. It was Luo Kai speaking excitedly, seemingly a cultivator from the Penglai secret realm. Then Luo Ming chimed in. Looks like we'll have a feast again. Seeing this, a Meng called out in a deep voice, Demon power. The scene shifts to Wu Fu slowly sinking into the water. The water is so cold. As he felt the lake's temperature, he speculated, could there be something in this water? The energy consumption for staying warm seems faster than usual. The water currents around Wu Fu became abnormal. This change seemed to catch his attention. The next second, a figure appeared before Wu Fu, suspended in the vast lake. The woman's figure grew clearer before his eyes. Wu Fu immediately turned curiously and asked, Is this where you wanted to bring me? Without waiting for the eyes to answer, he quickly exclaimed, I didn't expect this secret realm to have so many secrets. Things are getting more interesting. Then Wu Fu suddenly hurled the eyes forward. They slammed violently against the thick barrier before him. It seemed Wu Fu hadn't expected a barrier here. His eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the barrier shook violently. Then a gentle voice sounded behind him. What is your relationship with Wu Ling? You carry Wu Ling's aura. The name made Wu Fu think in surprise. Wu Ling, could it be mother? He turned and demanded. You don't need to worry about that. I'm curious, what connection do these eyes have with you? Ever since I entered the secret realm, they've been trying to lead me here. Wu Fu's words made the woman ask in surprise. They led you here. He remained vigilant. Didn't they? Speak, what is your purpose in going to all this trouble to bring me here? She didn't answer his question, only asked softly, Are they all right? The youth's face showed cold indifference. Doesn't she care at all about her own situation? Those iron chains and the great formation probably weren't set by her willingly, were they? The woman continued, Are the eyes okay? Have they been devoured? Her barrage of questions made Wu Fu reply helplessly, They're fine, now can you answer my question? What is the purpose of going to all this trouble to bring me here? Finally, the woman began to explain his doubts. Hundreds of years ago, we were the guardians of this secret realm. We lived a peaceful, happy life. Then one day, the sky tree stirred and disaster befell this realm. After that, we encountered the corpse puppets of the Divine King's Hall. My child was refined into a death soldier to nourish this realm. Over the long years, relying on cultivators' spiritual energy and their own lingering will, they gradually became what they are now, while I myself have been forever imprisoned in this stagnant water. After hearing her story, Wu Fu quickly grasped the key point. You mean those eyes are your children? The woman replied slowly, Yes. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty, thinking, Then those eyes Wu Fu killed when he first entered the secret realm. He awkwardly couldn't face her. They led me here to save you. The woman calmly explained the reason. Because you carry Wu Ling's aura, my children mistook you for Wu Ling, so they deliberately brought you here. As soon as she finished, the inner demon suddenly appeared, startling both the woman and Wu Fu. You know Wu Ling? The inner demon's appearance left the woman confused. Wu Fu calmly explained, He's a part of my consciousness. Hearing this, the inner demon snorted coldly. Don't get cocky. One day this body will be mine. Ignoring him, the youth slowly demanded to know her relationship with Wu Ling. Then the barrier the woman had set up began to weaken. Seeing this, she immediately said worriedly, Oh no, I've been imprisoned for years. My cultivation has degraded a lot. My spiritual space won't hold for long. I'll make it brief. The woman began to introduce herself. My name is Zhang Chongnu. Wu Ling is my savior. My children thought you were Wu Ling, so they deliberately led you here, hoping you could save me. But this formation is not easy to break. If there's no sure plan, I hope you can protect yourself. Wu Fu quickly seized the key point. How can I save you? This answer made her incredibly surprised. You agree to save me? The youth asked in a deep voice. What should I do? She described the terrible consequences Wu Fu might face in a serious tone. I have been imprisoned by the soul-locking formation. The essence of the formation is to suppress the soul. To break it, you need to strengthen your heart and refine your spirit, using your body and soul to shatter it. But this method is extremely dangerous. If it fails, your form will be damaged. After about 2 breaths, the woman asked again, Do you still want to save me now? Despite having heard, he still affirmed decisively, I will save you. The inner demon suddenly interjected. Hey, you're not really planning to save this Zhang Chongnu, are you? If you want to die, don't drag me along. How can you break the soul-locking formation? Ignoring his warning, Wu Fu stubbornly began. First form of the refining qi art, draw qi to return to origin. To achieve great use, one must strengthen the body. To clarify life, one must adapt to its use. Second form, follow the body's nature. All things in heaven and earth change by the same measure, move together. Follow the heavenly way to completion. Third form, 10,000 laws return to one. Fourth form, unity of heaven and man. Qi is the foundation of the whole body. If the foundation is not solid, even the strongest body will be qi deficient. Absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon, sinking it into the dantian. Clear qi rises, turbid qi descends. Only by cultivating both internally and externally can one achieve greatness. Just as he completed the forms, Wu Fu quickly opened his eyes. He said in surprise, "Luo Shi, why are you here?" Golden threads of spiritual energy began to appear densely, gently seeping into Wu Fu's eyes. Then a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. It turned out to be the evil woman causing trouble. She immediately waved her hand to strike. Just as the evil woman withdrew her hand, Luo's eyes call rang out, "Wu Fu!" Instantly, Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise, "Luo Shi, why are you here?" He quickly regained clarity and realized, "No, you're not Luo Shi." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fu summoned a sharp sword. He decisively delivered a clean slash to the evil woman disguised as Luo Shi. Seeming too familiar with such tricks, Wu Fu snorted contemptuously. "Such low-level illusions think they can fool me?" As soon as Wu Fu struck, Luo's eyes phantom vanished. Then the evil woman disguised herself as Wen Feng and spoke eerily, "Wu Fu, how could you do it?" As if to make him fall into self-blame, she repeated, "Wu Fu, you're so heartless. Wu Fu, how could you bear to kill Luo Shi?" "Wu Fu." The evil woman's annoying voice made Wu Fu clutch his head in pain. "Wu Fu, how could you bear to kill Luo Shi? Kill Luo Shi, kill Luo Shi, kill Luo Shi." Despite this, he still tried to tell himself inwardly, "Luo Shi is recuperating outside the cave. None of this is real, but this attack is truly irritating." Then Wu Fu began to summon power to calm his mind, to achieve great use. One must strengthen the body. To clarify life, one must adapt to its use. Moments later, clarity returned to his eyes. Wu Fu sneered at the evil woman without mercy. Such petty tricks dare to show off. The next second, he suddenly struck at the evil woman. The evil woman before him had somehow transformed into Wu Ling's child. This familiar figure made the inner demon rush forward to block the attack. He demanded angrily, "What are you doing?" The inner demon's foolishness made Wu Fu snap irritably. "Get out of my way or I'll kill you too." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what you're doing? Wu Ling is your mother." As expected, he could tell this was a demoness causing trouble. He retorted coldly, "Get lost. She is not my mother." The demoness remained immersed in her role as Wu Ling. "It's okay, Fu. If I, your mother, am a burden to you, you may kill me." In an instant, Wu Fu charged forward, chanting the incantation, "Follow Ker's body act in accordance with the heavenly Tao," showing no weakness as the inner demon also lunged to attack. He urgently threw a punch at it, but fortunately Wu Fu dodged in time. Seizing the opening the inner demon revealed, he swiftly struck, hitting its vital point. The inner demon seemed completely unprepared for this. His eyes widened in surprise, and then the demoness flew over rapidly, as if trying to take the chance to eliminate Wu Fu. But it didn't go as she wished. He grabbed the demoness's neck firmly. Even so, the demoness still struggled to call out, "Fu." Wu Fu questioned the inner demon in a deep voice. "Look closely, is she really my mother?" In an instant, the demoness reverted to her original form. Seeing this, the inner demon's expression changed drastically. That was an illusion just now. Then it suddenly realized another important matter. Wu Fu had actually learned Chong Nu's 9 Flames Qi refining art in a short time. Wu Fu calmly summoned a piece of bluestone into his hand. Then he slowly asked, "Hey, what else do you know?" The inner demon answered without hesitation, no comment. Wu Fu immediately demanded, "What kind of attitude is that? I am your host." The inner demon retorted sharply, "Just a vessel." Hearing this, he shouted angrily. After he calmed down, Wu Fu proposed a trade-off. "If you tell me about my mother, I'll share the 9 Flames Qi refining art with you. How about it?" The inner demon looked uninterested. "You'd better think about how to survive first." Little brat, an excited expression appeared on its face as it said, "This lonely soul Grand Array has 9 layers. Each layer is more dangerous than the last. You're already exhausted after breaking through to the 7th layer. Even with the spirit sword, you might have had a slim chance, but you left the sword with that woman. Without the sword, what are you but a waste?" The inner demon's words angered Wu Fu, who rushed forward and threatened, "A soul merely exists by clinging to another's physical body. What's there to be proud of? Just wait. One day, I'll refine you along with myself." As the two argued, a blazing fire appeared in the distance. Both Wu Fu and the inner demon were drawn to it. The next second, they both flew over rapidly. It turned out to be the ancient divine beast Jiang coming to attack. Wu Fu immediately recognized it as the ancient divine beast Jiang. Why is it here? Before he could think further, it had already opened its massive mouth and launched a fierce attack. While defending against Juying's assault, Wu Fu began to think. Jiang has 9 heads and 9 lives. Even if one head is cut off, it heals quickly. Fortunately, he remembered the way to win. To defeat Jiang, all 9 of its heads must be killed simultaneously. Wu Fu hastily summoned a sharp sword. In an instant he delivered a fatal strike. The pressure from Wu Fu's attack caused Jiang to roar in agony. It viciously opened its mouth and spewed fire at him. The power of Juying's attack was astonishing. Nevertheless, Wu Fu was not discouraged and continued to observe carefully. He moved at the speed of light as if trying to confuse it. Then Wu Fu launched a shocking blow. This strike caused all 9 of Juying's heads to fall. He said confidently that it was just a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fu's eyes widened in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious force had already approached him. This aura quickly merged into Wu Fu's body. As he felt it, he thought to himself, could it be that Wu Fu can absorb Juying's power, but this power is too immense for his body to withstand? Meanwhile, the inner demon standing nearby sneered and spoke, "What a troublesome little brat." Seeing Wu Fu trembling, it continued, "If it weren't for your mother, I would have possessed you by now." The inner demon quickly placed 2 fingers on Wu Fu's forehead as if guiding him on how to channel Juying's power into his body. With just this simple action, he immediately understood and returned to a normal state. Suddenly, the demoness's voice sounded behind Wu Fu, "Just a body from a low-level star creature, and yet you can integrate such immense power. Truly impressive." As soon as she finished speaking, he was surprised to find that his body suddenly couldn't move. Amidst Wu Fu's confusion, the demoness approached and sighed. "This pure bloodline is so exhilarating." Then she spoke crudely, "I want to devour you completely right now." The demoness's tone became unprecedentedly excited. "But before I eat you, let me have some fun with you first." Wu Fu was still deep in thought. All his energy gates seemed to be suppressed. He had to find a way to escape. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. An incredibly terrifying force seemed to surge within his body, powerful enough to gradually loosen her suppression. The next second, Wu Fu's figure moved like lightning. Breaking free from the demoness's approach, he panted heavily, looking exhausted. Seeing this, the demoness asked curiously, "You actually broke my suppression. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Without waiting for Wu Fu's answer, she immediately attacked as if testing his cultivation. Fortunately, Wu Fu regained his composure in time. He quickly waved his hand to summon spiritual energy for a counterattack. The demoness seemed to see through Wu Fu's plan. "It's not good for a young man to be too greedy. You haven't even finished integrating Juying's power, and now you want to devour my treasure?" The next second, he curled his lips and replied provocatively, "No need to worry, I'm tough." Wu Fu's provocative attitude made her even more curious. "Young but with a big mouth. Let me see just how capable you really are." In an instant, the demoness summoned 3 minions. "Crush him." At her command, they quickly charged forward to attack Wu Fu. Seeing this, he became even more ruthless. "Is this all you've got?" As soon as Wu Fu finished speaking, the minions were already upon him. With a single slash, Wu Fu quickly eliminated all 3 at once. His overwhelming power immediately caused worry in the demoness's heart. In these hundreds of years, no one has ever broken through these 9 layers. Could it be that today, this nobody will break the record? She immediately widened her eyes and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, it seems I underestimated you." The next second, the demoness let out a loud roar and reverted to her true form. Wu Fu seemed too familiar with this move and taunted her unceremoniously. "Seriously, besides summoning wind and thunder, don't you have any other tricks?" After the transformation was complete, she asserted viciously, "Next I'm going to crush you to death." At that moment, the demoness's tentacles kept attacking Wu Fu. He slashed at them with force, but strangely the tentacles were unharmed by the blow. "Ha!" she said excitedly. "It's useless. No weapon in this world can cut through my armor." As soon as she finished speaking, the demoness launched a fierce attack as if to finish Wu Fu. Although he dodged, her tentacles relentlessly pursued him. The next second, Wu Fu seemed to have a plan and directly confronted her head-on. He quickly struck forward with a palm. Ancient Buddha palm technique. As soon as the move was completed, Wu Fu's entire body was enveloped in a golden spiritual light. This dazzling light confused the demoness, who thought, "What?" Seizing this momentary opening, he quickly flew high into the sky, continuing his plan. In an instant, Wu Fu loudly chanted the incantation of the 9 Ming Qi refining art. The pressure of this attack made the demoness grit her teeth to withstand it. Seeing her pained expression, he curled his lips and asked, "How does it feel to be pinned down by me?" Despite struggling to resist, the demoness remained stubborn. "Little cultivator, an attack of this level can't hurt me." Wu Fu taunted in response. "Oh really?" As soon as he spoke, he delivered an even heavier blow. This relentless assault made the demoness's mouth drop open, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. "What?" she howled in terror. What? It turned out Wu Fu was preparing to deliver a fatal blow. 10,000 worlds above and below the void, nowhere is the void not present. I once again summoned the 10,000 demon lords to descend. In the sky, a majestic light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. Seeing this, the demoness still struggled, screaming in agony. Before she could make another sound, Wu Fu's technique had already enveloped the demoness's entire body. At the same time, Wu Fu suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He angrily questioned the inner demon. "What are you trying to do?" The inner demon cursed harshly behind him. "Shut up if you don't want to die." The next second, Wu Fu understood the inner demon's intention. Possession. In an instant, the inner demon took over his body. The inner demon mercilessly belittled Wu Fu. "The art of invoking gods, is that all you know, calling for mommy when you can't win?" It delivered a single decisive blow to the demoness. This strike from the inner demon, piercing through her body, caused her soul to scatter. Impossible! Before she could say another word, she dissipated into smoke in the air. Seeing this, the inner demon became even more contemptuous and confident. Ants are still ants. No matter how much they cultivate, they can never change their nature. Fortunately, Wu Fu seemed to return to his own body. At that moment, Chang Changnu's surprised voice rang out. "Cultivator Wu," Chang Changnu respectfully introduced. Chang Changnu pays respects to her benefactor. Wu Fu immediately replied, "No need for formalities. I happen to have some questions for you. My friend is waiting outside the cave. Let's talk as we walk." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "Outside the cave? Benefactor, where did you come from?" Before he could answer, those eyes signaled to Chang Changnu. "I see, understood." After understanding, she quickly pointed the way for Wu Fu. "In that case, benefactor, please follow me. This secret realm is ever-changing. If you take the original path, you will surely get lost in another space." Wu Fu became even more curious about her words. "Another space." Sensing Wu Fu's confusion, she slowly explained, "This secret realm has many doors, each leading to different realms. If a cultivator enters by mistake, at best they cannot return, at worst their soul is destroyed." Hearing this, he suddenly recalled the previous scene and thought, "Why did my state of mind waver just now? Why did that inner demon suddenly take over my body? And why does this realm feel so familiar?" On the way, Chang Changnu asked shyly, "Is your mother well?" He asked back, puzzled. "My mother," Wu Fu said slowly in a calm tone. "Mother, I have never seen my mother since birth." "What kind of person is she?" Chang Changnu seemed not to have expected this answer. She paused and apologized. "I'm sorry." After a pause of about 2 seconds, Chang Changnu said softly, "She was a very warm and kind woman. She also loved you very much." After all, no mother doesn't love her child. The scene shifted to where Meng Meng and Qing Qing were in the secret realm. At that moment, Meng Meng struck with force, eliminating all obstacles in front of him. After a while, Qing Qing cursed wearily. "Why is this secret realm full of these ugly things?" After she vented her anger, Meng Meng slowly advised, "You're injured. Rest here." Suddenly, a strange force wrapped around Qing Qing's arm. In an instant, it tightly bound her body. Qing Qing's cries quickly caught Meng Meng's attention. She kept shouting for help. "Help, I'm inside here." Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "Shoo Qing Qing." Meng Meng frantically grabbed at the crack in the tree that had swallowed Qing Qing. But in an instant the crack healed, making him curse in anger. "Damn it." After some effort, Meng Meng began to think. "Too tired. It's hard to open with my current strength." Then he made a resolute decision. "No choice, it seems this is the only way." Holding a strange fruit, Meng Meng quickly shoved it into his mouth. In an instant his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that after eating this fruit, Meng Meng regained his strength and became even more powerful than before. The next second he concentrated all his power into his fist without hesitation. Meng Meng delivered an incredibly terrifying punch to the tree holding Qing Qing. The tree was easily felled by him. Then Meng Meng reached out his hand to Qing Qing and said, "Come out." His astonishing power made her curious. "Wang Meng Meng, you haven't?" Before Qing Qing could finish, Meng Meng, pale-faced, urged, "It's good that you're okay. You probably can't walk anymore. You need to leave here quickly. I just found an exit over there. Go now." Hearing this, she asked worriedly, "Wait, what about you?" Fearing that Qing Qing wouldn't listen, he explained with effort, "I ate that fruit. I'm afraid I'll go berserk soon." Worried and angry, she shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to eat that thing?" As dark lines spread across his face, Meng Meng replied sadly, "It's too late." Meng Meng urgently pulled Qing Qing forward, making her shout in concern, "Wang Meng Meng, have you lost your mind?" Without hesitation, he immediately replied, "While I'm still sane, I'll send you out first." It turned out Meng Meng had found an exit marked by a strange barrier symbol. The scene returned to Chang Changnu and Wu Fu, who were still walking out. He asked calmly, "You said it was the people of the Divine King Hall who sealed you here." She slowly confirmed, "Yes." Wu Fu became even more curious. "Why did they seal you?" Chang Changnu speculated matter-of-factly. "I don't know, but it seems they were waiting for someone here." Hearing this, Wu Fu quickly grasped the key point. "Waiting for someone." She didn't answer his question, only sighed softly, "But it's only been 100 years. Who would have thought that this secret has already changed so much? In Wu Fu's consciousness, the inner demon was viciously threatening the spirit sword. You'd better behave yourself. One day he will know the truth, the spirit sword retorted without backing down. We're both old foxes. Don't play innocent with me, it thought to itself. Wu Fu, you'd better not let the inner demon down. The scene shifted to a silent forest where Qingqing's unconscious figure gradually appeared. On a high branch, a strange girl was intently observing her. It turned out Buying was thinking about Qingqing's injuries. She immediately jumped down and said, "A cultivator who comes out of the secret realm, if left unattended, will surely become food for demonic beasts. Forget it. Meeting me is your good fortune." In an instant, Buying saw the injuries on Qingqing's body. Apart from the leg injury, there seemed to be no fatal wounds. She muttered to herself, fell down while unconscious, probably hit her head. "I saved your life. Whether you wake up or not is up to your fate." On the other side, Meng Ming was panting heavily, thinking, "Shu Qingqing, you should be safe by now. Is Meng Ming going to die here? Sorry, Mom and Dad, but your son has brought shame to you, but I will never be a coward." After a while, Meng Ming slowly closed his eyes as if gradually giving up. Suddenly, a familiar scene from home appeared before his eyes. Unable to believe his eyes, Meng Ming thought in surprise, "Aren't I in the secret realm? How did you get home?" Immediately after, Meng Ming pushed the door open and walked in. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." At the same time, his mother's scolding voice rang out. "Meng Ming, you've been out for so long without contacting me." Hearing this, Meng Ming quickly shouted, "Mom, I'm back." She continued to complain, saying that once children grow up they can't be kept at home. Meng Ming has grown up and doesn't love home anymore. This strange sight left him utterly astonished. What was going on? Beside him, a sudden flash of insight struck Wu Fu's mind. He held his head in confusion, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Seeing this, the eldest daughter quickly asked with concern, "Benefactor, what's wrong?" Wu Fu didn't answer her question but instead probed another matter. "What happened in this secret realm before?" After about 2 seconds, the eldest daughter softly asked back, "What time do you mean by before, Benefactor? Thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years?" After a moment she began to speak. "If we're talking about 1,000 years ago, some things did happen here, but they were the grudges of our predecessors. Why do you bring it up, Benefactor?" Wu Fu replied seriously, saying he just felt the killing intent here was very strong and was merely curious. The eldest daughter slowly recounted what she had heard. "I've only heard rumors. There was once a first life divine king who slaughtered the entire cultivation world, but later that person was eliminated by the Wuji clan in alliance with other forces." Wu Fu quickly fell into deep thought over this information. "Is that so?" He began to speculate inwardly. Was what Wu Fu saw exactly the memories of that first life divine king? But why did he have that person's memories? Or perhaps the secret realm's trials were deliberately showing them to Wu Fu? Then Wu Fu asked curiously, "You mentioned the Wuji clan." But before he could finish, she answered bluntly, "That's right, it's your mother's family." This affirmative answer made Wu Fu exclaim in surprise. "What?" The next second he spoke hesitantly. "Can you tell me about that great battle?" The eldest daughter replied sadly. "Sorry, I've only heard about it too." Realizing she couldn't provide any more useful information, Wu Fu quickly said, "Let's go, my friends are still waiting." As he walked along the road, he mused to himself that one day Wu Fu would personally unravel the mysteries surrounding him. Whether it was the spiritual sword, the inner demon, the inexplicably appearing memories, or the restlessness of his heart. After a while the two finally emerged from the cave. Wu Fu greeted calmly, "How do you feel?" Then Luo Shi replied gently, "Much better. It feels like my cultivation has improved quite a bit." Wu Fu, "Thank you." Knowing she was fine, he warned her seriously, "It's good that you're okay, but don't do such risky things again." Luo Shi apologized sadly. "I'm sorry." Before she could finish, Wu Fu interrupted her. "This butterfly can create illusions and enhance swordsmanship. Take it." With his words, Luo Shi held the butterfly in her hand and began to use it. She immediately merged with its power, growing a pair of beautiful butterfly wings. Wu Fu finally felt relieved. "With these wings, even if I'm not by your side in the future, you'll surely be safe." Just as Luo Shi approached, Wu Fu greeted her. "How do you feel?" she praised excitedly. "It's amazing. Where did you get this?" Suddenly, Luo Shi grew worried. "You gave all these things to me. What about you?" But afraid she might overthink, he waved his hand and explained, "These things aren't very useful to me. They'd actually limit me." After they finished talking, the eldest daughter calmly said, "I'd better escort you all out of here first. If you try to head toward the core of the secret realm through these passages, you'll only go further astray." Wu Fu replied politely, "Then I'll trouble you." A few minutes later, the eldest daughter had brought Wu Fu, Luo Shi and Wen Feng to a high cliff. Wen Feng's voice was filled with confusion. "Isn't this the cliff we passed before?" Hearing this, she slowly replied, "That's right. Then Wen Feng suddenly speculated, "Do you mean the real passage is under this cliff?" After a pause of about 2 seconds, the eldest daughter asked back, "Then what is this?" Before she could speak, she quickly answered, "It's something that can break through space and realms." Wen Feng grew even more confused, but Wu Fu and Luo Shi both caught the key point. "So you've given us the marker for that thing that can break through space and realms. Then we won't be affected anymore, right?" The eldest daughter had just begun to announce that it was time for the 4 of them to jump off the cliff together. As they were still falling, Wen Feng suddenly felt a chilling aura. At the same time, the mark on her forehead became clearer than ever before. The next second, Wen Feng landed gently on the ground. Finding no one around, she shouted loudly, "Luo Shi, where are you?" On the side of Wu Fu, Luo Shi and the eldest daughter, the 3 had also landed. In an instant, Luo Shi cried out anxiously, "Sister Wen Feng, she's gone." After careful observation, the eldest daughter said with certainty, "She must have fallen into a space." Her words made Luo Shi even more anxious. "What do we do? How can we save Sister Wen Feng?" Seeming very familiar with this situation, the eldest daughter calmly explained, "Space is unpredictable. Even if you go back now, you might not reach the space where Zhao Wen Feng disappeared." After Wen Feng was lost alone in another space, she finally came to her senses. Wen Feng looked at the wall in front of her and wondered what it was. Then she reached out and gently touched it, and immediately a door appeared, slowly opening. Behind that door, Wen Feng was led to a cliff deep in a forest. She was extremely surprised. "Isn't this the forest behind the Zhao family? Did I get out just like that?" Then Wen Feng continued deeper into the forest. As she walked, she suddenly heard strange noises. Something quickly jumped to the ground. Out of curiosity, she stopped and observed carefully. A man's back came clearly into Wen Feng's view. She quickly recognized him as Dr. Li. What was he doing here? Wen Feng wondered to herself with many questions. Where was he going? It wasn't the direction of Penglai Manor, nor the direction of the Zhao family. Out of curiosity, Wen Feng decided to follow Dr. Li closely until he reached a small hut. Who was he going so far to treat? She waited until he left before daring to sneak in. Wen Feng carefully pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as the door opened, a woman's voice rang out, "Dr. Li, why are you back? Did you forget something?" The sight before her surprised Wen Feng, and she called out, "Yu Yuniang." Seeing that it was her daughter Wen Feng, Yu Yuniang exclaimed in surprise, "Fenger?" She couldn't help but throw herself into her mother's arms. Wen Feng said happily, "Mom, it's great that you're still alive." Yu Yuniang asked hurriedly, "Fenger, why are you here? Did something happen to your father?" Wen Feng quickly explained, "Dad and brother are both fine. I just happened to see Dr. Li and followed him here." "Mom, I clearly saw you killed by Dad." "Why?" She immediately interrupted and quickly instructed, "Fenger, this is a secret between your father and me. Promise Mom you won't tell anyone, okay?" Then Yu Yuniang reluctantly explained, "If Longer is to become the recognized clan leader, he must kill his own father with his own hands. But Longer is naturally weak and kind, and your father and I don't have much time left." Wen Feng understood through tearful eyes. "So Dad and Mom staged this act together, just so that brother could hate Dad, kill him, and become the heir. Dad, what's wrong with him?" Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Yu Yuniang told the truth. "Your father wouldn't listen to advice and insisted on eating the forbidden fruit from the secret realm. His body has gone berserk and he doesn't have long to live." Wen Feng lost her composure and rushed out, leaving the place. "I have to stop them immediately." Just as she returned to the place, Wen Feng suddenly paused, then quickly rushed forward to stop the fight. Wen Feng shouted, "Dad, brother?" Fei Long heard his sister's voice and was momentarily distracted, quickly turning to ask Wen Feng, "Why are you back?" Because of this instant of distraction, Fei Long was immediately caught off guard by Tian Long. Seeing this, Wen Feng yelled, "Brother?" She stepped forward to block him while shouting at Tian Long, "Dad, what are you doing?" Fei Long tried desperately to dissuade her. "Wen Feng, get out of the way. He's no longer our father." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over and slashed a knife into Wen Feng's shoulder. He witnessed it all, her blood splattering everywhere, causing Fei Long to scream uncontrollably. "Wen Feng!" Fei Long quickly rushed over to support Wen Feng, and then he casually manipulated a sword to pierce Fei Long's body, sending him flying to the side. The sword quickly embedded deep into Fei Long's body, and this fatal blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood, while also restoring Tian Long's sanity. He covered his wound with his hand, and Fei Long's cries kept ringing out, "Wen Feng, Wen Feng!" Tian Long trembled as he looked at his palm and asked himself, "Did I kill Wen Feng?" Fei Long's anger reached its peak and he declared loudly, "Zhao Tian Long, the bond between father and son is severed from now on. You are no longer my father, and I am no longer your son. I will bury you together with my mother and sister." Fei Long used all his strength to end his own father's life with his own hands. As he lay dying, he had final words of remorse but couldn't speak them. Tian Long could only look at the two siblings with a pained gaze. "Fenger, it's Dad who wronged you." Fei Long quickly picked up Wen Feng and left the place together. Wen Feng, brother will take you to Dr. Li now. He's the best doctor in our Penglai. He can definitely save you. By this time Wen Feng had lost too much blood. She knew she wouldn't survive and could only instruct him with her final words, brother, I'm fine. Being held in your arms like this, Wen Feng is already content. You must take care of yourself. Become an heir that makes me proud and makes the entire Zhao family proud. He held Wen Feng tightly, tears already streaming down. Fei Long replied, I don't want to be any heir. I just want Mom and you to stay by my side. But Wen Feng scolded him. Silly brother, you'll marry and have children in the future. How can Wen Feng be with you forever? At this moment, only regret remained in Fei Long's heart. He recognized his mistake and begged her, don't say any more, Fenger. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so obsessed with avenging Mom and neglected you for so long, I shouldn't have dwelled on the past and overlooked the people in front of me. Wen Feng lay weakly in Fei Long's arms. Every moment by her brother's side was the happiest, most joyful and most satisfying time for her. He tried desperately to comfort her. Fenger, hold on a little longer. We're almost at Dr. Li's house. Then Wen Feng instructed him once more before taking her last breath. Promise me don't cry anymore, okay? Live forever happy and joyful. Fei Long finally ran to Dr. Li's place. He shouted anxiously, Dr. Li, save Wen Feng quickly, she's injured. The two quickly laid Wen Feng on the bed. Fei Long asked urgently, how is she, Dr. Li? Seeing her condition, Dr. Li said, how did Miss Zhao end up like this? Clenching his fists, Fei Long replied angrily, it was Zhao Tianlong. He harmed Fenger. Dr. Li wondered how things had come to this. He analyzed inwardly. Covered in blood, it seems Zhao Fei Long has successfully become the heir, right? But Penglai Manor has cost the Zhao family too much. Then Dr. Li pretended to say, Miss Zhao has lost too much blood, I'm afraid she's beyond saving. Fei Long immediately grabbed him by the collar and threatened, you cure Fenger right now or I'll kill you too. Dr. Li had no choice but to tell the truth. Miss Zhao is already dead. You must pull yourself together. For Penglai Manor, the Zhao family has sacrificed so many people. You must strive to fulfill Miss Zhao and Master Zhao's last wishes and become a true heir. You are not only Miss Wen Feng's brother but also the clan leader of the entire Penglai Manor. Gritting his teeth in anger, Fei Long raised many questions himself. Why does everyone urge me to be a true heir? Mom did, my sister did. Even Dr. Li thinks so. Why has no one ever thought about what I want? Just because I was born into the Zhao family. Must I accept fate? Overwhelmed by the pain of losing his loved ones, he could no longer stay clear-headed to make the right decision. In that case, I don't want this heir position either. He made the decision to join his sister. Fenger, brother will accompany you to the Underworld. With me there, no one will dare bully you. Dr. Li couldn't stop Fei Long. He ran outside and shouted, foolish, so foolish, with Zhao Fei Long dead, the entire Penglai Manor will surely fall into chaos. I need to find Wen Shu quickly to discuss a plan. The scene shifted to this side where Wu Fu picked up the spiritual sword and cleanly split the space ahead in two. Wu Fu, the eldest daughter, and Luo Shi were surrounded by a group of shadow soldiers. He exclaimed in surprise, what is this? It seems immune to any attack. The eldest daughter immediately replied, they are the shadow soldiers guarding the core area. The group of shadow soldiers gathered together, blocking the three of them. The eldest daughter, familiar with them, explained that these shadow soldiers couldn't be dispersed or killed. If they continued, they would likely exhaust their strength before eliminating them. Luo Shi asked doubtfully, is there any way to counter them? Wu Fu could only shake his head. Sorry, I don't know either. Suddenly, a voice came from the spiritual sword saying arrogantly, isn't it simple to eliminate this group of shadow soldiers? Hearing this, he became curious and asked, do you have a way? The spiritual sword didn't immediately reveal the plan but made a request. First, unseal me, it explained carefully. My power is sealed in the purple water. Unseal it first and I'll immediately help you eliminate these shadow soldiers. Wu Fu asked doubtfully, what do you want me to do? It began to state its demands. I just need one drop of your blood. Suddenly, in another space, another bound Wu Fu appeared, shouting loudly to stop the Wu Fu who was about to make the deal. Wu Fu, don't trust that old thing. He was still half doubting the spiritual sword's words. Just unsealing you is enough, it affirmed confidently. Yes, that's it. Unseal me and I'll help you kill all those shadow soldiers. Just then, the other Wu Fu shouted again to stop himself. Wu Fu, no, stop quickly. Fortunately, just as he was about to drip blood onto the sword, that voice reached his ears. Four. Don't. Wu Fu quickly swung his arm away so his blood fell to the ground instead of onto the sword. The spiritual sword in Wu Fu's hand flickered, and it thought darkly with displeasure, damn it, so close. Wu Fu looked around blankly, searching for the voice that had stopped him. What was that voice just now? Could it be? At that moment, the group of shadow soldiers charged at Wu Fu, trying to attack him. Luckily, Luo Shi appeared in time to deal with them. She warned Wu Fu, watch out. Wu Fu frowned and swung his sword at the shadow soldiers. Go to hell. They just opened their mouths, revealing sinister smiles. The group of ghost soldiers quickly regenerated their severed bodies. Luo Shi watched as more and more of them gathered, but she couldn't deal with them. She shouted, "It's no use, our attacks aren't working," Wu Fu replied impatiently. "How annoying. If this keeps up, it's hopeless. We need to get out of here fast." Seeing the situation turning grim, Zhang Nu thought to herself, "It seems I have no choice but to use this move." She immediately spoke up, "You two, please buy me some time." Then, closing her eyes, she began to cast a spell alone. The moon and the water, all is emptiness. The mist and shadows, all is splendor. All is illusion. A blindingly powerful light enveloped the entire space. Zhang Nu chanted the incantation, "Spirits of heaven and earth and water, grant me your magic power." As her voice rang out, the light instantly struck the group of ghost soldiers, annihilating them all. "Disappear!" Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise. "What is that?" Luo Shi murmured in admiration. "A terrifying power." Having expended too much energy, Zhang Nu then spat out blood. Luo Shi stepped forward worriedly and asked, "Miss Zhang, are you all right?" She replied calmly, "I'm fine. This is a killing move that cost me my lifespan, capable of injuring 80 of the enemy. I've just coughed up some blood. I'll be fine after resting a while," Wu Fu said with concern. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, for making you sacrifice so much." Zhang Nu was willing. She then replied softly, "Benefactor, don't blame yourself. You saved my life. I would endure any hardship for you, even death without hesitation." Suddenly, a harsh, strange noise came from all around and a spatial rift appeared before the three of them. She exclaimed in surprise, "Everyone look over there, there's light." Zhang Nu explained, "That's the space gate connecting to the core." Wu Fu suddenly understood. "So that means we can enter the core space from there?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, but the core area is full of danger. Benefactor, it's best you don't go in." He didn't listen to Zhang Nu's advice. Wu Fu stubbornly replied, "No, only by entering there could he become stronger. I must become strong to protect the ones I love and unravel my secrets, so I have to go." Zhang Nu no longer tried to stop him, instead deferring to Wu Fu's wishes. "I understand, Benefactor, I will go in with you." Luo Shi, standing by, also spoke up. "Me too," Wu Fu said with satisfaction. "Good, then let's go together." The three continued forward until they saw the core area. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the core area?" Wu Fu replied seriously. "Yes." Zhang Nu looked around and said, "It seems filled with a murderous aura. It's truly unsettling." She continued to analyze. "The core contains a massive evil power, and its existence affects the entire secret realm. This place has been corrupted. The monsters we encountered along the way were all born from it." Wu Fu was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, "If I absorb this thing, I can become stronger, but what will its evil power do to me?" Just as he was pondering, the surrounding purple gas began to gather in one place. From within the dense gas, the avatar of the core suddenly appeared. It rushed out at incredible speed. Zhang Nu shouted in panic, "Oh no, it's found us." The core's avatar took a breath and said, "The scent of living beings is so fragrant, become my food." Just as it was about to charge at Zhang Nu, Wu Fu quickly blocked its path. He retorted, then slashed at it with his blade. "It's not certain who will become whose food." The core's avatar was unharmed by his strike. It laughed and warned Wu Fu, "Your attacks are useless against me." Luo Shi rushed forward to support him at the same time. "Wu Fu, I'll help you." Seeing her run over, the core's avatar suddenly roared in anger. "You meddlesome pest, tired of living?" he shouted loudly. "Luo Shi, be careful." It launched an attack at her. Seeing this, Wu Fu immediately ran over and hugged Luo Shi to dodge. They landed nearby. She hurriedly went over to check on him. "Wu Fu, are you all right?" He clutched his chest and barely replied, "I'm fine, it's strong, protect yourself. Don't join the fight." Luo Shi hesitated, but as soon as she finished speaking, 4 purple energy balls suddenly appeared behind them and flew towards them rapidly. Just as Luo Shi and Wu Fu stood frozen, unsure how to react, they recognized the 4 balls as they flew up. They turned around, and she shouted in confusion, "Miss Zhang, you?" Wu Fu was also worried for her. "Miss Zhang," Zhang Nu calmly explained, "Benefactor, don't worry about me. Listen to me." She quickly revealed the truth. "This thing is the avatar of the core. The core itself is its weakness. If you can seize the opportunity and pull the core out of its body, it will lose its power and turn to ashes. My attack is enough to do this. I've reached my limit. I can only use this ability one last time. Benefactor, you must seize this opportunity." After hearing these words, Wu Fu gripped his spirit sword tightly and replied, "I understand." Wu Fu furrowed his brow, then quickly charged forward. "Then let's fight." Wind whistled beneath Wu Fu's feet. Using the momentum, he leapt directly into the core avatar's body, startling it. "How did I?" Once inside, Wu Fu quickly searched around. "The core, where is the core?" A faint purple light flickered ahead. He shouted, "Found it." Wu Fu reached out and touched the core. It begged for mercy in fear. "No, no, let me go." Wu Fu looked at it with icy eyes and said, "You are mine." "Pray?" The scene shifted. The ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked into large pieces. Meng and Ao Li immediately sensed something was wrong. Seconds later, the entire ground collapsed instantly. Ao Li quickly hugged Meng to protect her. The two fell together, embracing. After landing, Meng felt dizzy, but she was still very concerned about Ao Li. "It hurts." Ao Li, are you okay? A Meng accidentally sat on top of him, causing Ao Li to feel embarrassed. He spoke up to remind her. I'm fine, you. The little girl then realized her awkward position, and the two could only blush and look at each other. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Luo Shi suddenly appeared and interrupted. A Meng, Ao Li, why are you two here? The little girl exclaimed in surprise. Luo Shi, Ao Li was also surprised. Luo Shi, so that means Wu Fu is here too, she nodded and replied. Yes, Wu Fu is. When she turned around, she found the core was gradually growing larger. Luo Shi exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is this thing? It seems to contain a very special power. Ao Li didn't see Wu Fu's figure and asked in confusion, where's Wu Fu? He was just here. Meanwhile, a Meng was captivated by the strange attraction of the core. She stared at it intently and said, it feels very uncomfortable. Zhang Nu suddenly shouted to warn everyone present, don't get close to it, get back quickly. The core was abnormally growing larger and larger, puzzling them. Ao Li stared at it and said, oh no, purple light is gradually seeping out from the cracks in the core, she shouted in panic. It's bad. That core has turned into a space. Wu Fu and the other two must have been swallowed into that space. Luo Shi asked worriedly, what will happen to them? Zhang Nu quickly explained, the core was originally an environment that nurtured evil power. The space inside it has been corrupted. They have no defenses, I'm afraid. She looked up at the core and was dazed for a moment. The scene shifted. Wu Fu was swept into another space created by the core. He woke up groggily. Where is this? I remember when I grabbed the core, there was a sudden flash of light and then I passed out. Could it be? As soon as Wu Fu stood up and looked up, he was startled by the purple moonlight. He then realized he had been sucked into the core's space. He quickly regained his composure. No wonder I felt a familiar evil aura. I'm inside the core space. The shape of the moon suddenly became abnormal, and the surroundings became uneven as if deforming. Wu Fu frowned and speculated, could that thing be the core's true form? A blurry female figure appeared before his eyes. Wu Fu was shocked. That mysterious figure stood straight in front of him, but remained silent. Wu Fu was stunned and asked himself, who is it over on this side? A Meng and Ao Li were also separated from Luo Shi and Zhang Nu. The little girl was confused. Where is this? Luo Shi is gone. He looked around and replied, this place is very strange. It seems we've been sucked into some space. Suddenly, a voice sounded calling the little girl's name. A Meng. Hearing the voice, the little girl immediately shouted, who's calling me? Ao Li retorted, A Meng, what are you talking about? I didn't hear anyone calling you. A Meng stammered. I heard it very clearly. It seemed to be coming from over there. The scene shifted. At this time Wu Fu was still trapped inside the core. He stood alone in a field of flowers, accompanied by the whistling wind. Wu Fu looked around and asked himself, what place is this? Wasn't I just in the core space? As he was thinking, the figures of a mother and son suddenly appeared nearby. The mother called out gently, Fu, come to mother quickly, the child called out happily. Mother? Wu Fu watched from afar, thinking to himself, Yu Fu. Wu Fu stared at the mother and son. He felt confused. Who is that woman? Although I don't know them, Wu Fu has a strange feeling in his heart. And that boy, why do I feel so familiar? His tears fell unconsciously, until Wu Fu suddenly woke up with a start. At that moment the woman suddenly reached out her hand to him and said, Yu Fu, come to mother. Wu Fu mistakenly thought it was his own mother. Mother. He immediately ran to the woman, letting her stroke his head. But unfortunately, the one stroking Wu Fu's head was not his mother, but the mysterious figure from before. Wu Fu's consciousness was taken by that mysterious figure. The inner demon grinned, having achieved its goal. Yu Fu, you've finally given me the chance to take you over. Just hand your body over to me. The scene shifted back to a Meng and Ao Li. The two were still deep in the forest. The little girl seemed to see something ahead and asked curiously, Ao Li, there seems to be something up ahead. He agreed, I see it too. What is that? As they got closer, a huge ancient tree gradually came into view. A Meng asked, is that a tree? Just then the mysterious voice echoed in her ears again. Xiao Meng? Seeing a Meng in a daze, Ao Li asked, A Meng, what's wrong? She replied calmly. I heard that voice again. Someone called me Xiao Meng. Then the two quickly approached the ancient tree. Arriving at the tree, they saw En sitting there barely alive. The little girl shouted in panic, Father. Ao Li crouched beside him worriedly and asked anxiously, Father, what's wrong with you? En seemed to be dreaming. Xiao Meng and Ao Li, is it really you? A Meng quickly nodded and replied, It's us, Father. Are you okay? How did you get here? His skin was now turning blue. En smiled and said, It's good. I only wished to see you one last time before I die. Now I can go in peace, the little girl said painfully. Father, don't say such unlucky things. En reached out and handed her a pill. That's not important now. What matters is that Father finally found the medicine for your mother. A Meng took it and replied happily, The medicine? Then mother can finally be saved. Ao Li spoke up from the side, Father, hold on. We'll take you out now. He immediately refused. My power is exhausted. I will soon dissipate, Ameng shouted in disbelief. No, why, this can't happen, father, please don't leave me. An looked intently at Ao Li and said, Ao Li, look at you, you've grown up so fast. I entrust Xiao Meng to you. He couldn't help but shed tears. Father, his body gradually dissipated. Before leaving, An used his last bit of strength to instruct them. Xiao Meng, Ao Li, you must live well. Take care of your mother. I'm going now. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into smoke and merged into the void. Ameng cried out in pain. No, father. The scene shifted. A purple triangle floated in the air. The inner demon was cultivating facing that triangle. After finishing his cultivation, his eyes sparkled. The inner demon revealed an evil grin. Ha ha ha, he roared with satisfaction. Having obtained Wu Fu's power, I have finally gotten this body. The inner demon grinned, looking at his own palm. Not only that, the evil power of the core has directly elevated me to the spirit transformation stage. Although it's not as good as my peak, it's enough. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the space before him. After scanning around, the inner demon speculated. It seems the core has been absorbed by me, and this space is about to collapse, he shouted to himself. Time to go. Then the inner demon walked calmly towards those cracks and said, Wu Fu, just rest in peace. I will walk the rest of the path for you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Li and Ameng were running frantically to escape. He looked ahead and reported, Ameng, hurry up. There seems to be light ahead. Let's get out quickly. The little girl nodded. I'm trying my best. The two successfully jumped out of the core. Ao Li asked worriedly, Ameng, are you all right? She breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I'm fine. I was just a bit scared. Seeing the two escape, Luo Shi quickly ran over to them. She asked urgently, Ameng, Ao Li, are you hurt? Ao Li nodded, we're fine. Luo Shi anxiously asked about Wu Fu. What about Wu Fu? Why didn't he come out with you? He turned to look at Ameng and replied, No, we didn't see him when we went in. I'm afraid he was sent to another space. She said softly, Is that so? Luo Shi silently prayed in her heart, Wu Fu, please don't let anything happen to you. Immediately after, the core emitted a creaking, cracking sound. Wu Fu, now possessed by the inner demon, walked out calmly. Seeing it was Wu Fu, Luo Shi immediately shouted, Wu Fu, are you all right? Are you hurt? The inner demon just glanced at her silently. At that moment, Luo Shi seemed to sense something was wrong. Wu Fu, Zhang Nu saw the spatial rift gradually expanding and she panicked, informing everyone, Oh no, this place is about to collapse. We need to leave quickly. Just then a sinister laugh came from behind them. Ha ha ha, don't think you can escape. Hearing the voice, everyone present was stunned. The one who spoke was Yao. He grinned as he looked at them. Zhang Nu immediately warned everyone vigilantly. Everyone be careful. This person has been influenced by the evil power of the secret realm, and his strength has greatly increased. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao immediately charged at the inner demon and launched an attack. All of you die. The attack went off course, missing the inner demon, and struck the space beside them, causing a deafening explosion. He said smugly, Ha, one strike like that can shatter you to pieces, just as he thought he could easily deal with the inner demon. Just then, something happened that left him utterly stunned. How could this be? The inner demon had blocked his attack with just one hand. Yao panicked in that moment. How could his strike be parried? The inner demon looked at Yao with contempt. This worthless fool. Everyone present witnessed it all. Luo Shi called out to Wu Fu with concern. Ao Li couldn't believe his eyes facing that terrifying power. He thought to himself, it blocked the attack of a tribulation transcendence expert with just one hand. The inner demon merely waved a hand and sent Yao flying. He wondered, how could this happen? How did that guy suddenly become so strong? Ameng asked in astonishment, Wu Fu, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Luo Shi, standing nearby, widened her eyes in shock. Yao clenched his sword in fury and charged forward. Damn it, die, the inner demon just sneered coldly. He swiftly drew his spiritual sword, moving so fast that only the trajectory of the slash was visible. That guy Yao hadn't even touched the inner demon before his body was struck twice. Yao fell to the ground in agony. How could this be? Ao Li stared with his mouth agape at the one who died moments later. In an instant, a tribulation transcendence expert was killed, right before Ameng's eyes. She still didn't understand and kept pressing for answers. How did Wu Fu suddenly become so strong? Meanwhile, Luo Shi, though drenched in sweat, chose to remain silent. The eldest daughter finally spoke up to explain, It's because of the inner core. The benefactor must have refined its power. As a result, his strength has greatly increased. Despite this, Luo Shi sensed something was off and shared her feelings with the eldest daughter. I have this feeling as if Wu Fu has become a different person. Is it because of absorbing the inner core's power? The eldest daughter pondered for a moment and said, Perhaps. The evil power of the inner core is extremely violent. Maybe the benefactor can't fully control it yet. Luo Shi still had doubts and replied slowly, Is that really the case? The cracks in the space grew more numerous, as if it were about to shatter. Ao Li warned, Oh no, the tremors are stronger than before. Everyone get out of here quickly. Everyone hurriedly rushed out. He urged the young girl. "Ameng, hurry up." Ameng complained wearily. "Why does it feel like we're always running away lately?" Eventually, the 5 of them escaped that space, and a clear sky appeared before them. Ao Li stood there exhausted, panting heavily. Luo Shi suddenly shouted, "Everyone, look, what's that?" Ameng immediately recognized it. The young girl quickly replied, "The sky tree." Ameng exclaimed in surprise, "It's the sky tree. I didn't expect it to be so close to us." The inner demon revealed a sinister smile upon seeing the sky tree. "The sky tree, that's where the guy's heart is hidden. As long as I destroy it, this body will be mine forever." The eldest daughter, exhausted from the battle, kept coughing up blood. Luo Shi stepped forward to support her and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She explained, "I'm fine. The fight just now was indeed a bit too much." The eldest daughter looked at the inner demon, feeling she couldn't hold on any longer, and said, "I'm sorry, benefactor, I can no longer help you." The atmosphere instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of birds flapping their wings in the sky. Luo Shi stared intently at the inner demon, frowning as she thought to herself, "Has Wu Fu really been affected by the inner core? He feels so strange." Ameng noticed Luo Zai's expression and asked curiously, "Sister, what's wrong? You don't look well." Luo Shi immediately changed her expression and replied with a smile, "Ah, it's nothing." Ameng naively urged, "Then stay close to me, I'll protect everyone." She smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you, Ameng." The 4 of them continued on their way. They all headed straight toward the location of the sky tree. Ameng reminded them, "We're almost there. Everyone get ready." A few minutes later they arrived in front of the sky tree. The young girl said, "We're here, the sky tree. This tree has such strong spiritual energy." Ameng noticed something on the trunk and curiously pointed at it. "There seems to be something on the trunk." The inner demon looked up and saw a peculiar magical mark. He let out a satisfied chuckle. "Finally here." The inner demon quickly took a running start and leapt up. He circled the trunk and suddenly something attacked him. He sensed it keenly. Then the inner demon slashed at the incoming object with his spiritual sword. The sword energy and the sudden attack collided instantly, creating a massive explosion. Luo Shi shouted in panic, "Wu Fu!" Ameng was terrified by the terrifying power. Who is that?" Luo Zai's mouth fell open in shock. Such strong spiritual energy. The attack was launched by Bai Ying to protect the sky tree. She shouted angrily, "What thief dares to approach the sky tree?" As the white smoke gradually dissipated, the inner demon was exposed. Bai Ying's face immediately turned to surprise when she saw him. The inner demon cast a sharp glance at her. Bai Ying recognized him and immediately flew into a rage, charging at the inner demon. "How dare you, the body of an old friend's son? Do you have the audacity to defile it?" The chase between Bai Ying and the inner demon didn't last long. Then Luo Shi rushed forward to support Wu Fu. "I'll help you." Just then, the inner demon dodged Bai Ying's attack. He was no pushover either, counterattacking immediately after evading. To Bai Ying it was like a buzzing mosquito in her ear. At that moment, Luo Shi also charged in at incredible speed. As Bai Ying found herself outnumbered, she didn't evade but stayed put to take on both attacks. The inner demon was furious. He immediately scolded Luo Shi, "Get lost, don't cause more trouble." She widened her eyes, hurt by these words. Before Luo Shi could respond, Bai Ying quickly separated the two, each on one side. After sending Luo Shi flying, the inner demon and Bai Ying immediately locked in combat. The inner demon used his spiritual sword to unleash a series of moves, hurling them at Bai Ying. She swiftly sidestepped to avoid the lethal strikes. Bai Ying flew straight down from the trunk to the ground and then launched 2 more attacks. Ao Li quickly raised a shield to block her strikes. Thanks to the shield, all of Bai Ying's attacks were repelled, sending her flying back. Luo Shi, who had been knocked away by Bai Ying earlier, was still sitting there in a daze. Ameng saw this and hurried over to her. "Luo Shi, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She replied. I'm fine," Luo Shi said tremblingly. "I feel like Wu Fu looks really strange," the young girl asked in confusion. "Strange?" Luo Shi nodded and explained, "Yeah, I don't know how to put it. It feels like Wu Fu has become a different person." She broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes following the inner demon. "I hope it's just my imagination." At this moment, Bai Ying was in a tight spot. She was simultaneously facing the inner demon and Ao Li. Both used their swords to launch attacks at Bai Ying. The inner demon's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he roared, "Die." With the inner demon's terrifying power, Bai Ying was unable to resist and was sent flying. Bai Ying gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, how is that guy so strong?" He gripped his sword tightly and leaped high into the air, intending to finish Bai Ying off with a fatal blow. This is the end. Just at that critical moment, Ting Ting came running from somewhere and stood in front of Bai Ying. She shouted, "Stop!" Ting Ting yelled in fear, "Wu Fu, stop right now. This senior is my lifesaver." The inner demon stopped when he saw her blocking his path. Luo Shi rushed over and asked, What are you doing here?" Ting Ting replied evasively, "Luo Shi, it's a long story. I'll tell you later." Ting Ting quickly introduced everyone. "Let me introduce you. "This is Senior Bai Ying. Earlier I was injured and unconscious and she saved me and brought me here." Just as Ting Ting turned to introduce them to Bai Ying, she widened her eyes. "Senior, they are—" The inner demon ignored them completely and immediately attacked. Bai Ying quickly pulled Ting Ting aside. Ting Ting shouted angrily, "Wu Fu, have you lost your mind?" The inner demon continued his assault while yelling even louder, "Annoying thing, shut up." Suddenly a clash rang out. Luo Shi had blocked his attack with her sword. Ting Ting called out, "Luo Shi." Meng, standing outside, was also very shocked and called out to Wu Fu. Ao Li, standing nearby, chimed in. "Wu Fu, what exactly are you trying to do?" Luo Shi confirmed decisively. "He's not Wu Fu." Ting Ting exclaimed in surprise. "Luo Shi, what are you saying?" She frowned, scrutinizing the inner demon carefully, and then said, "The Wu Fu I know would never attack his own companions." Luo Shi faced the inner demon and asked loudly, "Who are you?" The inner demon, now exposed by Luo Shi, stopped pretending and charged straight at her. "Found out so quickly? Since that's the case, I'll send you all to hell." Ao Li keenly saw through the inner demon's intention and rushed forward to stand in front of Ting Ting and Bai Ying, warning, "Watch out." The inner demon, like a madman, saw Ao Li step up to block him, turned around and then kicked Ao Li hard. He took the full force of the inner demon's power, and his entire body was sent flying backward for hundreds of meters. Ao Li plummeted straight down the cliff below. Meng shouted, "Ao Li," because he dared to harm her loved one. Meng's rage instantly reached its peak. She yelled, "You dare kill my Ao Li?" At that moment, Meng seemed to transform into a completely different person, her eyes bloodshot as she roared. The inner demon just sneered disdainfully. Meng turned into a fierce-looking beast and confronted the inner demon, but in an instant he easily subdued the young girl. Meng was slammed into a large wall. Bai Ying shouted with concern, "Meng will help you." Luo Shi also charged forward with Ting Ting and Bai Ying. Seven sword art, life and death intertwined. "Give Wu Fu back to me." The inner demon just smirked and laughed. "In this world there aren't many girls like you who are so lost in love. Since you care so much about that worthless fool, I'll grant your wish." He raised his spiritual sword high, ready to strike. The inner demon calmly swung the sword at her. Luo Shi quickly dodged the blow, but unfortunately, Meng was standing right behind her. The sword struck the young girl directly in the shoulder. Meng screamed in pain. Luo Shi shouted in panic. Meng, the intensity of their battle even affected the ground. She announced loudly, "The ground is shaking, run." On the other side, the eldest daughter heard the huge commotion, closed her eyes, and thought to herself, "It's all over." Luo Shi charged madly at the inner demon for a one-on-one fight, exhausting nearly all her strength to resist him, her body barely holding up. Then Bai Ying suddenly appeared behind the inner demon. Gathering all her power, she said, "I'm sorry, I'm just a soul. I can't do much." She released all her energy onto the inner demon. The inner demon, hit by Bai Ying's technique, howled in agony. Finally, the inner demon was forced out of Wu Fu's body. He stumbled forward and fell. Luo Shi rushed over to support Wu Fu. She called his name tremblingly, "Wu Fu." Ting Ting ran over worriedly and asked Bai Ying, "What did you do to them?" Bai Ying replied calmly, "It's all karma, fate's will." She looked at the two and said, "If this woman is kind-hearted, Wu Fu will survive this ordeal, otherwise both will turn to ashes." A light sphere appeared around Luo Shi and Wu Fu, enveloping them. Ting Ting and Bai Ying watched over them all night. She asked Bai Ying, "It's been a whole day and night, why haven't they woken up?" Wu Fu still showed no signs of waking. He just lay there, his head resting on Luo Zai's lap. Luo Shi woke up before Wu Fu and seeing him leaning on her, murmured, "This is the first time you've been this close to me." Ting Ting noticed and hurried over to ask, "Luo Shi, you're awake, do you feel unwell?" She nodded and replied, "I'm fine." "Ting Ting, how are your injuries?" Ting Ting could only sigh and answer, "I'm okay. But Meng and Ao Li, they're never coming back." Hearing this, Luo Shi lowered her head in sorrow. Meanwhile, Wu Fu gradually regained consciousness. He sat up holding his head. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wu Fu was confused. He asked many questions. "Why is everyone staring at me? Where are Meng and Ao Li? Where's Fatty Wang? How did I get here? Who is she? Where's the eldest daughter? What happened?" His memories slowly returned. The image of Bai Ying from the past emerged. Wu Fu, live on with Linger's mission. Wu Fu was startled, his eyes wide with shock, her voice echoed in his ears. "Little Fuer, call me Yinger once." His father, Yun Jian, also appeared. "The spiritual sword is mine, Ying Ying my Fuer. Thanks to you, for the sake of the world I must continue fighting." These fragmented scenes appeared one after another in Wu Fu's mind. An unknown woman shouted, "Shameless old thief, I'll use your blood to avenge my son's soul. Father, mother, big brother, third uncle, do you all see? Justice has triumphed over evil. We've won." After recalling everything, Wu Fu's eyes immediately reddened, and tears streamed down. So it was her. Wu Fu cried like a child, the spiritual sword in his hand gradually loosening. Luo Shi stepped forward to comfort him. "Are you okay, Wu Fu?" He let out a painful roar, a voice that seemed to tear through space. Wu Fu lowered his head in silence. "The truth I've been tirelessly seeking turned out to be a perfect deception. I'm like a fool, manipulated by fate, step by step." Luo Shi gently hugged him and comforted. It's okay, Wu Fu, it's okay. I'm still here. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side. Wu Fu could only lean silently into her embrace. Luo Shi encouraged him earnestly. We still have so much to do, we can't stay here. You're like our spiritual banner. If you fall, what will we do? Wu Fu gradually came to his senses. Am I their pillar? Ting Ting chimed in. Fatty Wong is still waiting for us to save him. Time flew by quickly. A day later, Mang Mang was successfully rescued by Ting Ting and Wu Fu. He instructed Ting Ting and Luo Shi, you two take Fatty Wong back to Penglai Manor. I'll be back soon. Wu Fu flew off alone, searching everywhere for Ao Li. After flying for a while, Wu Fu finally found him. There, he landed beside Ao Li and sat for a moment. Wu Fu said softly, rest in peace, then he carefully buried Ao Li. Scene shift. A house gradually emerged in the thick fog. Jing Song was feeding Mang Mang medicine to treat him, while Ting Ting anxiously kept asking, Master, is he okay? The old man asked. Do you care about him? She stammered and turned away. Who cares about him? His life or death is none of my business. Jing Song glanced at Ting Ting and pretended to say, then it's a problem. This fatty might not make it. She was immediately frightened. Master, what are you saying? The old man laughed heartily and replied, I'm joking, just joking. Ting Ting glared at him angrily. Jing Song raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, isn't it you who doesn't care about him? The scene shifted to another room. Wu Fu sincerely held Luo Zai's hand, expressing his feelings. Thank you. She blushed shyly and asked, why are you suddenly saying this? He looked at his own palm and explained, if you hadn't willingly become the vessel for that heart, I would have died long ago. I saved your life, so your life belongs to me. Wu Fu wanted to say more, but Luo Shi reached out and covered his mouth to stop him. Her face reddening, she said, don't say thank you, especially to me. You've always been the one protecting me. Now I can finally do something for you. That already makes me very happy, so don't say thank you to me anymore. Wu Fu immediately complied, gently pulling Luo Shi into his arms. All right. The scene shifted to a clearing deep in the forest. The soil beside Ao Li's cloak suddenly bulged, and a hand burst out from the earth. It was a Meng's arm. She slowly crawled out from under the thick layer of soil. Time flew by. A month later, Meng Meng was standing and chatting with Ching Ching. She asked worriedly, are you okay? You need to lie down and rest. Meng Meng stubbornly refused to listen. Let me walk a few more steps. I've been lying down for over a month. My body is stiff. On the other side, Wu Fu was practicing swordsmanship with Luo Shi. He easily knocked the sword out of her hand. She lowered her head shyly and said, I lost again. Wu Fu comforted her. This time you just broke through to the martial master level, so it's a good chance to test your skills. Just then, Ching Ching also helped Meng Meng walk out. He scolded, Wu Fu, why are you acting like a teacher? You have absolutely no sense of romance. Xing Xing also chimed in. Yeah, you're too strict with Luo Shi. Wu Fu spoke coldly. Time is running out. We're racing against time. He asked in panic, what do you mean time is running out? Where are you going? Luo Shi replied calmly. We are ready to ascend. Meng Meng asked curiously. When? She answered. In a week. Hearing this, Meng Meng stammered. But my leg isn't healed yet. Are you going to leave me behind, and haven't you already solved the mystery of your origins that you were looking for? Why? Wu Fu slowly raised his head to look at the sky, then explained to him, I want to go to the planet where my mother once lived, the place she loved and fought for, and where I grew up. Also, ever since the inner demon disappeared, that sword has been occupying my consciousness for longer and longer periods. I want to find a way to completely get rid of it. Jin Song suddenly appeared, interrupting Wu Fu's words. It's useless, he explained. You and that sword have long since become one. Unless your body dies, the connection between you and the sword will never be completely severed. Unless Luo Shi turned around, puzzled by Jin Song's answer. Unless what? He continued. Unless Wu Fu lifts the restriction on the sword spirit. She looked confused. Lift the restriction? Jin Song nodded in agreement. That's right. Lift the restriction, separate the sword spirit's consciousness from Wu Fu and then kill him. Wu Fu looked at his own palm and spoke. If that method works, then I have even more reason to ascend. How could I possibly kill the former God King with my current strength? After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I agree, Meng Meng stammered. Then I'll wait here for everyone to come back. Xing Xing also agreed with him. Then I'll stay in Penglai Manor and wait for you two to return. Meng Meng was a bit surprised to hear Ching Ching's words. He glanced at her and Ching Ching explained, Don't flatter yourself. I'm not staying because of you. Wu Fu and Luo Shi are so strong. I would only be a burden if I went. Jin Song rubbed his chin in confusion. Is that so? The scene shifted. They moved to beneath the purified sky tree. Meng Meng and Ching Ching had come to see Wu Fu and Luo Shi off. Before the two of them left, he instructed Wu Fu, Big brother, once I'm fully recovered, I'll come find you. The two set off immediately. Wu Fu asked Han if he was ready. Luo Shi nodded gently. In an instant the clear sky was shrouded in darkness. The two of them still hovered in midair. She looked ahead in surprise. "Is this the Abyss Nether Realm?" Wufu explained carefully. "This is a world without land, floating in endless space, with vast seas of clouds. In the high sky, two suns shine simultaneously. The sea of clouds is covered with thick layers of bone ash. It is a graveyard for the living and a resting place for the dead," then Luo Shi added. "The name Abyss Nether Realm sounds very gloomy. But now that we're here, it turns out to be so magnificent." He shook his head and warned. "Beneath the bottomless clouds of this world lies a power that devours the souls of all things. Do not underestimate it." She looked down in confusion. "This sea of clouds is actually that terrifying?" Suddenly a voice sounded, repeating Luo Zai's words. "This sea of clouds is actually that terrifying." Wu Fu immediately became alert. The two stood back to back looking around. He spoke. "It's not too late to know now," Luo Shi warned in a low voice. "The enemy is elusive, be careful." The two were surrounded by a group of assassins. He stepped forward and laughed sinisterly. "It seems someone has been targeting us for a while." Luo Shi gripped her sword and asked, "Who are you? State your names quickly." The group of assassins suddenly lost control and shouted madly, Sword Spirit, Wu Fu, Wu Fu." She turned to Wu Fu in confusion and asked, "What are they doing? Is it some kind of sacrificial ritual?" Without hesitation, he leapt up and slashed his sword towards the group of assassins. "Whoever you are." With a whoosh, the two assassins closest to him were immediately cleaved in half. The group of assassins still didn't stop. They charged madly at Wu Fu, muttering under their breath, "Hail Nige, hail Dorje, hail Zhanba, hail Guangdao." Hearing their muttering, Wu Fu understood. "So they are related to Yao and Guangdao? No wonder." His face suddenly darkened. Wu Fu controlled countless flying swords to rise into the air. As soon as he executed his technique, the swords flew off immediately, annihilating the group of assassins completely. He said proudly, "Since I, Wu Fu, have come to this Abyss Nether Realm, I'm probably going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. I'll just say one thing here," Wu Fu shouted confidently. "If you don't accept it, I'll fight you until you do." The madman appeared from somewhere. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you arrogant brat." The madman looked at him with murderous intent and said, "First you killed my friends Yao and Guangdao. Today you silently killed a few of my disciples. And now you're spouting arrogant nonsense there. Do you really think you're the God King looking down on everyone in the world?" "Ha," Wu Fu retorted without backing down. "Yao and Guangdao wanted to kill me, so of course I had to kill them. As for those disciples of yours you mentioned, they clearly sought their own death. Killing them was nothing. As for you, you raving lunatic, you're truly annoying." The madman was enraged. "Ha ha ha, let me see if your fists are as tough as your mouth." The madman's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Not only was he unafraid, but he calmly provoked him. "If you want to try, be my guest." The madman charged over immediately. Wu Fu followed closely to meet him. The two fought fiercely. The madman grinned and said, "No wonder this brat is so arrogant. He's already at the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, I am already at the half-step tribulation transcendent stage. You will die here today." Just as he was about to grab Wu Fu's arm, Wu Fu quickly blasted the madman away. Then replied, "Didn't I still kill you even though you're at the tribulation transcendent stage? You're just a small fry." Luo Shi was watching the battle from below when she was startled by the sudden appearance of another person. Zhan Zhang stood before her. He warned, "Miss, it's best to just stand aside and watch the show. Let them settle their own grudges. What do you think?" Luo Shi frowned at him, thinking to herself that she was suppressed by his aura and couldn't make a move. This person was at least a great power at the tribulation transcendent stage. She probed, "Who are you? Why are you interfering?" Zhan Zhang grinned and introduced himself. "I am Si Tianji, Zhan Zhang. I have no ill intentions. I'm just not used to people interfering in someone else's one-on-one duel, nothing else." Luo Shi shouted, "I don't believe you." Over here, the two were still fighting wildly. The madman threw a punch straight at Wu Fu. He quickly dodged to the side, successfully evading the attack. Wu Fu gripped the sword spirit tightly. Then he decisively thrust his sword, piercing through the madman's body. Wu Fu's attack was so fast that the madman couldn't react in time by the time he realized it. Wu Fu had already instantly taken his head. Zhan Zhang stood to the side, watching the entire battle between him and the madman. Seeing the madman's defeat, he just grinned. Wu Fu shouted a warning to him, "Stay away from her." Zhan Zhang then smiled and explained, "My apologies. I, Si Tianji, have no ill intentions in coming here this time. I stopped this beautiful young lady only out of a personal principle of mine. I hope you two can understand." After saying this, Zhan Zhang turned to the remaining members of the mad cult and said, "All right, everyone. Since the conflict between Wu Fu and the mad cult is over, there's no need for us to watch here any longer. Everyone do me, Zhan Zhang, a favor and disperse. How about it?" After dealing with them, he greeted Wu Fu. "Then I, Zhan Zhang, will not disturb the two of you as you explore the Nether Realm. I hope we meet again by fate. I, Tianji, am always welcome for you two to visit. After saying this, he vanished without a trace. Only then did Wu Fu comment, "This person is very strong. At least at the tribulation transcendence stage, he seems steady on the surface but is extremely treacherous." Luo Shi agreed with him and advised, "Before we improve our strength, it's best not to have a conflict with Tianji." As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Fu raised his hand and lightly touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped it away and revealed, "My control over my power is still inferior to that demon inside me. Fighting that half-step tribulation transcendence guy still gave me some internal injuries." Hearing this, Luo Shi asked worriedly, "Han, are you okay? Where are you hurt?" Wu Fu gently reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a minor internal injury, nothing serious." After saying this, he quickly changed the subject and urged, "Let's not delay any longer. Finding a place to settle down and gather information is the real priority." The two continued their journey until they saw the outline of a city. As they entered the depths of the city, the surrounding scenery was somewhat gloomy. Wu Fu cautiously assigned tasks to the two of them. "Look around for any residential houses nearby, so we can find out exactly where this place is." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came, "Help!" Hearing this voice, Luo Shi was a bit startled. Not far away, a monster with a gaping bloody mouth was chasing an old woman. Without hesitation, Wu Fu and Luo Shi immediately rushed forward. With just a single light slash, the monster's head fell to the ground. The old woman was saved just in the nick of time and quickly bowed to thank them. "Oh my, thank you, immortal masters. Thank you, immortal masters. Otherwise these old bones of mine would have been left here." Luo Shi quickly stepped forward to help the old woman up and said politely, "Grandma, please don't be like this. We just happened to lend a hand, there's no need to make a fuss. However, we have something we'd like to ask you." The old woman replied with reverence, "Immortal masters, please speak, please speak. I will tell you everything I know. What would you like to ask?" Luo Shi took over the conversation calmly. "Grandma, no rush. You've just had a scare. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." The old woman agreed without hesitation. Yes, how silly of me. Why didn't I think of that? If the two immortal masters don't mind, please come to my humble home and sit for a while." Receiving the timely invitation, they were filled with gratitude. "Then thank you very much, Grandma." After a while, the old woman led Wu Fu and Luo Shi back to her home. "Two immortal masters, please excuse the humble surroundings. This old woman only has this simple place to live." Wu Fu looked around and said it was fine. "I actually find it quite familiar and endearing. Isn't it good to have a home like this?" Hearing this, the old woman happily praised him. "Immortal master, you are truly kind-hearted. Since that's the case, this old woman won't say much more. Please both of you come inside and rest. I'll go boil some water and make tea for you two." As soon as the old woman left, Luo Shi immediately voiced her doubts. "This old lady's attitude towards us is a bit strange." She wasn't the only one. Wu Fu felt the same. "Yeah, she seems too respectful. It's different from people in other worlds and she keeps calling us immortal masters." After a while, the two also entered the old woman's house. "Sorry to keep the two immortal masters waiting." Luo Shi watched her bring the tea over and suggested, "Grandma, please don't be so polite. Please have a seat too." As if she could see the doubt in their hearts, the old woman quickly replied, "You two can perform magic. Aren't you immortal masters? Only those chosen to enter the Triple Pure Land can learn that kind of magical art. The people there are all immortals." Wu Fu seemed less concerned about this question and got straight to the point. "Grandma, we want to find someone who knows the same magic to ask about some things. Do you know where we can find such a person?" Hearing his question, the old woman didn't take long to give an answer. "Then you must go to our Buddhist Holy Land, which is the Triple Pure Land I just mentioned to you." Hearing this answer from the old woman, Wu Fu and Luo Shi both silently repeated in their minds, "Triple Pure Land." The old woman quickly cleared up their confusion. "Yes, our world is divided into 3 layers by the Buddha. The first layer is where us ordinary people live. The second layer is where the various palace elders live. The third layer is the Pure Land where the Buddhist sect resides." Then she asserted confidently, "We all live under the protection of the Buddha's light. It also embraces the faith of outsiders. So the most suitable place for the two immortal masters is the Triple Pure Land." After talking for a while, the old woman realized it was getting late and said, "Oh my, I've been so busy talking that it's gotten dark. Please wait a moment, immortal masters. I'll go prepare some vegetarian food." As soon as she left, Wu Fu took a small sip of his tea. Then he spoke to Luo Shi. "I can roughly understand her strange attitude. This is a place ruled by religion, with a strict hierarchical culture. Cultivators and ordinary people basically have no interaction. It seems the situation is similar in other places." She nodded gently in agreement with his words. "Indeed, it looks like we too can easily be targeted. After all, this Buddha domain is all under the same dominant power. Even if we want to hide and cultivate, it's very troublesome. But then Wu Fu quickly thought of another way. Actually, it's not that bad. After all, ordinary people are low-level and lack means of transmitting information. Even if they discover us, it's not easy for the news to spread. Hearing this, Luo Shi hesitated slightly, frowning gently. That's true, but it also means that if we want to gather information, we have to infiltrate their headquarters. If they are friendly, it's fine. If they are enemies, we will be very passive. Wu Fu helplessly put his teacup down on the table and said, "There's no other way. We have to go to the Pure Land. We just need to prepare a lot of things properly." Just then, the old woman returned with a tray. "Sorry to keep you all waiting. It's just a simple meal, but it will definitely fill your stomachs." Seeing this, Luo Shi said politely, "Grandma, you are very thoughtful. Grandma, we haven't seen anyone else. Do you live alone?" She didn't hold back and answered frankly, "My old man took the materials to the market 2 days ago and probably won't be back for another day. As for my son, he's deeply favored by the Buddha's teachings and joined the Pure Land a year ago. He'll become an immortal too." The more she spoke, the happier she grew. And she didn't forget to make a request. "You two must be heading to the Pure Land, right? If you see my son, could you ask how he's doing? If he's comfortable, tell him to forget about us old folks. Seeking the Buddha in peace is what matters most." Luo Shi solemnly assured the old woman. "Of course. What's your son's name?" She immediately beamed a bright smile in response. Thank you, immortal sir. My son's name is Bai En. There's a scar at the corner of his mouth from hunting. You two will recognize him at a glance." "Thank you, many thanks." With that, she added, "It's getting late now. If you don't mind, please stay for dinner and spend the night here." Faced with such warmth, Wu Fu and Luo Shi had no choice but to accept. "Then many thanks to you. Come sit and eat with us." Time flew by, and the next day, Luo Shi politely bid the old woman farewell. "Thank you for your hospitality. We must be going." Before they left, she still offered her blessings. "What's there to thank? If it weren't for you two immortals, these old bones of mine would be long gone. You're truly good people. The Buddha will surely bless you." After parting with the old woman, Wu Fu and Luo Shi continued forward through the eerie forest using their lightness skills. She looked straight ahead, observing and judging the direction. "That town over there should have a path to the 3rd level." Having said that, Luo Shi reminded Wu Fu, once inside the Buddha boat, free flight was no longer possible, making the journey much more troublesome. He nodded lightly in response. "Indeed, I can vaguely feel the restriction on aerial movement." But it was all in vain. After walking for a while, the two reached their destination. The name of the place was carved on the bright red city walls. Luo Shi sighed softly as she looked at the scene inside the city. "The city is really lively." Wu Fu immediately suggested, "Let's go in and take a look." So the two began to enter the city. Gazing at the tranquil sight before him, Wu Fu carefully assessed it. Though it was a religious rule, he could understand why they revered the Tao so much. In this place, he didn't even see any refugees. However, Luo Shi didn't pay attention to his words and instead changed the subject. Come to think of it, since they'd known each other, she rarely saw him wandering the mortal world like this. She shyly expressed her feelings. "I wish we could have more time to walk together like this. Until then, no matter how long, I'll stay by your side." But her response was Wu Fu's expressionless face. "Definitely." Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air and an arrow from an unknown source shot straight at Wu Fu. He calmly waved his hand to block it. The hidden arrow snapped instantly and fell to the ground. Looking at the arrow on the ground, Wu Fu frowned slightly. Dark Iron Mystic Arrow, an item only cultivators can handle. Capable of hiding the user's spiritual energy fluctuations, specifically made for assassinations. Hearing this, Luo Shi questioned with doubt, "I didn't expect someone to hide their spiritual energy and ambush in the mortal world. It's too dangerous. You know who did this, right?" Wu Fu's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he affirmed, "Most likely the Divine King Hall. Dark Iron Mystic Arrows aren't something ordinary people can get." With that, he cursed in disgust. What a persistent nuisance. As if sensing something, Wu Fu slowly turned his head and coldly looked behind him, where at some point, he and Luo Shi had been surrounded by people from the Divine King Hall. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately charged at Wu Fu. He and Luo Shi quickly leapt apart to dodge their attacks. While evading, she complained discontentedly, "The 5 of them coordinate too well. The civilians haven't gone far yet, so we can't strike back. This is tough." Wu Fu quickly reassured her, "It's fine. With insufficient strength, good coordination is useless." With that, he immediately leaped into the air, shouting his technique, Ancient Buddha Fist Technique. As Wu Fu moved, a giant palm appeared and pressed down toward the group from the Divine King Hall. While he was distracted, another Dark Iron Mystic Arrow shot from a different direction. Fortunately, Wu Fu leaned back in time to dodge it. Then, he waved his hand to destroy this arrow. But Wu Fu didn't know that another arrow was coming from behind him. This time, his negligence allowed the Dark Iron Mystic Arrow to strike his back. He seemed unable to believe it, glancing behind him. Seeing him hit, Luo Shi cried out in panic, "Wu Fu, you're injured." He immediately blamed himself. Careless. I didn't expect them to be this prepared this time, but it wasn't over. Another dark iron mystic arrow shot from a different direction. Luo Shi rushed over and knocked it away. The sudden event made her eyes widen in surprise. Before them, 3 people from the Divine King Hall were flying in to attack them. Just then, a voice rang out from somewhere, accompanied by a mysterious chant. "How bold, to kill within the Buddha realm's territory. Does the Divine King Hall truly think my Buddhist sect has no one?" The person shielded Wu Fu and Luo Shi within their barrier, and repelled the Divine King Hall's people. After driving them off, the monk ended his chant, Amitabha. Then, he approached Wu Fu to apologize. "Benefactor Wu Fu, I am Ba. I'm truly sorry for letting this happen on my Buddha boat. I hope Benefactor Wu Fu will come to the Pure Land for a chat. Our sect leader will personally apologize." Wu Fu frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his mind as he replied, "The Divine King Hall came for me. You don't need to apologize for this. But I do have some matters to inquire about with the Buddhist sect. Now that I have this opportunity, I welcome it." Hearing this, Ba immediately bowed and invited, "Excellent, excellent. Then please follow me, Benefactor Wu Fu." After a while, he led Wu Fu and Luo Fu up the stairs, explaining as they went, "Since boarding the Buddha boat, we've clearly felt it's hard to fly. Is there some restriction here?" Indeed, due to the nature of the Abyss realm, if flight weren't prohibited in populated areas, buildings couldn't be constructed and trees and land would lose gravity. As for our ascent just now, it was only with limited power, a temporary measure. "I see. Thank you for your timely support," Ba said with self-reproach. "We share the blame for letting the Divine King Hall infiltrate. Benefactor Wu Fu need not be so polite. Benefactor Wu Fu, please enter here. This is our teleportation array, which can take you directly to the 3rd level Pure Land." Like a motor running, he kept talking all the way up the stairs. "Benefactor Wu Fu, I offended you today. To make amends, please stay temporarily in the Pure Land. I'll cover your food, lodging, and clothing. If you're interested, feel free to browse the Sutra Library. You'll find answers to what you want to ask there." Just before reaching the top, Ba said, "Benefactor Wu Fu, please follow me. I'll take you both to rest." By the time they reached the resting area, the outside world was entering the afternoon. In the soft candlelight of the room, a voice full of doubt sounded, "We can't fully trust the Buddhist sect. There are too many strange things." Luo Shi frowned slightly, pondering her thoughts aloud. "I find it odd too. I never said what I wanted to ask, yet that sect leader seemed to know everything, directly telling me to stay in the Sutra Library. Clearly, he wants to keep us here," Wu Fu immediately agreed. Not only that, he began to hypothesize about their encounters. They showed up suddenly to help. I couldn't sense their spiritual energy from afar, and the teleportation array in the city center, it's more like they were lying in ambush nearby. Hearing this, Luo Shi was a bit stunned. "You mean it's possible the Buddhist sect interfered but framed the Divine King Hall?" Wu Fu rubbed his chin and judged. "Too risky and no motive. It's more likely they tacitly approved of the Divine King Hall's plan and then took the chance to win us over." The more she listened, the tighter her brow furrowed, and she murmured, "It's really too coincidental. You were injured in your left shoulder. I couldn't handle it. And they could accurately find the hidden archer. It doesn't add up," Wu Fu affirmed with suspicion. "They're probably trying to get something from us. They might approach us privately later." After discussing it for a while, Luo Shi had to let it go. "Let's drop it. I'll treat your injury first." Just then a knock came from outside. "Benefactors, the sect leader requests your presence." Wu Fu quickly responded, "Come in." After a while, the scene shifted to another room where a gentle voice spoke, "Sorry to trouble you both. Please sit freely, no need to be on guard." Wu Fu looked at the monk before him and cut to the chase. "Just say it directly. What do you need from us with all this effort, and what can you give us?" The monk was the Buddhist sect leader, and he praised with some interest, "Amitabha, Benefactor Wu is indeed exceptionally clever. Even such a small trick can't escape your eyes. But before answering your question, I hope you'll answer one of mine." Wu Fu calmly replied, "I hope it's not a waste of time. No need to beat around the bush. Bodhi will get straight to the point. It's a simple question. Benefactor Wu, what do you think of the Divine King Hall?" Hearing this, Wu Fu frowned slightly and answered briefly, "A sworn enemy." This answer seemed to satisfy the old monk. "Good, in that case." Bodhi stared at him with deep eyes and proposed, "Are you interested in joining me to eliminate the Divine King Hall in the Abyss realm?" Hearing this proposal, Wu Fu smiled lightly. "I'm all ears." With his consent, Bodhi laid out his terms. "Currently, our Buddhist sect is willing to be your refuge and provide logistical support, fully backing you in destroying the Divine King Hall." Hearing this, Wu Fu asked with some confusion, "Then why don't you deal with the Divine King Hall yourselves?" "Why use my hands?" the old monk answered without concealment. "We have more than one enemy. War drains resources and exhausts the people. And you, young friend, have both the ability and the motive. Hearing this, Wu Fu agreed without hesitation. All right, I accept your request, then sect leader. I believe you already have a thorough and detailed plan for dealing with the Divine King Hall. With Wu Fu's agreement, Bodhi revealed the plan. Though the Divine King Hall is powerful, its structure is loose. Its 3 halls are located on the Imperial Divine King boat. You can take them out one by one. But it wasn't over. Wu Fu had more questions. The King boat is far from the Buddha boat. How will you support me? Bodhi quickly replied. We've also arranged secret guards. I'll have them assist you. After some inquiry, Wu Fu asked his final question. When will you send us off? The old monk Bodhi, with long prepared resolve, said, Tomorrow we have a merchant ship heading to the King boat. You can hide aboard. Soon after, the scene shifted to a dark, eerie forest. After leaving Bodhi, Luo Shi voiced her doubts on the way. You just agreed like that? Wu Fu nodded lightly in response because he already guessed I wouldn't refuse. Not finished, he continued to explain. 4 flying boats, the Buddhist sect, CETNG, the Mad sect and the Divine King Hall. Now that we've fallen out with 3 sides, I can't refuse the Buddhist sect's goodwill at this moment. I'm not yet strong enough to be invincible in this realm. As for revenge, he mentioned it from the start. At this point, Wu Fu paused involuntarily, then softly uttered a few words, the Sutra Library. Hearing this, Luo Shi commented with some admiration, That sect leader is truly deep. Wu Fu quickly added, instructing her. You go to the Sutra Library to find information. I need to prepare for this campaign. In an instant, the scene shifted again to another place called the Sutra Library. Inside the Sutra Library, tall shelves were filled with coveted scriptures. Luo Shi had been rummaging for a long time and sighed in frustration. I've been searching all night, but still no luck. As soon as she spoke, a book that caught her eye appeared on the shelf. Luo Shi reached out and took it, muttering to herself, Supreme bliss, could it be about the Wu Ji clan? Thinking this, she didn't hesitate to open the book. The pages showed some kind of image, blurred out with the word mosaic written on it. Reading these words, Luo Zai's face unconsciously flushed red and she hurriedly closed the book. Her entire face was as red as a tomato and she screamed inwardly in embarrassment. Why is there even a dual cultivation technique? Despite this, Luo Shi couldn't resist her curiosity and decided, STR strange, just a little more. Just then, Wu Fu suddenly entered from outside and asked, startling her, Any findings? Luo Shi frantically hid the book in her sleeve and said shyly, why are you here? But he ignored her and repeated his question. Any findings? At his inquiry, she quickly composed herself and answered, There's very little about the Wu Ji clan here. Receiving her answer, Wu Fu nodded lightly, then handed over a strange jade piece and said, Just as I thought. The act is over. It's time for us to set off. Luo Shi took the jade piece and asked puzzled, What's this? He lowered his eyes and replied unhurriedly, If I unfortunately encounter danger, this jade piece will teleport you to a magic array I left behind, which is very safe. Hearing this, Luo Zai's heart stirred slightly, silently hoping it wouldn't be needed. After a while, the scene shifted to another place on a strange object floating in the air where someone shouted, 2 lords, we've reached the king boat. As Wu Fu and Luo Shi landed, someone nearby greeted them. Over here. The young man quickly bowed and introduced himself. Greetings, lords. I'm honored to assist you both. With that, this Shu Luo led the way while briefly explaining the plan. This time we'll go to a stronghold close to one of the halls and then we'll help you destroy that hall. Hearing this, Wu Fu asked, How many of you are there? Shu Luo replied calmly, 13 combatants in total, with only one reaching the highest realm of transformation spirit. The scene shifted to a chaotic place filled with explosions and people's shouts. Attack, attack. The observers on the high wall kept shouting and urging. There's more than one enemy. Call for reinforcements quickly. Don't let them escape. Not far away, on a small boat, a familiar figure stood on board, slowly approaching. Wu Fu's eyes were icy cold, casting an unreadable glance at the chaos before him. Meanwhile, in a magnificent palace, someone was interrogating a kneeling subordinate. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? The subordinate quickly replied. Our report, Hallmaster. Someone is attacking. Hearing this, the Hallmaster angrily rebuked. It's almost certainly the opposing forces. How did those useless fools let these people in? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something and immediately turned around. The newcomer was none other than Wu Fu, who charged in and struck at Huang Huo with a palm. But Huang Huo reacted in time and blocked it. Upon recognizing his attacker, he gritted his teeth in fury. Wu Fu, you again? The moment Huang Huo spoke, a stray arrow flew from somewhere and struck him square in the chest. Huang Huo fell to the ground wounded and cursed indignantly. You'd stoop to such a despicable trick. In response, Wu Fu pressed a sharp sword against his throat. Just take it slow with him. As long as we win, I don't want to take unnecessary risks. I have something to ask you, Huang Huo stubbornly retorted. I won't tell you anything. Hearing this, Wu Fu looked down at him from above and confidently asserted, I'll make you talk. Time slipped by quietly, and the bright moonlight gently pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the world. Meanwhile at the harbor, Shu Luo was seeing off Wu Fu and Luo Shi, not forgetting to thank them. "I appreciate your help in capturing all those who surrendered." Then, with some curiosity, he asked, "Buddhist sect, what do you need these people for?" Shu Luo gently shook his head and replied, "To be honest, I'm not sure either. I'm just following orders." Faced with this vague answer, Wu Fu quickly changed the subject. "Will you still be our point of contact from now on?" "Yes. During my time in Guangzhou, I'll handle everything for the two of you." To avoid wasting time, he got straight to the point. "Where's the next branch hall?" Shu Luo smiled faintly and answered him, "On that barren high ground, the terrain is steep and narrow, with open views all around. It won't be easy for us to launch a surprise attack like we did today." Hearing this, Wu Fu's brow furrowed involuntarily, and his tone turned grave as he asked, "So you won't be able to support us then?" His expression made Shu Luo feel uneasy, and he broke out in a sweat as he explained, "That's not it at all. It's just that we'll have to launch a full frontal assault then, not something as easy as today." Upon hearing this, Wu Fu had no choice but to drop it. "We'll discuss it then, let's rest for today." Seizing the chance to slip away, Shu Luo quickly made an excuse to leave. "Then I'll go handle my business." After he left, Wu Fu turned to ask Luo Shi for her opinion. "What do you think?" She raised a hand to gently stroke her chin, deep in thought, and said, "If it's about the Buddhist sect, it does seem a bit strange." She shared what she knew with some displeasure. In their conflicts with other factions, the Buddhist sect seems very keen on capturing prisoners. "I wonder why." Wu Fu produced a green wax object from somewhere and picked up her thread. "Not only that, every hall master carries a treasure with them. Something Wei Kong never mentioned either." He stared intently at the object in his hand, muttering to himself, "Zhang Mi Hun, the treasure on him will be very useful for the upcoming direct confrontation." With that, he stepped past Luo Shi and walked forward. "As for the Buddhist sect's issues, we'll see later. For now, they're not a threat." She agreed with him and responded cheerfully, "Exactly, but I didn't expect even a hall master of the Divine King Hall to have no leads on the Wu Ji clan." Hearing this, Wu Fu couldn't help but look up into the void and murmur to himself, "It seems for now we have to cooperate with the Buddhist sect. Once the Divine King Hall is destroyed, the answers will come naturally." Time flew by, and a few days later, a familiar pair of leather boots gently landed on the parched ground. On this barren desert, three figures were conversing. "Why is there such a desolate place in the Yellow Divine King province?" Luo Shi, visibly annoyed, complained bluntly. "Disgusting." The moment she spoke, someone immediately appeared to greet them. "Amitabha, welcome, three esteemed guests. I am a Zhang, living in seclusion on this land, here to receive you." Without wasting words, he directly revealed key information. "We've learned that the hall master here is currently away from the branch hall. This is the perfect opportunity for us to attack." Hearing this, Wu Fu eagerly pressed, "Do you have a plan?" Zhang quickly outlined the plan to him. "We can launch a surprise attack from underground, eliminate all the underlings, and then deal with him alone." Excited by the plan, Wu Fu said, "Good, then let's start the slaughter." Meanwhile, at the Guangzhou Lumo branch hall of the Divine King Hall, three young men were drinking together under the night sky, chatting about life. "I swear the grass by the roadside tastes better than this stuff. Eating demon beast meat every day, I'm about to throw up, can't help it. The hall master is about to break through to the divine realm soon. Just hold on a few more days." Just then, a loud crash came from the demon beast pen, startling all the creatures. Following that, Wu Fu and his group entered, coming face to face with the three young men, but they paid no attention and turned back to their drinks. Come on, drink." Witnessing this scene, Luo Shi felt a bit helpless. "Are we being ignored?" Wu Fu was somewhat speechless and sighed softly. "Truly, a wise man submits to circumstances." With that, he turned to leave, leaving the three drunkards bewildered in the wind. "Let's go." Just as they thought Wu Fu was leaving, he stepped back to one of the drunkards and asked for directions. "Brothers, which way to the main hall?" The man immediately raised a hand and pointed in a direction as an answer. Following his gesture, Wu Fu politely replied, "Thanks." Walking along that path for a long time, they finally arrived at the Yellow Divine King Hall. The Divine King Hall. A battle was underway inside the hall, and Wu Fu had just taken down one person. Witnessing this, Wang Chang, kneeling on the ground, was momentarily stunned. Panicked, he hastily demanded, "Who are you?" Wu Fu looked down at him coldly and said, "Wu Fu of the Wu Ji clan." Hearing this, Wang Chang froze in disbelief and stammered, Aren't you dead? How could you?" Wu Fu gave a faint, meaningful smile and replied, "The king of hell wouldn't take me, so I came back." Shaken to the core, Wang Chang burst into tears and begged, "Please, please don't kill me." Wu Fu didn't hesitate and cut straight to the chase. "Where is Mo Tuo Na?" But Wang Chang wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he set a condition. "Spare me and I'll tell you." To get the answer he wanted, Wu Fu had to agree. Fine. With Wu Fu's promise, Wang Chang provided the information. "Mo Tuo Na is in a cave on the back mountain." Puzzled, Wu Fu pressed, Why did I hear she had already left the Divine King Hall? Wang Chang quickly explained. That was a false rumor she spread. She was afraid of being attacked by enemies during her breakthrough, so she put out the fake news that she had left the Divine King Hall. Hearing this, Wu Fu raised a hand to gently stroke his chin and murmured in admiration. I see, this Mo Tuo Na is quite cunning. After answering, Wang Chang continued to plead, I've told you where Mo Tuo Na is, now you can let me. But before he could finish, 2 sword lights sliced through his body. Wu Fu coldly watched Wang Chang fall motionless to the ground and said, Let you go? That would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains, he added. Not a single one of those who harmed the Wu Ji clan will be spared. Just then, Luo Shi approached from behind and asked, How did it go on your end? Did you find out where Mo Tuo Na is? Wu Fu quickly relayed the information he had obtained. Found her. Mo Tuo Na didn't leave the Divine King Hall. She's in seclusion on the back mountain. Hearing this, Luo Shi felt a flicker of doubt. So that means what a Zhang said earlier was false. Wu Fu didn't answer her, just silently furrowed his brow and stared ahead. The person he was looking at was a Zhang who had just killed a member of the Divine King Hall right in front of them. After a long pause, Wu Fu finally spoke again. Mo Tuo Na deliberately spread false information, but we can't rule out that the Buddhist sect knew this information was fake and deliberately hid it from us. He glanced at her and warned, Luo Shi, we need to be careful of the Buddhist sect. She nodded lightly and cautiously agreed. I understand, so what do we do now? Hearing her question, Wu Fu shifted his gaze to the back mountain and said, First, kill Mo Tuo Na. With that, the 2 of them charged toward the mountain simultaneously. Luo Shi suggested, I'll go with you. Wu Fu had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. As soon as they set foot on the mountaintop, Wu Fu unleashed his signature move. Soul Sword Spirit, one sword breaks all laws, and the blade struck straight at the massive boulder in front of them with a thunderous roar. Hearing the deafening sound, Mo Tuo Na, who was cultivating inside, was affected. Who dares to disturb my training? The moment she spoke, Wu Fu and Luo Shi stepped inside. Seeing them, Mo Tuo Na sneered. A couple has come. Don't young people know any manners these days, barging in uninvited? Do you take the Divine King Hall for a backyard garden? Wu Fu didn't waste words and shot back. Not a backyard garden, but your grave. Hearing this, Mo Tuo Na lifted her serpentine body from the lake water and snorted, So you're here to kill me. Whatever, I talk too much. Luo Shi and Wu Fu immediately charged forward, exchanging sword techniques and spiritual swords. Seeing them rushing at her, Mo Tuo Na's expression twisted into a snarl. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have what it takes. Her body quickly transformed. The Medusa's eye appeared, and her hair turned into countless venomous snakes. Then Mo Tuo Na lunged at Wu Fu, trying to petrify him with her stone gaze. This is the price for disturbing my training. What a shame about that handsome face. At that moment, Luo Shi, who had been observing from the side, asked in confusion, What's wrong with her? Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared beside her and answered, She's been ensnared by Zhang Mi Hun's bell, lost in an illusion, trapped in a fantasy. Hearing this, Luo Shi immediately drew her sword and urged him, Then let's kill her now while we have the chance. Wu Fu quickly nodded in agreement. Good. Without hesitation, the 2 of them attacked Mo Tuo Na's head simultaneously. In response, her serpent tail lashed out swiftly. Mo Tuo Na used her Medusa tail technique, mountain-splitting strike, sending him flying far away. Wu Fu was slammed hard into the boulder behind him. Just as they thought they were about to finish her off, her tail suddenly struck at Luo Shi. She was hit by Mo Tuo Na and sent flying backward. Wu Fu rushed over in panic and shouted, Luo Shi. He caught her steadily and asked with concern, Luo Shi, are you all right? She weakly replied, I'm fine. Just then, Mo Tuo Na interrupted their exchange. My Medusa's eye is specifically designed to break illusions. I saw through your little tricks long ago. Hearing this, Wu Fu set Luo Shi down and stepped forward to fight. I miscalculated. I didn't expect her to break the illusion so quickly. Seeing this, Luo Shi asked worriedly, Wu Fu, what do we do now? He quickly formulated a plan and instructed her. I'll draw her attention. You assist me from the side. Luo Shi nodded nervously and agreed. Okay. Wu Fu immediately charged forward. He split into multiple clones, all attacking Mo Tuo Na simultaneously. She remained calm, quickly petrifying each clone one by one. Then Mo Tuo Na sneered with contempt. Pathetic, you're celebrating too early. Just as she was gloating loudly, he suddenly rushed out from the side and slashed his sword across her neck. Even if you kill me, your lover won't. Mo Tuo Na was stunned by the sudden attack and roared in disbelief. How is this possible? You were petrified by me. Wu Fu then looked at her with cold eyes and explained, You said your Medusa's eye is specifically designed to break illusions. In other words, you were still trapped in an illusion, just for a very short time. Right when you were about to use your Medusa's eye on me, I used Zhang Mi Hun to plunge you into an illusion. Luo Shi killed you while you were too slow to react. That's called all is fair in war. As he finished speaking, Mo Tuo Na gradually dissipated. Before completely vanishing, she shouted in frustration, I won't accept this. I won't. How could I lose? Moments later, Mo Tuo Na was gone. Wu Fu picked up the head she left behind and muttered to himself, "These pupils can petrify living beings, they might come in handy later." After eliminating Mo Tuo Na, Wu Fu and Luo Shi immediately returned to where the Buddhist sect members were. Seeing them busy with something, Luo Shi asked curiously, "What are they doing?" Zhang quickly stepped forward to explain to her, "Saving all beings, will take the bodies back to the Pure Land for liberation, erase the karmic obstacles of this life, and send them into the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reborn." Hearing this, Wu Fu found it somewhat ridiculous and mocked, "You kill them and then liberate them, your Buddhist sect has quite the repertoire." At his words, Zhang quickly found an excuse to explain, "Sir Wu Fu is joking, sectarian conflicts are inevitable, and the Pure Land doesn't wish to wage war." Luo Shi quickly interjected to change the subject, "There's only one branch hall left now." Hearing this, Wu Fu returned to the main topic and asked, "Where is the last branch hall? How strong is its hallmaster?" Zhang immediately answered him, "The last branch hall is on a vast ocean. As for that hallmaster, he has some connection with you, Sir Wu Fu." His brow furrowed involuntarily as he looked at him in confusion. Zhang nodded slightly and revealed, "That hallmaster, Jiyu Ming, was originally a retainer of the Wu Ji clan. Later he defected and joined the Divine King Hall, gradually rising to become the head of the hallmasters." Hearing this from Zhang, Wu Fu's face immediately flushed with anger and he gritted his teeth. "So he's a traitor. Good, this time I'll clean house myself." Seeing his expression, Zhang and another Buddhist disciple exchanged a covert glance, then he continued to provide information. "This man is still cultivating at the mid-stage of the revered divine realm. He is the top expert under the Divine King Hall's master with unfathomable strength. Sir Wu Fu, are you confident you can eliminate him?" Hearing this, Luo Shi was filled with worry and quickly stepped forward to advise, "Wu Fu, you've just broken through to the Tribulation Realm and fought 2 major battles. Fighting him now is too much of a stretch. Let's plan this out carefully." But given his nature, how could he easily listen to her? "No, this man is the traitor who caused my mother's death. There might be clues about my mother there. To rescue her as soon as possible, this battle cannot be delayed." To bolster his courage, Zhang and the other disciple respectfully said, "The Buddhist sect will fully assist Sir Wu Fu in destroying the Divine King Hall." Looking at the situation, Luo Shi felt an inexplicable unease. Soon, the scene shifted rapidly to a stretch of azure waters. It was the surface of a vast ocean surrounded by hidden reefs. Now, deep beneath the sea, Wu Fu and his group along with the Buddhist disciples were swimming swiftly through the ocean. They swam for a long time before finally seeing the shore. As soon as they stepped onto land, a figure was already waiting not far away. The moment he saw Wu Fu, the stranger knelt and bowed. "Young master, I've finally seen you." Seeing this, Wu Fu was bewildered and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The moment he spoke, the man stood up abruptly and began speaking effusively. "Young master, have you forgotten me? I'm Chang, your mother, Lady Wu Ling's personal guard. Back when Nangong Dongfeng wiped out the Wu Ji clan, Jiyu Ming rebelled and sought to destroy your body. It was I who risked my life to bring you out of the Yuan Ming realm, hoping that one day you would be resurrected. I never expected we would meet again." Hearing this, Wu Fu felt a flicker of doubt. "You took my body? Then how did you end up joining the Buddhist sect?" Zhang Tuo quickly explained. "When I returned, I found the Wu Ji clan had been wiped out. I wanted to avenge them by killing Jiyu Ming, but I was no match for him. I was injured and rescued by Buddhist disciples. After I recovered, I joined the Buddhist sect to recuperate and bide my time. Later, I infiltrated Jiyu Ming's branch hall, hoping to one day kill that traitor. When I heard you were planning to go to the Divine King Hall for revenge, I volunteered for this battle." After listening to his story, Wu Fu felt relieved and assured him firmly, "Don't worry, I will personally deal with that traitor." Hearing this, Zhang Tuo added with gratitude and encouragement, "Young master, the traitor Jiyu Ming is inside the hall. You must avenge our clan." Meanwhile, inside the gloomy divine hall, someone was bitterly blaming himself. "Jiyu Yunjian, I, Jiyu Ming, have failed you. You guarded the border for the 3,000 worlds, and I, your brother who fought alongside you through life and death, couldn't even protect your wife. It is I, Jiyu Ming, who is useless." As he sat drunkenly amidst a sea of wine jars, a subordinate's urgent voice came from outside. "Hallmaster, something terrible has happened." Jiyu Ming looked down at the subordinate and asked, "What is it?" The subordinate knelt on the ground and quickly reported, "Hallmaster, Wu Fu has broken in." Hearing this, Jiyu Ming sobered up instantly and exclaimed joyfully, "You say Wu Fu? Which Wu Fu?" Before the subordinate could speak, Wu Fu walked in carrying the severed head of a soldier he had just killed, saying, "The Wu Fu of the Wu Ji clan, of course." Seeing him, Jiyu Ming immediately stood up from his high seat and walked down. "It's you, it really is you. I didn't expect you to be resurrected." Wu Fu wasted no time and directly accused him. "Jiyu Ming, do you admit to the crimes of that year?" As he spoke, he tossed a cloth bag towards him. Jiyu Ming stood his ground and confessed frankly, I admit it, of course I do. Hearing this, Wu Fu felt a slight confusion but quickly dismissed it. Admitting it so readily? In that case, don't blame me. He didn't know that Ji Yuming was secretly rejoicing inside, thinking that this day had finally come. Wu Fu immediately swung his sword horizontally, slashing at his body. Ji Yuming stood motionless, taking the blow, and let out a pained cry. Seeing his reaction, Wu Fu was puzzled and asked why he didn't dodge. Ji Yuming calmly explained, I bear great responsibility for the annihilation of the Wuji clan. Even if you killed me with that one strike, I would deserve it. Hearing this, Wu Fu raised his sword again to strike, declaring, in that case I will kill you now to avenge my mother and all those who died in the clan. Just then, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out, stopping him. Fu, don't. Instantly, his descending sword halted involuntarily in midair just centimeters from Ji Yuming's head. Wu Fu raised his hand to his head, puzzled, and asked himself, was that my mother's voice? Does she not want me to kill this man? Thinking this, he immediately questioned Ji Yuming. Who are you really? Ji Yuming remained kneeling, answering with self-reproach, a useless man who failed his brother's trust. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the corridor of the Divine Hall. Wu Fu, who's there? He was a bit surprised. Zaire, why are you here? She was followed by Zhang Tuo. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Tuo was confused. What was going on? Why hadn't Wu Fu killed Ji Yuming yet? He had thought that with Ji Yuming's foolish loyalty, Wu Fu would surely finish him off. He hadn't expected Ji Yuming to still be alive. If his own identity were exposed, he would have to strike first. Thinking this, he immediately formed hand seals, removing his prayer beads. Without warning, Zhang Tuo attacked Ji Yuming directly. Ji Yuming, you despicable villain, you betrayed the Wuji clan and joined the Divine King Hall back then, leading to the clan's destruction. Today, on behalf of the departed souls of the Wuji clan, I will take your wretched life. Though injured, Ji Yuming managed to sidestep Zhang Tuo's attack. He immediately summoned 10,000 swords and counterattacked. It's only right for Wu Fu to kill me, but who do you think you are to deserve killing me? Zhang Tuo quickly summoned a shield to protect himself from Ji Yuming's rain of swords. He called upon the Buddhist Dharma image of the immovable Wisdom King to block the attack. Watching them from the side, Wu Fu was amazed. Such fierce swordsmanship, Ji Yuming possesses such profound sword techniques. If he had struck earlier, I would have had no chance to hurt him. At that moment, Ji Yuming continued to execute the sword path of 10,000 swords returning to one, merging all the swords into a single giant blade, and taunted, how dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? With that, he swung his sword directly at Zhang Tuo's Buddha statue. Under Ji Yuming's strike, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Tuo's mouth. He cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. Damn it, he's already heavily injured, how is he still this strong? Is this the cultivation of the revered divine realm? Feeling the tension, Zhang Tuo immediately withdrew his technique and flew away to escape. Damn, I need to run. Seeing him try to flee, Ji Yuming gave chase. Where do you think you're going? As Ji Yuming closed in, Zhang Tuo grew worried. Damn, he's too fast. There's a whole realm of difference between our cultivations. At this rate, Ji Yuming will kill me sooner or later. While searching for a way out, his gaze fell on Wu Fu and Luo Shi. I've got it. Immediately, Zhang Tuo changed his direction and rushed towards Zaire. He grabbed her and pulled out a short blade, threatening Wu Fu, kill Ji Yuming or she dies. Seeing this, Wu Fu immediately drew his sword and demanded, Zhang Tuo, are you threatening me? Hearing the name he called out, Ji Yuming gritted his teeth in anger. I remember now, I knew you bald bastard looked familiar. So you're the traitor of the Wuji clan from back then. Hearing this, Wu Fu was suddenly filled with doubt. Traitor? What traitor? Zhang Tuo, hearing this, immediately shouted in denial, his voice betraying his guilt. Nonsense, you are the traitor of the Wuji clan, young master. Just kill Ji Yuming and I will return Lady Luo Shi to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuming charged forward, attacking with the 10,000 swords returning to one technique, blurring the lines between right and wrong. It was you who tried to seize Wu Fu's body back then, and I caught you. Now you threaten Wu Fu with an innocent person. I, Ji Yuming, must act on behalf of heaven and kill you, this demonic Buddha. Seeing his speed, Zhang Tuo's eyes widened in terror. Too fast, I can't dodge. Just then another sword appeared from nowhere, blocking Ji Yuming's blade. Wu Fu held his own sword, deflecting Ji Yuming's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuo urged, young master, kill him now. It seemed that Wu Fu's earlier strike was only meant to block Ji Yuming, but unexpectedly it had injured him. Ji Yuming then tried to persuade him, Wu Fu, you can kill me, but you must never trust that scoundrel. He is the real traitor. As soon as he finished, Zhang Tuo interjected, young master, don't believe him, he's trying to drive a wedge between us. Kill him now. Caught between their words, Wu Fu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Ji Yuming noticed that the spiritual energy on Wu Fu's sword was weakening. Wu Fu glanced back at Zhang Tuo, then asked an unexpected question. You both claim the other is the traitor and that you were the one who took me out of the Yuan Ming realm. So let me ask you, where did you take me? Hearing this sudden question, Zhang Tuo stammered evasively. It was too long ago. I don't remember. Jiu Ming, however, answered without hesitation, Earth. After hearing both their answers, Wu Fu muttered something under his breath. Then he suddenly charged forward and stabbed Jiu Ming in the abdomen. After taking Wu Fu's sword, Jiu Ming immediately fell to the ground, seeing Jiu Ming finished off. Zhang Tuo released Luo Shi and praised him enthusiastically. The young master is truly formidable. He actually killed Jiu Ming, you know. He was an expert of the revered divine realm. As soon as his praise faded, Wu Fu's sword flew from nowhere and plunged straight into his body. Zhang Tuo clutched the sword and slowly fell, crying out in disbelief. Young master, why? Just then, Wu Fu approached him and answered, because Jiu Ming's answer was the correct one. With that, Zhang Tuo collapsed, blood gushing from his wound. After dealing with him, Wu Fu turned to the person beside him, his face full of concern, and asked, Luo Shi, are you all right? She nodded gently and replied, I'm fine. As the two gazed at each other affectionately, Jiu Ming suddenly stood up, clutching his wound. Kid, you sure hit hard. Seeing this, Luo Shi asked him in surprise, Wu Fu, what's going on? He was also confused and frowned slightly. I want to know what's going on too. Jiu Ming looked at him and teased sarcastically, you were so clever as a child, how did you become so stupid as an adult? Couldn't you see through the Buddhist sect's divisive scheme? Provoked by his teasing, Wu Fu retorted, I don't care if it's a divisive scheme or not, right now I only want to know one thing. Why did you defect to the Divine King Hall? Jiu Ming didn't hide anything and answered him directly. How could I have rescued your mother without pretending to defect to the Divine King Hall? Hearing that it involved someone important to him, Wu Fu immediately tensed up and lowered his gaze slightly to probe. So you know where my mother is imprisoned? Without hesitation, Jiu Ming answered succinctly, yes. Hearing this, Wu Fu became even more urgent and urged, tell me. Just then, a group of Buddhist Feng Tu disciples arrived, interrupting them. Benefactor Wu Fu, the cultivators of the Divine King Hall are too powerful. Our people can't hold on much longer. As they spoke, they suddenly paused, noticing a figure lying behind him. Shu Luo recognized who it was, and felt a slight shock in his heart. At that moment, Jiu Ming saw their arrival and suddenly understood. So that's why Zhang Tuo was here. All the Buddhist monks have come. Have the 18 arhats arrived? Zhang stepped forward and asked him, Jiu Ming, you were originally a guardian of the Wuji clan. For your own selfish gains back then, you betrayed the clan, leading to its destruction. The beings of the Yuanming realm were plunged into misery, and you also killed our sect's disciple Zhang Tuo. Today, our Buddhist sect, together with the Wuji clan's young master Wu Fu, will eliminate you, this heartless and ungrateful wretch. Hearing this, Jiu Ming was somewhat annoyed and assumed a stance to draw his sword, cursing, a bunch of monks dare to call me a traitor? In an instant, Jiu Ming's figure vanished from before Zhang. He swiftly passed by him, intending to attack from behind. Zhang reacted quickly, immediately summoning a Buddha statue for protection. The two clashed, creating a tremendous explosion, but Zhang knew he was outmatched and quickly jumped back to dodge Jiu Ming's sword swing. Jiu Ming didn't let up and pursued relentlessly. Buddhist monk, prepare to die. At this critical moment, Zhang had no choice but to cry out for help. Benefactor Wu Fu, save me. Wu Fu immediately rushed forward and blocked Jiu Ming's descending sword. Jiu Ming felt confused and leaned in to question him. What do you mean, are you still suspicious of me? Wu Fu whispered mysteriously, I still need the Buddhist sect to do things for me. I can't fall out with them now. Hearing this, Jiu Ming gave a soft acknowledgement, and then the two separated. All right. As soon as he parted from Jiu Ming, Wu Fu immediately explained to the Buddhist crowd, he is the real traitor of the Wuji clan from back then. He just threatened me with Luo Zai's life. We were all deceived by him. Hearing this, Zhang exclaimed in disbelief. What? Zhang Tuo is the traitor? Wu Fu nodded slightly and explained to him, this man's real name is Zhang Tuo. He was originally a close guard of the Wuji clan. Back then, he tried to destroy my body, but Jiu Ming stopped him, allowing me to be resurrected. Jiu Ming went undercover in the Divine King Hall only to find traces of my mother. He is not a traitor of the Wuji clan. At this moment, Shu Luo, who had been silently standing by, lowered his head and calculated. He hadn't expected Zhang Tuo's identity to be exposed so quickly. He absolutely couldn't lose Wu Fu's trust now, or everything would be in vain. Thinking this, he put on a panicked expression and said, Benefactor Wu Fu, I knew nothing about this. This man named Zhang Tuo suddenly joined our Buddhist sect, and this operation was also his own initiative. It was definitely not our arrangement. Zhang understood Shu Luo's intention and quickly chimed in. Yes, Benefactor Wu Fu, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to helping you eliminate the Divine King Hall. How could we possibly accept a traitor of the Wuji clan? As the two spoke, they pointed at Zhang Tuo's body lying on the ground and accused, it's all this cunning and treacherous scoundrel's doing. He hid his identity and even deceived our Buddha. Seeing their act, Wu Fu cursed inwardly. They sure are quick to wash their hands of it. Thinking this, he pretended to be kind and reassured them. I figured as much. Don't worry, I would never suspect my allies because of a scoundrel. Receiving Wu Fu's assurance, Xu Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, benefactor. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Men, take Zhang Tuo's body back. Then he turned and bowed to him, saying, Our Buddha has repeatedly stated that Hallmaster Ji Ming has always been loyal to the Wuji clan and would never betray them, now that we know the truth. In a few days we will send disciples to notify all the forces in the Yuan Ming realm to clear Hallmaster's name. With Zhang Tuo's matter settled, Zhang quickly brought up another issue. I wonder if the Hallmaster has found any trace of Divine Mother Wu Ling. At this point, Ji Ming revealed, not long after the battle at the Divine King Hall, Nangang Dongfeng suddenly lost his memory. The trail of Wu Ling also went cold. Hearing this, Wu Fu asked with suspicion, So you haven't found any trace of my mother either? Ji Ming nodded slightly. No, based on his answer, Zhang quickly interjected. It seems we must completely eradicate the Divine King Hall to learn the whereabouts of benefactor Wu Ling. Wu Fu frowned slightly and asked Ji Ming again, The Divine King Hall, where is its main hall? I will go now and kill that scoundrel Nangang Dongfeng to save my mother. Ji Ming answered him nimbly. The main hall of the Divine King Hall is built on a floating giant rock. It can only be accessed through special formations, and those formations are not within the jurisdiction of the Buddhist sect. Not only that, Ji Ming also confidently planned, That's not a problem. I can use my teleportation technique to take you all up there. My years of lurking haven't been for nothing. Hearing his proposal, Wu Fu thanked him politely. Thank you, Uncle Ji. Hearing his hesitant thanks, Ji Ming immediately laughed. You little rascal. At this moment, Wu Fu was filled with guilt and quickly said, Uncle Ji risked his life to send me to Earth back then, allowing me to be resurrected. I will never forget this life-saving grace. Just now I was deceived by the traitor Zhang Tuo and seriously injured Uncle Ji. Please forgive me, Uncle Ji. Ji Ming gently stepped forward, placed his hand on Wu Fu's shoulder and comforted him. I failed to protect the Wuji clan back then. Taking this sword strike was worth it. Besides, this little injury won't kill your Uncle Ji. The fault for what happened back then lies with Nangang Dongfeng, not you. As he spoke, he looked at him with firm eyes and instructed, The most urgent task now is to rescue your mother. Nangang Dongfeng is cunning and has cultivated to the Saint Sovereign realm. We cannot act rashly in this matter and must plan carefully. Upon hearing this, Wu Fu was puzzled and pressed further. Wasn't he cultivating to the Divine King realm? Ji Ming immediately refuted his words. What Divine King realm? He only sits on the throne of the Divine King Hall and is called the Divine King. His true strength is only at the Saint Sovereign realm. Only then did Wu Fu realize the truth and sighed softly. I see. After a while, the scene shifted to Ji Ming's luo. At night, Wu Fu and Luo Shi entered the room from outside. He stepped forward somewhat awkwardly to greet them. Is Uncle Ji seriously injured? Upon hearing his question, the young lady of the Ji family scolded angrily. You struck to kill, how could it not be serious? Seeing her furious expression, Ji Ming, lying on the bed, quickly advised, What are you saying, little girl? Wu Fu was also deceived and didn't know the truth when he hurt me. But his words not only failed to calm the young lady but instead drew her reproach. Father isn't much better either. A dignified expert of the Supreme God realm was beaten like this by someone from the Transformation God realm, and you're not even ashamed. Ji Ming forced a smile and explained, It's because I failed to protect your brother Wu properly. I had my reasons for not letting him say more. The young lady of the Ji family immediately interrupted, That's no excuse to seek death. Under her fury, Ji Ming had no choice but to lower his head and soothe her. All right, my dear daughter. I know I was wrong. After receiving his apology, the young lady of the Ji family left. As she passed by Wu Fu, she didn't forget to cast him a look of disgust. Seeing the ambiguity between the two, Luo's eyes face darkened as she questioned angrily, Wu Fu, why are you always staring at that young lady of the Ji family? He answered frankly without guard. Is she so hostile because I hurt Ji Ming? Hearing his doubt, Ji Ming chimed in to comfort him. Wu Fu, don't blame the little girl. She's just worried about me. Upon hearing this, he felt a pang of guilt and quickly replied, This time it was my misunderstanding that led me to hurt Uncle Ji. How could I blame her? Satisfied with his words, Ji Ming revealed a sly smile and dropped a bombshell. That's good. Speaking of which, you and the little girl grew up together. Back when your mother was pregnant with you, we even arranged a betrothal for you too. At this, Wu Fu and Luo Shi were so shocked that they exclaimed in unison. Then she turned away sulkily and complained, So there was already someone betrothed. Seeing Luo's eyes reaction, Wu Fu sighed in pain. It's over. To escape this situation, he had to ask Ji Ming about other matters. Uncle Ji, tell me about the past. Satisfying his curiosity, Ji Yuming immediately began recounting the old days. Back then, your father and I, Ji Yunjian. Hearing this, Wu Fu blurted out in surprise, "Father, I have a father?" At this, Ji Yuming found it somewhat amusing and said, "Of course, how could your mother have given birth to you alone?" Realizing he had overreacted, he quickly adjusted and replied, "Please continue, Uncle Ji Yu." And then Ji Yuming continued the story. "Your father and I were brothers, from the same clan. Back then, we both broke through to the transformation god realm before we were 20, and we were hailed as the Twin Stars." The scene shifted back to the place where Ji Yuming was in seclusion behind the mountain. At that time he was still young and waving to the person ahead. "Congratulations, Brother Yun, for becoming the fastest in our clan to break through to the transformation god realm." Yunjian heard someone calling him and turned back to say, "You've broken through too." Ji Yuming scratched his head and said politely, "I broke through shortly after you went into seclusion, but you're younger than me. So technically you were faster. You're the first." Yunjian smiled modestly in response to his words. "There's always someone better. I'm only called the first within the clan. But in the 3,000 great worlds, who knows me?" Ji Yunjian. As they chatted happily, he suddenly changed the subject. "I've decided to travel the 3,000 great worlds and carve out my own path." Saying this, Yunjian extended his hand to Ji Yuming and proposed, "Brother Ming, would you like to join me?" Ji Yuming immediately agreed without hesitation. "With such lofty ambitions, Brother Yun, how could I, Ji Yuming, fall behind? I'll travel the 3,000 great worlds with you." Ji Yuming defeated Meng Fei, a genius from the Heavenly Corpse realm, ranked 13,722nd. Ji Yunjian defeated Zhao Long, a genius from the Northern Abyss realm, ranked 1,956th. Ji Yuming defeated Z, a genius from the Azure Blue realm, ranked 3,630th. Ji Yunjian defeated Yun Chao, a genius from the Cloud Void realm, ranked 1,627th. The twin stars, Ji Yunjian and Ji Yuming of the Sword realm, both entered the list of the top 100 geniuses of the 3,000 great worlds. After some time traveling the 3,000 great worlds, the two walked leisurely in the forest chatting. Ji Yuming spoke first. "Brother Yun, now that we've both broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm and entered the top 100 geniuses list, what do you want to do next?" Yunjian touched his chin and then replied, "Next I want to establish my own power and lead the clan to glory." As they were talking, a terrified cry for help suddenly rang out. "Help?" Yunjian and Ji Yuming immediately turned and ran toward the direction of the cry to investigate. The one calling for help was a young Wu Ling. She was sitting on the ground, staring in terror at the approaching figure. The dangerous stranger reached out his hand and spoke lewdly, "My little treasure, don't run away. Be good and become my cauldron." Just as he was gloating and about to touch Wu Ling, "Can't escape, can you?" A sword suddenly flew from behind him, as fast as lightning. The demonic cult elder quickly turned and caught the blade with his hand. Then the sword's owner appeared in time and commanded it to fly away. Whoosh! The sword immediately flew back into Yunjian's hand. Ji Yuming behind him then taunted, "At your age, trying to eat young grass, are you up to it?" Seeing their entrance, Wu Ling was captivated by someone and secretly admired. What handsome men at that moment. The demonic cult elder said disdainfully, "I thought it was someone important, just two brats playing hero to save a beauty." Hearing the other's contempt, Ji Yuming angrily raised his sword and shouted, "Who are you calling a brat? I'm your grandfather." Hearing this, the demonic cult elder was displeased and scolded, "Kid, didn't your elders teach you to respect the strong?" But the young Ji Yuming was unafraid, instead grinning cheekily as he looked him up and down and retorted, "Where is the strong one?" Then pointing to himself, he affirmed, "I am the strong one. I respect myself, that's called self-respect." Hearing this, the demonic cult elder was truly angered and cursed, "Kid, you've angered me. I'll kill you." But Ji Yuming didn't stop. From a distance he could be seen slapping his butt and taunting the elder. "Come on, you old turtle, your grandpa isn't afraid." As soon as Ji Yuming finished speaking, something in the silent space emitted a purple light. The demonic cult elder released his demonic power, forming an aura that sent the two flying. Ji Yuming quickly braced himself, taking a while to fully stop. Not caring about himself, he turned to ask Yunjian, "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Yunjian wiped the dust off his face and replied, "Not dead yet." As he spoke, Yunjian looked at the person before him and calculated inwardly, "This old bastard is too strong. If this continues, we might die at his hands." Just then, the demonic cult elder was immersed in his own excitement, muttering repeatedly, "Whoever blocks me dies. Kill, kill, kill." Then he immediately charged forward, gathering power to attack Yunjian. At that moment, a flaming sword suddenly flew from somewhere, shooting toward the demonic cult elder's back. The elder seemed to sense danger and quickly sidestepped, the sword grazing his face. After grazing him, the sword stuck into the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, the elder's brow furrowed involuntarily. He called out warily, "There's someone else." He quickly turned and demanded, "Who is it?" The person who had just appeared was Nangang. He asked the other party coolly, "A dignified demonic cult elder. daring to forcibly take a clan saintess in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed if word gets out? However, this coolness didn't last long before Ji Yuming broke it, reminding him, "Brother, it's night, not daytime." Instantly, the atmosphere between the two sides fell into silence, so quiet that crows could be heard. Nangong said somewhat helplessly, "Nighttime won't do either." Hearing this, Ji Yuming immediately changed his attitude and echoed, "That's right, nighttime won't do either." Just then, the demonic cult elder's body suddenly emitted a strange smoke. He transformed into an enraged demon, gnashing his teeth and saying, "Anyone who ruins my plans, die." Seeing this, Nangong Yunjian and Ji Yuming were all shocked. Then the elder immediately charged at them. As Ji Yuming swung his sword to strike him, he dodged and mocked him. "Can't hit me, can you?" Not only Ji Yuming but even Nangong was toyed with by the elder. Can't hit, la la la." The three of them were thus surrounded in his palm, taunted and toyed with. He was satisfied with this situation, and didn't forget to insult them. A bunch of trash. This action made them even angrier. They raised their swords high, ready to strike at any moment. Ji Yuming asked in annoyance, "This ghostly shadow is really annoying," Nangong said with some concern. "This can't go on." Just then, only Yunjian remained silent. Suddenly, a soft voice like a divine whisper came from somewhere. The voice was from Wu Ling. She summoned a statue of a fairy and shot a chain at the demonic cult elder. Using the move Judgment Chain, the elder was firmly locked. When the elder was locked, Nangong and Ji Yuming both showed sly smiles, then immediately rushed forward and beat him black and blue. "Run, laugh at your grandpa, will you? Show off, will you?" The demonic cult elder was beaten and cried out in pain. "Help killing a ghost." As they dealt with him, Yunjian stepped forward and asked Wu Ling if she was frightened. She shyly answered him quickly, "No." Instantly, the space between them was filled with a pink atmosphere, accompanied by the chaotic beating of their hearts. Wu Ling secretly admired Yunjian at that moment. So handsome. After a long while, they finally broke free from each other's gaze. She shyly thanked him quickly. "Thank you, young master, for saving me." Yunjian turned around awkwardly and replied politely, "Miss, you flatter me. I didn't really help much." Seeing this scene between the two, Nangong asked somewhat dissatisfied, "Is that guy your brother? Why do we have to fight this guy while he flirts and we do the work?" Ji Yuming said foolishly and awkwardly, "You ask me, how would I know?" The memory ended, returning to the present. After hearing the story above, Wu Fu asked doubtfully, "So that's how my mother and father met?" Ji Yuming replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, if your father hadn't been quick, who knows who Wu Ling would have liked." Hearing this, he smiled wryly and complained, "What a cliché story." But from this story he raised another question. "So father also knew Nangong Dongfeng?" Ji Yuming nodded lightly and said, "Yes, from that day on the four of us traveled together and roamed the 3,000 great worlds for many years. You could say we were sworn friends." Hearing this, Wu Fu seemed to know what came next and continued, "But later he annihilated the Wuji clan and imprisoned my mother." Ji Yuming sighed dejectedly and said, "Yes, maybe we shouldn't have gone there. Wu Fu, you must be careful of Buddhism. Buddhism is not simple." Hearing this, Wu Fu's brow furrowed tighter, and anger appeared in his eyes as he replied, "I understand, Uncle Ji Yu." Scene change. Time flew by. At the main hall of the Divine King Hall, Sky Cliff, half a month later. Below the ground, a group of people was now looking up at the temple as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Someone introduced, "That's the main hall of the Divine King Hall, Nangong Dongfeng's Sky Nest Cliff." The group below were people of unknown identity. Among them, Wu Fu was muttering to himself, "Mother, are you up there?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuming immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Kill, avenge the Wuji clan." With their war cries, a magic array immediately appeared beneath their feet. "Kill, kill." As the magic array appeared, Ji Yuming quickly infused his spiritual power into it. Then a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the array. The scene shifted to the top of Sky Cliff, where a sleeping temple lay. In the empty courtyard, a familiar beam of light appeared. Ji Yuming used teleportation to bring the group to the temple. After arriving at the temple, they began to enter that silent space. Luo Shi looked around curiously and asked Ji Yuming, "This is the main hall of the Divine King Hall. Why aren't there even any guards?" He also found it unusual and said, "It shouldn't be this desolate. Let's go ahead and take a look." Then his subordinates quickly spread out to check every corner. After some investigation, Ji Yuming felt something was off and called out, "Strange. Last time I came there were many people." Wu Fu stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Forget it, Uncle Ji Yu. Finding Nangong Dongfeng and my mother is more important." Hearing his words, Ji Yuming seemed to calm down a bit. "You're right." Saying this, he began assigning tasks to the groups. "You few, go to the main hall." After assigning the first group, he moved to the second. "You few, go to the back mountain." When it came to the third group, Ji Yuming paused in thought. "You few." As he was assigning tasks, Wu Fu turned to Luo Shi and suggested, "Let's go look around too." She agreed without hesitation. Just then, the young lady of the Ji Yu family appeared and ran over, saying, "I'll go with you." Luo Shi, of course, was unwilling. She grabbed Wu Fu's arm and refused. The two of us are enough, but the young lady of the Jiyu family wouldn't give up, she retorted confidently. I'm his fiancé, so of course I'm going with him. Despite this, Luo Shi still held onto him tightly. Wu Fu thus became the cause of the two girls' quarrel. They both reached out to him and asked, Wu Fu, who do you want to go with? Caught in this awkward situation, he was torn and didn't know how to answer. Well, Wu Fu quickly grabbed his lifeline Ji Yuming. Ji Yuming seemed to see his intention and scolded, You little brat. Then without another word he quickly flew away, leaving him behind. Ji Yuming caught up with the others ahead, leaving Wu Fu with a parting word before disappearing. I'll go with the brothers. Once again, he was caught between the two girls and dragged away. Let's go. Wu Fu tried to break free from their grip and begged, Spare me. Saying this, he complained helplessly to himself, What's wrong with these two ladies today? Did they take the wrong medicine? But neither of them noticed his expression. The young lady of the Jiyu family was extremely displeased and questioned Luo Shi. Why are you following? She raised an eyebrow lightly and replied matter-of-factly, I've been with Wu Fu for so long, why are you following? The young lady of the Jiyu family retorted proudly and directly, It's only natural for me to follow my fiancé. What right do you have with no status to follow Wu Fu? Her words infuriated Luo Shi, who immediately retorted, The Qing dynasty is over. Your outdated forced marriage is long gone. Nowadays it's all about free love. Hearing this, the Jiyu family found even more reason to fight her for Wu Fu. Even with free love, I'm not losing to you. Wu Fu will be mine sooner or later. Cornered and unable to argue back, Luo Shi could only curse this bitch in her heart with rage. Then they turned their attention toward Wu Fu. Luo Shi pouted and commanded, Make that woman leave. If the Jiyu family doesn't let me go, I'll say something pitiful and threatening. Wu Fu, I've waited for you all these years. You won't let me down, will you? Caught between the two women, Wu Fu was drenched in sweat from embarrassment, stammering. He crouched down in pain, holding his head and wailing. What do I do? Either choice is a dead end. Who can save me? Just then, Wu Fu suddenly sensed something and his expression changed. His sword appeared without being summoned, radiating a power that surprised him. The star sword flew off on its own without warning toward another direction. Wu Fu shouted in panic, Not good. Immediately, he, Luo Shi and Jiyu Jiafei followed it. Chasing after the direction the star sword flew, toward a rather ancient-looking palace. Arriving before the palace, the three paused briefly, hesitated and then said, Let's go in and take a look. As soon as they entered, Wu Fu, Luo Shi and Jiyu Jia found someone sitting beneath a tombstone. He looked at the person before him with suspicion, thinking it was Nangong Dongfeng. Hearing this name, Jiyu Jia's brow furrowed involuntarily. Luo Shi observed him, sweating coldly with secret worry. This man exuded a dark aura, just like when Wu Fu was possessed. Could there be a connection? Nangong seemed to sense a familiar spiritual energy and looked up. His face now bore another burn scar right beside his eye. Seeing Jiyu Wu, Nangong exclaimed happily, Star Sword, you're back. The Star Sword seemed to hear his words and immediately trembled violently. Seeing this, Wu Fu quickly commanded loudly, Star Sword, return. Obeying his order, it immediately returned to his hand, regripping the sword. Wu Fu's brow was furrowed with worry, thinking that after all this time he could still control the Star Sword. Seeing him, Nangong reached up and flicked his hair with disgust, revealing a smile as he said, I thought who it was. Turns out it's the bastard child of Jiyu Yunjian and Wu Ling. Then, he spoke while leaning on a nearby stone, asking suspiciously, Kid, weren't you dead? Wu Fu gripped the Star Sword tightly and quickly replied, I was dead, but heaven said you've done too many heinous and unjust things, so it sent me back to deal with you. Hearing this, Nangong couldn't help but laugh, his laughter growing more manic as he said, In this world power is heaven, and I am the strongest in the abyssal realm. The stone on Nangong's forehead immediately glowed with each word he spoke. I am the heaven of the abyssal realm. Meanwhile, in another place, Emperor God King Zhu. At the hanging stone, the back mountain, Ji Yuxin was directing his men in a thorough search. Besides the Wu Yi clan, there are also 2 Buddhist disciples. Watching everyone busy, Ashong asked Shu Luo, Should we search together? Shu Luo looked around and replied, Let's see how things go first. Just then, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Hallmaster, there's a discovery here. Seeing them rush to one side, Shu Luo urged Ashong, Go check it out. At that moment, Ji Yuming pushed through the crowd to the front. Let me see. After passing through the crowd, what appeared before him was a cave sealed with a formation array. Seeing it, Ji Yuming frowned and gritted his teeth in suspicion. Such a large seal. Could this be where Wu Ling is imprisoned? With this guess, he quickly turned and gestured to the people behind him. Everyone step back. I'm going to break the restriction. Following Ji Yuming's command, everyone immediately retreated away from him. Then, Ji Yuming raised his sword, took a deep breath and infused it with spiritual power. Instantly, an invisible colossal sword shadow appeared on his blade. After completing the sword's transformation, Ji Yuming gripped his sword tightly, spun around and swung it. His strike landed heavily on the seal, but the first blow left it unmoved. Ji Yuming quickly adjusted his stance, readying himself. He prepared to swing again, shouting, "Break!" Ji Yuming poured all his life's power into the sword, channeling every bit of spiritual energy into it. Once again a massive invisible sword shadow appeared on the blade. As he launched his attack, he yelled, "Break!" When Ji Yuming's strike collided with the seal, it produced a massive explosion like a volcanic eruption. His gaze was firm, focused on the seal gradually cracking before him. Ji Yuming's destructive power didn't stop there. His blow generated a shockwave that spread outward, blowing everything away. Ashong and Shu Luo quickly formed hand seals, summoning a Buddha statue for protection, and urged the others, "The spiritual power is backlashing. Everyone hide behind me and Ashong quickly." After a while the smoke cleared, and everything returned to a scene of blue skies and white clouds. Having barely held out, Ashong and Shu Luo exclaimed in some surprise, "Is this the cultivation of the revered god realm, so powerful?" At that moment Ji Yuming stood at the cave entrance and commanded them, "Everyone follow me in." He was the first to enter the cave, and inside a figure was bound by chains. Seeing that person, Ji Yuming exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Ling, I've finally found you." Wu Ling looked up at the person before her and called out in surprise, "Brother Ji Yu." Ji Yuming immediately swung his sword to cut the chains imprisoning her. He quickly supported Wu Ling and comforted her. "It's me, you've suffered all these years." After a brief exchange, Ji Yuming helped her stand and said, "Come on, big brother will take you out." Then the two walked out of the cave step by step. Just then a sudden explosion sounded in the distance, accompanied by a plume of smoke rising into the sky. Wu Ling shielded herself from the strong wind blowing past and asked curiously, "Brother Ji Yu, are there others?" Ji Yuming thought for a moment and replied, "Probably Wu Fu and Xiao Jia's group." Hearing this, she was startled. "Fuer is here too." Realizing he had let it slip, he forced an awkward smile and explained, "He's grown up and inherited his father's star sword." Hearing this, Wu Ling's expression darkened further, and she pressed seriously, "You say Fuer inherited the star sword?" Unaware of the situation, Ji Yuming nodded lightly and said, "Yes, though I don't know how he got it. The star sword has returned to its rightful owner. With the star sword, he should be safe for now. Don't worry too much." Only then did she reveal a shocking piece of information. Half of Nangong Dongfeng's primordial spirit is still in the star sword. Hearing this, Ji Yuming's face showed an expression of disbelief, and he blurted out, "What? Half of Nangong Dongfeng's primordial spirit is in the star sword?" Then Wu Fu and Xiao Jia, not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly helped her and urged, "Xiao Ling, let's go over there quickly." Then the scene shifted back to the Great Hall. A few minutes earlier, Nangong was radiating a terrifying aura as he declared, "I am the heaven of the abyssal realm." Hearing this, Wu Fu sneered disdainfully, "You're too arrogant. I'll give you two choices. Either release my mother and I'll let you die whole, or I'll smash you to pieces." Nangong was no pushover either. He replied confidently, "If it were your father Ji Yu Yunjian I might consider it, but a junior like you from the Tribulation Crossing realm has no right to say that." Then the burn scar on his face spread to his cheeks and more ghostly figures of unknown forms appeared behind Nangong. Without hesitation they charged straight at Wu Fu to attack. He quickly dispatched one with the star sword, but while Wu Fu wasn't paying attention, one slipped behind him for a sneak attack. Seeing this, Luo Shi shouted in panic, "Wu Fu, watch out!" Just then, Ji Jia rushed over and took out that ghost, helping him. Wu Fu politely thanked her. "Thanks," Ji Jia replied calmly. "It's only right to protect those weaker than oneself." Hearing this, he found it amusing and retorted, "You're saying I'm weaker than you?" Ji Jia leaned back against Wu Fu and asked back, "I'm already in the revered god realm. If you're not weaker than me, am I weaker than you?" Hearing this, Wu Fu was a bit puzzled. Wasn't her father in the revered god realm? How was she already there? At that moment, Ji Yuzha taunted proudly, "This young lady is exceptionally gifted. How could an ordinary person like you understand?" Seeing the two whispering, Luo Shi felt a pang of fear. When did Wu Fu get so close to that woman? She gripped her sword tightly, infusing it with spiritual power, and decided inwardly, "I must not let Wu Fu's gaze leave me." Sword technique, cowardice. Then Luo Shi suddenly charged alone at Nangong, attacking Dai. Seeing her overestimate herself, he sneered disdainfully, "You think you're worthy of taking my life?" With that, Nangong raised his hand and conjured a ball of lightning. He hurled this massive sphere directly at Luo Shi. Because Nangong's power was so great, when she took his attack, she was immediately injured and spat blood. Seeing this, Wu Fu was filled with worry and shouted in panic, "Luo Shi!" She was knocked unconscious by Nangong's move, completely powerless. Wu Fu followed the direction she was sent flying and called out in panic, "Luo Shi!" She was blasted out of the temple by Nangong's strike. Wu Fu chased after her, quickly supporting her and asking Luo Shi, "Wake up!" Ji Yuzha also rushed over quickly, taking Luo Zai's hand to check her condition. Wu Fu asked urgently, "How is she? Can she be saved?" Ji Yuzha hesitated and replied, "Her heart, liver and other organs are damaged." I'm afraid he didn't need her to finish to understand the meaning. Instantly, Memories of Luo Shi flooded Wu Fu's mind. He gritted his teeth and muttered in self-blame, "If I'd known this, I shouldn't have let you come." As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong flew over and landed before them, saying disdainfully, "This is the price of defying me." He arrogantly and confidently offered Wu Fu a condition. "Wu Fu, for your father's sake, if you kneel now and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your life." But how could he easily yield? Wu Fu cursed angrily with a dark face. "You wiped out my Wu clan and still put on heirs here." As he spoke, he gripped the star sword tightly and retorted, "Beg you, dream on." Suddenly a gentle breeze blew and Wu Ling and Ji Yuming appeared from afar, walking toward them. Seeing her, Wu Fu was stunned speechless, and "Wu Ling," she exclaimed excitedly. "Are you Fu?" Ji Yuming nodded and quickly added, "Yes, Xiao Ling. This is your and Yunjian's son, Wu Fu." Only then did he notice someone was injured and asked Ji Yu Jia, "Miss Luo Shi, what happened? How is she so badly hurt?" She quickly explained the situation to him. She was hit by Nangong Dongfeng's Thunder God Ball. Her heart, liver and organs are severely damaged. I'm afraid. Hearing this, Ji Yuming interrupted and comforted her. "It's okay. With Xiao Ling here, as long as she's not dead, she can be saved, right?" Xiao Ling asked this. She hesitated. "I've been imprisoned for too long. My spiritual power has just been released and hasn't recovered yet." In this calm atmosphere, only Ji Yu Jia felt something was off and muttered to herself, "This Wu Ling is a bit strange." Then Wu Ling walked over to Wu Fu. Seeing her, he was filled with self-blame. "I am incompetent, making you suffer." Wu Ling reached out and gently stroked his head, comforting him. "Mother doesn't blame you. Seeing you safe is enough for me." Watching this scene, Nangong finally spoke, "A mother-son reunion is truly touching. And Ji Yuming too." He paused briefly, then asked darkly, "Didn't you already join my Divine King Hall, bringing so many people here? Are you planning a rebellion?" Hearing himself mentioned, Ji Yuming immediately snorted and replied, "Me, rebel? Who was it that wiped out the Wu clan, joined the Divine King Hall, and imprisoned Xiao Ling?" Hearing these words, Nangong sneered mockingly. "No wonder you'll never match Ji Yu Yunjian. You don't even understand the principle that winners are kings and losers are villains." Then he launched into a lengthy discourse on his philosophy of victory and defeat. "This world belongs to the strong. Xiao Ling's maternal clan had no ability to control the Divine King Hall and would have become a target sooner or later." Nangong lectured them righteously. "I merely followed the rules of this world and replaced the weak Wu clan. Besides, I never swore loyalty to the Wu clan from the start. So how can you call it rebellion?" After he finished, Ji Yuming finally spoke up to remind him. "Well said. Don't forget, you yourself promised Yunjian to protect Xiao Ling well." In response, he said calmly, "Isn't Xiao Ling safely by your side?" This reply left Ji Yuming speechless with anger. "You," Ji Yu Jia quickly interjected. "Father, why waste words with him?" She pointed her sword at Nangong, suggesting they kill him directly. Seeing her move, Ji Yuming also drew his sword in agreement. "Jia is right. Let's kill him directly." Nangong was no pushover either, immediately entering a battle-ready state to face them. "Losers, today I'll wipe you all out to avoid future trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yuming charged forward to seize the initiative and attack. "Die!" Nangong sneered contemptuously, sidestepping to dodge his blade. Then he reached out and grabbed Ji Yuming's wrist holding the sword. Next, Nangong kicked him and snatched his sword. He mocked disdainfully, "Ji Yuming, without your sword, you're like a toothless dog, incapable of even biting." Just then another sword thrust in with a familiar voice, "You're celebrating too early." Nangong quickly dodged to the side, evading the blade infused with powerful spiritual energy. The attacker was none other than Ji Yu Jia. She turned nimbly and thrust at Nangong again. This time her blade successfully closed in on him. Then Ji Yu Jia swept past Nangong's body, slashing a wound on his back. Ji Yuming watched from the side with interest, saying proudly, "Jia, well done." Seeing this, Wu Fu felt a flicker of doubt. "Is that it? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Saint Ancestor level, the strongest in the Abyssal Realm? Is he dead? No, that's not right." "He's not dead." At that moment, Ji Yuming hadn't yet noticed anything unusual and approached Nangong's body. Seeing this, Wu Fu shouted in panic, "Uncle Ji Yu, dodge, he's not dead yet." As soon as he spoke, Nangong's eyes snapped open. He quickly reached out and grabbed the sword in Ji Yuming's hand. Because everything happened too fast, Ji Yuming was caught off guard, staring blankly as the blade came toward him. Fortunately, another sword appeared in time to block Nangong's blade. After parrying the strike, Wu Fu immediately grabbed Ji Yuming and retreated away from him. Nangong reached up to clutch his chest, muttering obsessively, "The star sword is mine." Hearing him claim it, Ji Yuming immediately retorted, "Bullshit. The star sword was clearly left by Yun Jian for Xiao Fu." Splashed with cold water by his words, Nangong gritted his teeth in anger. But Ji Yuming ignored him, busy complaining, "If you hadn't taken the sword, I wouldn't be afraid of you." While they were still trading barbs, Ji Yu Jia suddenly drew another sword from behind. With a sword in each hand and a firm gaze, she stepped forward one by one. In an instant, Ji Yu Jia stomped hard on the ground, using the force to leap forward. She warned the enemy sternly, charging at him with fierce momentum. Hearing Jiujia's movements, Nangong shifted his attention. He quickly sidestepped to dodge her blade. Seeing Nangong evading repeatedly, Jiujia taunted, "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." With that, she held both swords, leapt into the air, and rushed forward rapidly. Jiujia attacked with both hands simultaneously, sweeping toward Nangong with fierce strikes. After dodging for a while, he too grew tired and silently lamented, "Damn it, why did it have to be the heroine's sword technique?" Suddenly, Nangong's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist's moves just then, Jiujia, seizing his moment of surprise, delivered a powerful blow. "Really putting me through the ringer." The villain, Nangong, dodged Jiujia's attacks while trying to figure out how to deal with her. "Too dangerous. As expected of the heroine, her sword technique is troublesome. Looks like I have no choice but to." Then a sudden idea struck him, and Nangong quickly retreated. Jiujia thought he was trying to avoid injury by keeping his distance. "Do you think staying far away will save you?" But then a dense purple smoke appeared. Nangong used a clone technique, instantly creating 3 identical copies of himself, 2 of which rushed toward Jiujia. She praised, "Not bad." Then Jiujia turned and braced herself, ready to crush those 2 clones. Her sword struck him cleanly, but the clone suddenly blocked Jiujia's blade with both hands. She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Jiujia swung both swords at the 2 clones, but unfortunately both were blocked. She looked in panic at the remaining one. Again, seeing Jiujia pinned down, Nangong immediately summoned another sword. He smugly hurled it straight at her. "Now let's see how you block this." Jiujia frowned. Damn it, at the critical moment Wu Fu leapt out in time to stand before her. He effortlessly blocked Nangong's sword with his spirit sword. "Don't forget, I'm still here." Then he continued to control countless swords charging straight at Wu Fu. He swiftly parried Nangong's attacks from multiple directions while shouting a reminder, "Jiujia, don't just stand there. Take the chance to deal with the 2 clones beside you. He's far stronger than me. I can't hold out long." She immediately released one hand, focusing her strength to attack one clone first. "Even if you can't hold out, you have to hold out for Big Sister." She threw a punch, striking the Nangong clone square in the face. Because Jiujia's punch was too fast, he couldn't block in time and was sent flying. The remaining clone tried to ambush her from behind, but Jiujia had already planned for it. She thought perfect timing. Jiujia used the momentum to leap into the air with the clone stumbling below. As she flipped midair, she used his shoulder as a pivot. After landing successfully, she swiftly drove her sword into his head. The clone took her fatal blow, and moments later, his body began to dissipate. Jiujia quickly backed away to avoid the clone touching her. As his body faded, the sword she had thrust into him clattered to the ground. The remaining clone moved swiftly, immediately running over to control the sword she had just dropped. The sword flew at incredible speed, aiming straight for Jiujia. She braced herself for a counterattack. Her sword suddenly accelerated, targeting her head. Fortunately, she leaned back just in time to dodge. Jiujia frowned, glaring coldly at him. She acted decisively, driving the sword through his head just like the previous one. The last clone gradually dissipated, still unconvinced. How did she know? After eliminating all the clones, Jiujia breathed a sigh of relief. Jiu Ming ran over to praise her. "Jier, that was awesome." Jiujia's tone was serious. "Dad's unreliable. Clearly I have to rely on myself." He paced back and forth, changing the subject. "Where did my sword get thrown?" The scene shifted to the main battlefield where Nangong belittled Wu Fu, taunting him fiercely. "Kid, you're no good. I only used 1/10 of my strength and you're already done for," he retorted without backing down. "What a coincidence, I only used 1/10 too, and I'm also done for." Nangong grew a bit irritated. "Only 1/10, fine, I'll add another 10th. As he spoke, crimson energy patterns covered his palm. Nangong raised his hand, gathering power in one spot. Wu Fu frowned disdainfully. "This old fool advises you not to push yourself so hard. You just lost 2 clones, don't bring more retribution on yourself." Just seconds later, countless clones created by Nangong appeared behind him. Nangong replied arrogantly, "2 clones are nothing. I can make as many of these as I want." Wu Fu looked annoyed. "Damn it, is this old fool a professional clone maker?" A wave of his hand and so many clones. He turned to warn Jiuzhou. "I'm tied up here, be careful." She replied impatiently, "No need for your reminder. These clones are much easier to deal with than the original in front of you. You're the one who should be careful, stop with the nonsense." Wu Fu glared at Nangong with hatred. "I know, but don't worry. I've already figured out how to deal with him." Nangong calmly taunted Wu Fu. "No shame in bragging. Even if your father Jiu Yunjian were here today, it wouldn't help." Nangong successfully provoked Wu Fu, and then a snake eye suddenly appeared in his palm. As expected, it was the eye of Medusa. He immediately summoned the Medusa snake. It stared into Nangong's eyes with its gaze that could petrify everything. He was clever enough to recognize it as the eye of Medusa. "How do you have the eye of Medusa?" As he spoke, his hands began to petrify. Wu Fu grinned smugly. "A trophy from the siege of the Divine King's palace. Doesn't feel good, does it?" In an instant his entire body turned to stone, Nangong only managing a scream of, "Damn it!" Wu Fu approached Nangong marveling. "I didn't expect the Eye of Medusa to be this powerful. A few seconds and it took down the old fool." Just then, Jiyu spoke from behind. "This isn't an ordinary Eye of Medusa. She thinks that in such a short time, to petrify even a saint-level powerhouse, it must at least be the Medusa King." Hearing this, Wu Fu pondered for a moment and asked himself, could this really be the Eye of the Medusa King? Jiyu, relying on her knowledge, immediately retorted, "Dream on. Since ancient times, the Medusa race has only produced one divine king, the goddess of death, who could turn 1,000,000 living beings to stone. How could you have picked it up? Nangong Dongfeng has been dealt with. Hurry up and leave with Aunt Ling and your wife. What if something happens to your wife? Don't say I didn't warn you." Wu Fu didn't reply, silently walking over to the lying Luo Shi. He sat down and helped her up. "Luo Shi, I'll take you to see a doctor." After picking up Luo Shi, Wu Fu demanded, "Mother, let's go." He found it strange because she didn't answer. Seeing this, Wu Fu called out again, "Mother." Jiyu also called out to Wu Ling, but it wasn't his mother, it was a puppet made by Nangong. When the two turned back, they found her freeing Nangong. Wu Fu shouted in confusion, "Mother, what are you doing?" Despite calling out repeatedly, she still ignored him. Jiyu frowned, "You're definitely suspicious." She had just drawn her sword to charge at her when Wu Fu stopped her. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? That's my mother." Jiyu explained, "She's clearly suspicious, can't you see?" Wu Fu stubbornly blocked her. "Even if she's suspicious, she's still my mother. I won't allow you to hurt her." Jiyu was exasperated by Wu Fu's stubbornness. She kept cursing him. "Are you brainwashed? Move aside." Wu Fu still insisted on standing in front of her. "Never, unless you swear not to hurt my mother." Jiyu, dissatisfied, had to comply. "Fine, I swear not to hurt Wu Ling. Now move aside." As the two argued, Nangong had been successfully restored by the puppet, laughing loudly. Too late. Then Nangong immediately bit her neck. Wu Fu shouted in panic, "Mother!" Jiyu grabbed his arm in time to stop him. "Don't go, that's not Wu Ling." The puppet was drained of its life force, its entire body instantly shriveling. Nangong casually discarded the puppet while praising Jiyu's cleverness. "Jiyu Ming did raise a good daughter. She really isn't Wu Ling but a puppet I made from Wu Ling's blood, originally meant to attack the Divine King. I didn't expect you to have the Eye of Medusa, making me lose such an obedient puppet." He pulled out a giant sword and shouted loudly, "Now the only way to make up for my loss is to turn you both into puppets." Nangong controlled the giant sword to fly at the two at incredible speed. At the critical moment, another sword suddenly appeared and blocked it. Jiyu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing I got back in time." He turned back and asked with concern, "Are you two okay?" Jiyu replied, "We're fine." But Aunt Ling, Jiyu Ming already knew everything. He glared angrily at Nangong. "I know it all, Nangong Dongfeng. You've learned a lot of crooked tricks over the years, haven't you?" He still said calmly, "There's only one path in this world, and that's the path of the strong. Everything I've learned is to make me stronger." Jiyu Ming's expression was somewhat pained. "You never used to touch these dark arts. I shouldn't have let you go to that place back then." Nangong dismissed it, interrupting, "It seems you still want to take this sword back." He looked at the sword in his hand and said, "This sword was granted to me by fate. It can't be taken by anyone else." Nangong revealed a sinister smile and replied, "The sword of fate can't be taken, but it can be completely destroyed." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gathered a force. Nangong's arm instantly turned into a beast's claw, and he decisively grabbed the sword in Jiyu Ming's hand. Then, with just a little squeeze, the sword snapped in two. The moment the sword in his hand was destroyed, Jiyu Ming was also severely injured. Jiyu shouted in panic, "Father!" Wu Fu called out worriedly, "Uncle Jiyu!" She quickly ran to his side, calling out repeatedly, "Father!" Wu Fu trembled as he looked at Jiyu Ming, then blamed himself. "Uncle Jiyu, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you and Luo Shi are like this. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have." Jiyu Ming just lowered his head sadly and said, "No, it's your uncle who should say sorry. Back then, your uncle failed to protect your mother. I let down grandfather's trust." Jiyu Ming suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and instructed, "Wu Fu, you must be careful of Buddhism." "Buddhism?" Jiyu Ming's voice grew faint, and then the hand gripping Wu Fu's arm slipped weakly. Jiyu cried out in grief, "Father, father!" Nangong stood behind, smugly taunting, Jiyu Ming, I told you not to oppose me but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you." She turned her head, staring at him with eyes full of hatred. "I'll kill you." Jiyu charged at Nangong with her sword. He didn't dodge, just gently grabbed her wrist. "Anyone who tries to stop me from taking the star sword must die." Wu Fu also rushed forward with his spirit sword. "Let Jiyu go." By now, Jiyu was under Nangong's control. He shouted angrily, "Let her go." She could only struggle and curse him, "You despicable coward." Seeing that Wu Fu had fallen into his trap, Nangong just smiled slightly. While he wasn't paying attention, Nangong secretly controlled a sword to ambush Wu Fu from behind. Jiyu saw it and immediately shouted a warning, "Wu Fu, watch out." despite her best efforts to warn him it couldn't outpace the sword's speed. In an instant the sword pierced through Wu Fu's body. He collapsed in pain. Seeing his goal achieved, Nangong shouted in satisfaction, "The star sword is mine." The sword stuck in Wu Fu was pulled out, and at the same time the spirit sword in his hand fell to the ground. Another Nangong was summoned from the sword. Though Wu Fu's body had taken a fatal blow, he didn't fully fall. He looked up at the newly appeared Nangong, showing surprise. Him? Wasn't he sealed? He moved his finger slightly, and the sword that had just attacked Wu Fu was destroyed. The evil Nangong glared at the original, gritting his teeth in anger. Aren't you already dead? How are you still alive?" The Nangong here replied very calmly. "You and I are one. If you're not dead yet, how could I die?" The evil Nangong sneered. "Destroy me, dream on." The good Nangong didn't want to argue further and declared, "Today I will completely destroy you. You demon should enjoy your retirement." The good Nangong held the spirit sword and called out to Wu Fu, "Watch closely. This is the real star sword." He raised the spirit sword before his face, closed his eyes and chanted. A terrifying force immediately appeared in the clouds above. From that force countless giant swords descended. All of them pointed their tips at the evil Nangong. The evil Nangong was targeted by countless swords, and just seconds later all the swords shot toward him in unison. The evil Nangong barely managed to raise a shield in time to escape. He roared in fury, "Damn it!" The good Nangong didn't intend to let him off. "It's useless. My star sword is perfected, you can't block it." As he spoke, another sword was controlled to pierce through his shield. The evil Nangong was defeated, and a purple gas emerged from his body, drifting away. The evil Nangong's soul still stubbornly threatened. "Don't get too cocky. My clan will attack sooner or later." The good Nangong didn't let the demon finish, slashing at his soul with the spirit sword. "Enough noise." Wu Fu recovered his body, slowly standing up, full of confusion. "What exactly is going on?" The good Nangong quickly tossed the spirit sword back to Wu Fu. He said, "Wu Fu, I know you have many questions, but the priority now is to find your mother. I just read his memories and found where your mother is imprisoned." He wondered where it was. After giving the answer, he immediately turned and left the underground dungeon. The scene shifted to Wu Fu's mother Wu Ling, still imprisoned underground. The spirit sword flew to guide her. Seeing her, Wu Fu shouted loudly, "Mother!" Hearing someone call her, Wu Ling slowly opened her eyes, and the spirit sword deftly cut the chains binding her. Wu Ling recognized it, showing surprise. "This is the star sword." Soon, the spirit sword successfully freed Wu Ling. She ran worriedly to her son, calling out "Fu." Wu Fu ran over holding Luoxi, pleading, "Mother, please save Luoxi." Wu Ling asked in confusion, "This girl is?" Wu Fu replied sheepishly, "She's my friend." She understood quickly. Wu Ling smiled slightly and said, "Mother understands." Then she began treating Luoxi. Thanks to Wu Ling, she gradually recovered. As soon as Luoxi opened her eyes, the first person she looked for was him. Wu Fu hugged Luoxi tightly and then said, "I'm here." Wu Ling carefully instructed, "The wound has healed. A few more days of rest and you'll be fully recovered." Wu Fu replied happily. "Thank you for your trouble, Mother." Luoxi asked curiously, "You must be Wu Fu's mother, right?" She nodded cheerfully. "Yes, you've had a hard journey," Wu Fu explained sadly. "Mother, Uncle was killed by Nangong Dongfeng while trying to save me." Hearing this, Wu Ling could only sigh. "I understand." She looked up at Nangong and asked with concern, "You ended up like this because you went there, didn't you?" He replied in a low voice, "Yes." She comforted him. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." After hearing the conversation, Wu Fu immediately understood. It seemed Nangong Dongfeng had been taken over by a lingering obsession. Mother seemed to know a lot. I had also been taken over by a lingering obsession before. Could there be a connection between these events? Driven by curiosity to find the truth, Wu Fu confessed everything to Wu Ling. "Mother, I was also taken over by a lingering obsession before," she exclaimed in surprise. "What?" he explained confidently. "But it had already been destroyed by me," Nangong retorted seriously. "No, it's still inside you." Wu Fu was thunderstruck and asked loudly, "What did you say?" "It's still inside me," Nangong replied calmly. "It is one with you. If it dies, you won't survive either." Wu Fu was puzzled. "You killed your lingering obsession, and you're still alive, aren't you?" he explained slowly. "I don't have much time left. I'm afraid I won't make it through tonight." Wu Ling stood by, silently pondering. She asked softly, "Nangong, what exactly did you encounter back then? How did you end up like this?" he said awkwardly. "It's a long story. Do you remember when we traveled to the heavenly realm and accidentally ended up at the border?" Wu Ling remembered that day. She recalled, "Yes, we joined the Cloud Sword army together to fight abroad. We had a chance encounter back then, made a great contribution, broke through to the Saint's sovereign realm in our cultivation, and became captains." Nangong gazed quietly at the waning moon and replied, "That's where it all began." Nangong began to recall the past. At the border city gate, on the training ground, everyone was praising and congratulating Yun Jian. Brother Yun breaking through to the Saint's sovereign realm and being promoted to command over 1,000 men. Truly a double blessing. We'll have to rely on your care from now on. He laughed heartily and replied, "Brothers, you're too kind. This time I was just lucky." Ji Yuming stood by, cursing angrily. That Yun Jian kid must have stumbled onto some incredible luck, promoted again and again. When will something like this ever happen to me? Nangang stood by, clenching his fist, and replied, "Yes, truly lucky." Time passed. 3 days later, the foreign tribes attacked again. Yun Jian ordered his troops to prepare for battle. Nangang tried his best to persuade him. "It's precisely because my cultivation level is low that I need more training. Besides, aren't you here?" Yun Jian asked again. "Brother Nangang, are you really sure you want to come with me? Your cultivation level is only at the venerable god realm. This campaign might be dangerous." Worried about Nangang's safety, he carefully instructed, "After we leave the city, you must not leave my side for more than 10 steps. He pretended to comply. "Don't worry, I'll stick close behind you." During the battle, Yun Jian had the aura of an excellent captain. He commanded the troops, "Kill all these foreigners." By this time, jealousy had already taken root in Nangang's heart. Yun Jian, all along you and I have been on par. Who doesn't know that you broke through to the Saint Sovereign realm in one go and became captain? He hated Yun Jian deeply. "Do you think just because you don't say it, I don't know where you got your opportunity? I heard every word you said to Wu Ling." The scene shifted to Wu Ling and Yun Jian talking in a dimly lit room. She suddenly exclaimed, "What, you say there's another sword manual there?" They didn't know their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Nangang outside the door. Yun Jian explained, "I suddenly encountered something strange back then. The inheritance of that sword manual was interrupted and I didn't have time to retrieve it. I'll go back and get it in a few days," Wu Ling advised him worriedly. "It's best not to go to such a dangerous place. It's just a sword manual. Forget about it." He stubbornly refused to listen. "No, that's the secret of the Starry Sword. It concerns the Wuji clan and the Jiyu clan. I must get it back no matter what." She hesitated, but by then Wu Ling was already pregnant with Wu Fu. Yun Jian tried hard to convince her. "Later, when our child is born, I will pass on both the Starry Sword and its secrets to him. Consider it a gift to welcome him into this world." Wu Ling was still uneasy. Yun Jian, Nangang, eavesdropping outside, thought to himself, "The secret of the Starry Sword. He's going to find it alone while everyone else is fighting for their lives." Nangang's eyes were firm. He was determined to monopolize that secret manual. "Take your time. The secret of the Starry Sword is mine." Nangang went alone to Dongshan Pass, the land of death. Late at night he walked through the dark night, hearing only the cawing of crows. Nangang walked until he saw a tombstone engraved with a divine steel inscription. He reached out and grabbed a corner of the tombstone. Nangang stood there panting, having finally climbed to that place. Suddenly a skeleton buried below emitted a strange aura. Then, the previously quiet crows suddenly began to caw frantically, flying chaotically in the night sky. Nangang glanced over and was immediately startled by the terrifying sight. At some point zombies had surrounded him. Nangang thought, "Are these things zombies?" Seeing Nangang trespassing on their territory, they immediately erupted in violent roars. One of them took the lead and charged at him. Then the remaining zombies followed suit. The zombies roared madly. They lunged at Nangang as if they wanted to devour him. Faced with this situation, Nangang quickly fled from there. The zombies grew in number. As he ran, he looked back over his shoulder. "Damn it, why are there so many of these zombies?" Because Nangang was only focused on the zombies behind him, he didn't notice the tree roots moving under his feet. By the time he realized it, his feet were firmly entangled. The strange ancient tree hung Nangang upside down, opening its mouth as if laughing. He quickly manipulated his sword to cut the roots. After breaking free from its control, Nangang fled swiftly. But it seemed the strange tree wasn't going to let him go. Its surrounding roots immediately chased after Nangang. He cried out in panic, "Is this going to work?" Cornered by them, he thought anxiously, "Damn it, there's no way out." Just as Nangang was in dire straits, a giant bird transformed by Li Kei flew overhead. He saw it as a lifeline. "Now's my chance." Nangang grabbed Li Kei's foot and successfully escaped the zombies sitting on her back. He asked, "Hey big bird, do you know where the Star King's tomb is?" Li Kei shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Hearing my voice, Nangang said in surprise, "A bird has become a spirit, and with a woman's voice. Are you female?" Li Kei got angry and tilted her body to make him fall. "Nangang, you're provoking me. I have a bad temper. If a woman is too fierce, no man will want her." Li Kei circled in the air and shouted angrily, "I don't need anyone to want me. As long as another bird wants me, that's fine." Nangang asked curiously, "So what kind of bird are you talking about?" She didn't care much and just replied flatly, "This path is a dead end. Are you coming or not?" Li Kei flew away. Nangang reluctantly asked himself, why did she leave again? Then he composed himself, focusing only on his original goal. "Forget it, I'll just keep looking for the Divine King's tomb." "Ah," I heard Nangang muttering and wondered, when did a Divine King's tomb appear here? Let me go take a look. During his journey to find the Divine King's tomb, Nangang endured countless trials. First he was chased by snake-like monsters, then encountered a giant spider demon and was later pursued by a four-eyed wolf. He ran for his life while Li Ke still followed, flying behind. She thought to herself, this guy must be an idiot. Nangang finally escaped danger, leaning against a tree and gasping for breath. Why are there so many monsters in this place? Nangang suddenly spoke up to ask Li Ke, hey beautiful, can you wait for me? She was startled, thinking, when did this kid notice me? Despite his predicament, he still found time to tease, we're going the same way, let me hitch a ride. If no man wants you later, I'll take you. Li Ke shouted angrily, watch your mouth, who wants who? Even if everyone in the world died, it wouldn't be you. While Nangang was teasing Li Ke, he noticed something unusual. Wait, something's not right. As soon as he said this, he was teleported into the air and fell straight down. After landing, Nangang was unconscious for a while. Li Ke kept calling him from the side, hey, wake up, wake up. Soon Nangang woke up. Li Ke had already transformed back into human form. She said, you're awake. He was a bit confused by her different forms. You are? She blushed and scolded Nangang. You rode me all the way and you don't know who I am? Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Ke, the Beast King of the Land of Death, the Divine Dragon Bird and also your master. Nangang stared at Li Ke. He thought to himself, are all female monsters these days so forward? Nangang looked around and asked doubtfully, where is this place? She glanced to the side and replied, this is the Divine King's tomb you were talking about. He followed Li Ke's gaze and saw a tombstone there. The inscription read, Tomb of Star King Jiyu Xingchen. Nangang pondered for a moment. Why is the Star King surnamed Jiyu? Could this Divine King be an ancestor of the Jiyu family? Li Ke was very curious and began to probe Nangang. I've lived here for hundreds of years and this is the first time I've known there's a Divine King's tomb here. How did you know? He pretended to cough. I found out by chance. After that, Nangang fell silent and decisively walked into the tomb. Enough talk, come in and take a look. The Divine King's tomb must be full of good things. Inside it was a mess, littered with bones everywhere. Li Ke asked in surprise, what happened here? Why are there so many corpses? Nangang explained that the Star King, in order to protect the heavenly realm, led his disciples to fight against foreign evil spirits and ultimately perished together with a foreign emperor. He rummaged around, where exactly is it? She watched Nangang's back curiously. What is he looking for? Li Ke walked up to a dragon horn sealed by 1,000 swords. She was delighted to find that it was indeed a dragon horn. If she could get it, Li Ke thought, she could evolve her bloodline again. Just as she reached out to touch it, Nangang shouted to stop her, don't touch it. But unfortunately, Li Ke's arm was already entangled by a force from the dragon horn. He rushed over quickly with his sword to save her. Get back! Unfortunately, Nangang's strength wasn't enough, and he was sent flying by that force. An arm emerged from that force and immediately grabbed Nangang by the throat. He saw a sword moving nearby. Nangang desperately called out for help. Please, senior, help me. Hearing Nangang's voice, the sword seemed to gain power and light shone around it. The force taunted, Jiyu Feng is dead, what can you do with a sword? But in an instant the sword flew over, pierced the dark arm and saved Nangang. The force roared angrily, damn it, the man is dead, but a holy sword still traps me here. All people of the heavenly realm must die. Nangang ran over to help Li Ke up and asked with concern, are you alright? She replied stubbornly, I'm fine. I've lived in Dongshan Pass for so long, these little ghosts can't hurt me. As he helped Li Ke up, her chest accidentally brushed against Nangang's arm. He stared lecherously at Li Ke's chest, unable to help but admire. Wow, that's big, Li Ke noticed and asked angrily, what's wrong? Nangang's eyes still couldn't leave her body and he kept praising. Not bad, not bad. Li Ke looked at the force and said, but what's going on? That force is still lingering around, not dissipating, Nangang explained. These swords are used to protect the corpse of the evil spirit. She asked doubtfully, protect it even after it's dead? Nangang replied, seriously? There are things you don't know. The life essence of these evil spirits is extremely tenacious. They can't be killed outright, you can only make them dissipate bit by bit. Li Ke understood. So all these swords were broken by him. They were all trying to eliminate the residual consciousness of these evil corpses. Nangang looked around, seeming familiar with the place. Swords have souls. Even if their master is dead, they must fulfill his final wish to destroy these evil spirits, willing to be buried in a lonely tomb, unnoticed for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the swords seemed to gain a mysterious power. They kept stabbing at the scattered bones around. Even though those people had long turned to dust, they showed no mercy. Li Ke quickly noticed. That must be the Star King's corpse, right? Nangang nodded and replied, it should be. He never expected that the Star King, dead for so many years, would still have his corpse intact and upright. Truly tragic and heroic. He walked around Xingchen and Nangang thought, how is this possible? Suddenly, Xingchen woke up and immediately grabbed Nangang's arm. He asked in panic, what's going on? He roared like a madman. Jiyu Xingchen, you dare to ambush me? Nangang thought to himself, the life essence of these foreigners is truly strong. not destroyed after all these years, and he's even taken over the Star King's corpse. He didn't notice behind him that Li Kei was trying to break free from the zombies' attacks. Get back! Xingqian saw her trying to run over and shouted sternly. Little girl. Then he manipulated a force to suppress Li Kei. He interrogated Nangong carefully. Are you a descendant of the Jiyu family? He was silent for a moment, then pretended to admit it. Yes, Xingqian saw through Nangong's intention. Were you looking for the secret of the starry sword just now? He continued, nodding. Yes, he then explained. I know where the secret of the starry sword is. As long as you help me break the seal Jiyu Xingqian placed, I will tell you where the secret of the starry sword is. How about it? Li Kei outside objected. You can't agree to him. If he is released, he will surely bring disaster to the heavenly realm. Xingqian used a stronger force to suppress her. Who asked you to be nosy? Nangong pondered for a moment, constantly calculating in his mind. He first asked if I was a descendant of the Jiyu family, and then asked me to help him break the seal. It seems that only the blood of the Jiyu family can break the seal of this Spirit King. I might as well agree to him for now. After I get the Spirit Sword technique, I'll find a way to leave. He asked urgently. Well, have you made up your mind? Nangong curled his lips and smiled. All right, I agree, Senior. Once I obtain the Spirit Sword technique, I will definitely help you break the seal. Please tell me where the Spirit Sword technique is. Without hesitation, the Spirit King turned around and pointed the way. The Spirit Sword technique is in my heart. Drop a drop of your blood onto the wound on my chest, and you will be able to retrieve it. Nangong quickly did as he was told. His heart was still filled with malicious intent. The Spirit Sword can recognize its master. As long as there is a drop of Jiyu family blood, my seal will be broken. Then I will kill these two. Soon after, the scroll of the technique appeared, clearly recording the Spirit Sword technique. Nangong was also somewhat surprised that it was so easy to obtain. He asked, I've got it. Do I still need to help you break the seal? The Spirit King immediately instructed. The seal is on this Spirit Sword technique. Just drip the Jiyu family blood on it, and the seal will automatically be lifted. I am now free. Nangong was puzzled. Could it be that Jiyu Yunjian didn't get the Spirit Sword technique because of this? Nangong stepped forward to help Li Kei up, quickly thinking of a way to leave. Since the seal is now broken, Senior, I will take my leave. She disagreed, saying, I'm not leaving. I want to kill this foreign ghost. Nangong explained in a low voice, I am not from the Jiyu family. The seal hasn't been broken. We need to leave quickly, or he will find out. She asked in surprise. Really? He winked at Li Kei and replied, Why would I lie to you? If we don't go now, it will be too late. The Spirit King was still uneasy and tried to detain them. Nangong, stop. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. He pushed Li Kei away and shouted, Go quickly. Instead of leaving, she spread the wings on her back. Li Kei transformed into a large bird and carried Nangong away from the place. The Spirit King quickly released a surge of power towards Li Kei. He chuckled. Where do you think you're going? Li Kei ignored him and continued to fly away. The Spirit King followed closely behind, but just as he was about to catch up, he was trapped by the seal under his feet. The Spirit King looked at the chains binding him, looking very confused. This is a seal. What's going on? Why hasn't my seal been broken? Then the Spirit King turned to Nangong and shouted, You dared to deceive me, he replied calmly. Weren't you trying to harm me too? We were both scheming against each other, so we're even. To Li Kei, let's go. Having achieved his goal, Nangong told the truth. I am not a descendant of the Jiyu family, so of course I can't help you break the seal. Countless vines nearby entangled the Spirit King's hands and feet. He roared angrily, Do you think you can escape? Li Kei carried Nangong away from the Spirit King. She looked ahead and said, The border is just ahead. Go in by yourself. Nangong suddenly spoke. To Li Kei, would you like to come with me to the 3,000 great worlds? Although I appear female, I am actually male. Li Kei thought to himself, Should I tell him that I am also a man? While she was hesitating, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Dongfang Nangong. Nangong turned around and asked, Why are you here? Jiyu Ming replied happily, We found you had left the army, so we came looking for you. Where are you going? He made up a lie. I spotted a scout from another country and followed him to see what they were up to. I accidentally wandered too far. Sorry for worrying you. My apologies. Yunjian looked at Li Kei, curious about who this young lady was. Nangong continued his story. Her name is Li Kei. She's an immigrant from the 3,000 great worlds and lives outside the pass. Upon hearing him introduce her like this, she was speechless. Why does this guy keep saying I'm an immigrant? Yunjian suggested worriedly. Since she's an immigrant, miss, you should come back with us. It's too dangerous outside the pass for you. Li Kei nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to the ship of the Imperial Spirit King floating in the air, returning to reality. Nangong continued to tell the story of what happened after they returned. Because Yunjian was worried about Xiao Ling getting hurt at the border, he asked Jiyu Ming and me to send Xiao Ling back to the Mingyuan realm, telling us to protect you both, mother and child. I didn't expect that I would be contaminated by demonic energy in the Spirit King's tomb. which combined with my evil thoughts to give birth to a second primordial spirit, leading to what happened later. Wu Fu gradually understood his meaning. Are you saying that back then, the one who annihilated the Zhu Wu Yi clan, stole the spirit sword and carried out the massacre in the outer heavens was all the doing of your evil thoughts? He frowned and continued. Yes, later he even tried to devour my primordial spirit. With no other choice, I had to temporarily seal my primordial spirit within the spirit sword, waiting for the right moment. After many twists and turns, the spirit sword eventually fell into your hands. It seems everything is fate, Wu Fu asked in confusion. I have a question. I have never been to the Spirit King's tomb, nor have I come into contact with the alien demon, so why do I have evil thoughts? Nangong speculated. You might have encountered it before but forgotten. He frowned and thought for a moment. Encountered it and forgotten? Could it be referring to my past life? Just then a voice rang out in his mind praising him. Your mind is quite sharp. Wu Fu and his inner demon confronted each other in his subconscious. He glared at him. You dare to show up again? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The inner demon appeared very calm, even mocking Wu Fu. Your memory is terrible. Didn't Dongfang Nangong just say it? You and I are one. If I die, you die too. He had been wondering about one thing. What exactly did I experience in my past life that gave birth to something like you? He shrugged, indicating he didn't know, and replied, How would I know? I wasn't even born back then. But don't worry, you'll meet it again sooner or later. Wu Fu thought to himself, I'll meet it again? What exactly is it? His inner demon smiled smugly, and then gradually dissipated into the void. By this time Nangong was also extremely weak. He reached out his hand towards Wu Fu and called out, My time is running out. Wu Fu, come here. I have something to give you. Wu Fu hesitated and looked at Wu Ling. She immediately pointed at Nangong and urged him, Go. Wu Fu did as he was told and slowly walked towards Nangong. Then he saw a dazzling light appear in the latter's palm. The light transformed into a book on which was written Spirit Sword Technique. Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise, This is the Spirit Sword Technique? Nangong nodded. That's right, this is the Spirit Sword Technique. Even your father didn't have it, he shouted angrily. Don't think I'll forgive you just because of this. Nangong replied softly, I know you won't forgive me. This Spirit Sword Technique and the Spirit Sword originally belonged to your father. I am merely returning them to their rightful owner. Then he raised his palm towards Wu Fu. Nangong gently touched his head and concentrated on transferring all of his cultivation to Wu Fu. He was shocked. Is Nangong transferring his cultivation to me? Luo Shi panicked, afraid that Wu Fu might be harmed. She ran over and shouted, Wu Fu. Wu Ling immediately stepped forward to stop her. She explained, Nangong is transferring his cultivation to Fuer. If you disturb them, Wu Ling was a bit angry and scolded. Wu Fu will be crippled. Luo Shi realized her mistake and bowed her head in apology. I almost harmed Wu Fu. After Nangong had transferred all his cultivation to Wu Fu, it was time for him to depart. Nangong regretted everything he had done. My time is up. Shaoling, in this life I have failed you and your son. I'm sorry, Yunjian. If there is a next life. Before he could finish his words, his body turned into clouds and smoke and dissipated. Wu Ling held back her grief. She wiped away her tears and said, Fuer, let's go. Just as Wu Ling turned around, she saw Ji Yu Zha walking over. She asked, Is it Aunt Ling? She praised, Little Jia has grown up. You're as beautiful as your mother. Suddenly, Ji Yu Zha knelt before Wu Ling. She was startled and was about to help her up. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Ji Yu Zha earnestly begged her. Please, Aunt Ling, reveal the truth to the Mingyuan realm and clear my father's name. Wu Ling nodded and replied, Aunt Ling will definitely clear Brother Gu's name. She bowed her head and replied, Thank you, Aunt Ling. Then she quickly left. Luo Shi wanted to call her back, Ji Yu Zha, but she was stopped. Let her go. If fate allows, you will meet again. Luo Shi immediately turned to Wu Fu and asked seriously, Wu Fu, what are your plans now? He immediately replied, I want to go back to Penglai to see those spirit pets. She agreed. Okay, I'll go back with you. Wu Fu turned to ask Wu Ling for her opinion. Mother, do you want to come with us? She nodded in agreement. Let's go together. It's been a long time since I've seen the outside world. Everyone immediately set off. After they left, two young men appeared. Qing Yun was puzzled. I never expected that in the end Dongfang Nangong would transfer his entire life's cultivation to Wu Fu. Bai Feng speculated. Wu Fu's cultivation has probably reached the Saint Sovereign realm now. Should we? Qing Yun soothed him. It's just the Saint Sovereign realm, nothing to worry about. Take Dongfang Nangong's body back first, he explained. With Dongfang Nangong's body, the sect leader can refine it into a puppet. That way our efforts won't be in vain. Bai Feng asked curiously, What about Wu Fu? Qing Yun chuckled and replied, Let him live a few more days. The scene shifts to Penglai. Zhao Zhuang Xingxing along with Meng Meng and Jing Song were still waiting anxiously for Wu Fu. She asked coquettishly, When can we go find Wu Fu and Luo Shi? Jing Song patiently replied, Meng Meng, you're about to break through to the venerable God realm in a few days. Let's go after you've broken through. Although Qing Qing was unwilling, she had to comply. She looked at the sky and wondered, "All right, I wonder how Wu Fu and Luo Shi are doing now." Meng Meng stood beside her, looking at her in confusion. "Ching Ching, what are you looking at?" Ching Ching saw something and replied, "There seemed to be a few people in the sky." It was Wu Fu returning with Luo Shi and Wu Ling. She exclaimed happily, "It's Wu Fu and Luo Shi, they're back." Wu Fu brought a girl with him, he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" As soon as Wu Fu landed, Ching Ching was very eager. She kept asking, "Wu Fu, why are you back? Did you destroy the Spirit King Hall?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, we destroyed it." "Senior Lu, long time no see." Jing Song smiled and said, "It's good that you're back safely. Xing Xing was just talking about you." Xing Xing shyly denied it. "No, I wasn't." She turned to Wu Ling. Due to a misunderstanding, Xing Xing immediately scolded Wu Fu. "Is this a new girl you've picked up? You already have Luo Shi. How can you go after other girls, you scumbag?" he hurriedly explained. "No, this is my mother." Wu Fu turned to Wu Ling worriedly and said, "Mother, please don't be angry. She didn't mean it that way." Ching Ching realized her mistake. She cupped her hands apologetically and admitted her fault. "Auntie, I'm sorry. You look so young and beautiful. I thought you were." "I'm really sorry." Wu Ling smiled happily and forgave her. "It's okay. It's all my fault for being too young and too beautiful, which led to the misunderstanding. Fu, am I right?" Wu Fu thought helplessly to himself. Mother is being narcissistic again, but it's true, so he nodded and replied, "Right." Wu Fu saw Meng Meng and asked about his condition. "Meng Meng, are your injuries better?" He replied happily, "I've been fine for a long time. This injury cleared all the meridians in my body, and my cultivation speed is 3 times faster than before." Meng Meng confidently flexed his muscles. "I've now reached the great perfection realm, and I'm about to break through to the venerable God realm. It's a blessing in disguise." Speaking of cultivation, Xing Xing also curiously came over and asked, "Wu Fu, what is your cultivation level now?" Wu Fu said slowly, "Me, I'm at the mid-stage of the Saint Sovereign realm." Hearing his answer, Meng Meng and Ching Ching were both dumbfounded. Saint Sovereign realm, mid-stage. She didn't believe it and immediately ran over to check Wu Fu's whole body. "Have you been practicing some evil technique?" he replied helplessly and loudly. "No." Meng Meng patted Wu Fu on the shoulder and shouted, "You little rascal, have you been eating some heavenly treasure? Your cultivation is so fast." Wu Ling saw how close Ching Ching and Wu Fu were. She chuckled and said, "This young lady and Fu have a really good relationship." Luo Shi glanced at her secretly, thinking to herself, "Aunt Ling seems to really like Shu Qingqing." Wu Fu said seriously, "This experience made me realize the importance of strength. If it weren't for the medical skills that Mother devoted herself to studying, perhaps Luo Shi would have." Meng Meng replied in surprise, "I didn't expect you two to go through so much. I'm glad you and Luo Shi are both safe." He immediately changed the subject. "All right, stop blaming yourself. Now that you've reached the Saint Sovereign realm, you're unmatched in the 3,000 great worlds. What are your plans next?" Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand and planned. "Luo Shi has suffered too much because of me. Next, I want to marry her, and then go to the border to find my father." Meng Meng chuckled. He was happy for Luo Shi. "I thought you little rascal didn't know how Luo Shi feels about you. All right, if you want to do it, we'll do it in a grand and lively way. Tomorrow I'll go prepare the things needed for the wedding," Wu Fu replied calmly. "No rush. I still need to ask for my mother's opinion, as well as the opinion of my parents on Earth. Although they are not my biological parents, they raised me for many years. I also need to ask for the opinion of Luo Zai's family." Meng Meng immediately pointed at Ching Ching and said, "Then Ching Ching and I will make a trip to Earth for you and bring them here." Wu Fu carefully reminded them, "Be careful. Don't be discovered by the people of the mad sect. After all, they are just ordinary people, not cultivators." He replied confidently, "No problem. You can count on me." The scene shifts to Wu Ling's room. Wu Fu gently knocked on the door and greeted, "Mother, are you asleep? I have something I want to discuss with you." She replied, "Come in." As soon as he opened the door and entered, Wu Ling was already sitting there waiting. She asked curiously, "Come, what is it?" Wu Ling slowly invited him to sit down. Wu Fu seriously asked for her opinion. "I want to marry Luo Shi. She has been through a lot with me." She didn't object, just nodded. He was surprised. "You agree?" Wu Ling suddenly became serious. She asked, "Fu, do you know what your mother regrets most over the years?" Wu Fu shook his head. "I don't know." Wu Ling looked at Wu Fu tenderly and spoke her heart. "It's that back then your mother didn't resolutely stay by your father's side. I haven't seen your father for a long time. I've almost forgotten what he looks like. He's alone at the border. I don't know if he's doing well. I don't want my son to be like your father." Deprived of the company of his loved ones, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought you didn't like Luo Shi." She deliberately teased Wu Fu. "I really don't like her that much. How about you go to the Mingchen realm and bring Jiyu Jia back?" When Wu Fu heard Jiyu Jia, he immediately spat out the water he had just drunk. Wu Ling said angrily, "I didn't expect my son to be so fickle with so many women in his heart." He immediately explained, "Mother, stop joking. Jiu Jia and Wu Fu was teased by her until his face turned red and he couldn't speak. Mother, Wu Ling became serious again. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Marriage is not a game. Have you really thought this through? Wu Fu responded. I have, but I still need Mother's help with something. Curious, she wondered what it was. He leaned in and whispered in Wu Ling's ear. After hearing him out, she chuckled softly and said, no problem. A gentle breeze brushed past the cherry blossom petals. Luo Shi, dressed in her finest, stood alone under the night sky by the peach grove near the river. She was nervous, wondering where Wu Fu could be. Just as she felt lost, Meng Meng appeared, holding a sign with a right turn arrow. Confused, she asked, are you telling me to go right? Meng Meng only responded with a smile, saying nothing. Luo Shi followed the arrow's direction for a while, and then saw Qing Qing holding a sign with a left turn arrow. She thought this time it's left. Like Meng Meng, Qing Qing just replied with a bright smile. Standing at the end of the path was Wu Ling. Luo Shi asked in confusion, Aunt Ling, why are you here too? Wu Ling patted her shoulder encouragingly and said, go on, Fu is waiting for you. Luo Shi obediently walked forward. Wu Fu was already waiting there. She looked at him shyly and asked, Wu Fu, where did you get that suit? Wu Fu was wearing a suit and holding a bouquet of flowers. He smiled and asked, handsome? She nodded. Handsome. Then Wu Fu knelt on one knee, offering the flowers to Luo Shi as a proposal. So, would you marry such a handsome man? She understood and said happily, Wu Fu, are you proposing to me? Finally, she nodded in agreement, I do. Hearing Luo Zai's consent, Qing Qing, Meng Meng, Jing Song, Wu Ling and Luo Zai's parents all cheered in celebration. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Qing Qing was helping Luo Shi with her hair, preparing for the ceremony. She sincerely praised, the bride today is truly beautiful. Luo Shi replied, you're beautiful too. Qing Qing said, back on Earth everyone said you were an unattainable flower, but Wu Fu managed to win you over. While modestly applying lipstick, Luo Shi explained, Wu Fu is kind to everyone and very responsible. That's what I like about him. She suddenly asked a question. Qing Qing, you like Wu Fu, don't you? Qing Qing was startled. Why ask that all of a sudden? Luo Shi explained that on Earth the two of them were close, often joking around like a couple. Qing Qing immediately retorted, no way. Luo Shi clarified, I'm not blaming you. To be precise, you met Wu Fu before I did. If you truly liked him, it would be me who took the person you liked. Then she asked again, you don't like Wu Fu? Qing Qing replied, somewhat displeased. No. Luo Shi smiled gently. Then I'm relieved. Thank you for entrusting your confidant to me. Qing Qing immediately ran over and flicked her forehead. She said happily, don't overthink it, let's go out first, don't keep Wu Fu waiting. Luo Shi entered the hall in a carriage. Amid the blessings of those around, Wu Fu saw her step in dressed to the nines. He couldn't help but admire inwardly, Luo Shi is so beautiful today. Luo Zai's father held her hand and placed it in Wu Fu's. He earnestly instructed, I entrust Luo Shi to you, take good care of her for me. Wu Fu nodded confidently, yes uncle. He felt a bit remorseful. There are no cars here, I'm sorry you have to endure this. Luo Shi replied instead, I think it's a bit like an old European wedding, very romantic. Seeing her smile so brightly, he felt relieved that she liked it. Jing Song served as the wedding officiant, and the ceremony began. He looked at Wu Fu and asked, Wu Fu, do you take Luo Shi to be your wife? For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, never to part. Wu Fu nodded and answered, I do. Jing Song turned to Luo Shi and repeated the question. Luo Shi, do you take Wu Fu to be your husband, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, never to part? She nodded and answered, I do. He announced, bride and groom, please exchange rings. Just as they were exchanging rings, a voice suddenly rang out, quite the lively gathering here. The two turned around and saw Meng. Wu Fu said worriedly, Meng, where have you been? We looked for you for a long time. The little girl was filled with deep-seated hatred. Meng's hand trembled slightly. You looked for me, she shouted angrily. In Furry, you only wanted to stay away from me. In the secret realm, you killed Ao Li and pushed me off a cliff. Look for me. Don't be so hypocritical. Luo Shi spoke up to explain. Meng, the old Wu Fu, was possessed by a lingering thought. Those things weren't done by him. Meng misunderstood Wu Fu and didn't believe Luo Zai's explanation. Possessed? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? She kept accusing. Or are you trying to cover up for the one who killed your friend? Wu Fu finally spoke. What do I have to say for you to believe me? He already understood in his heart that this misunderstanding seemed impossible to clear up. The little girl sobbed pitifully. I won't believe a word you say now. I want you to pay for Ao Li's death. Wu Ling stepped forward to stop her. Little girl, I don't know what grudge you have against Fuer, but today is his and Luo Zai's wedding day. You can't touch him. Meng understood. So that's why there are so many people here. It's a wedding. She still had some sense of decency. Before leaving, Meng shouted loudly, Wu Fu, I'm not like you. Don't you remember old ties? Meng wasn't that heartless. Considering it's your wedding day, I'll spare you for now. I'll come for your life in 3 days. Wu Fu watched her back helplessly. Meng, I never thought our relationship would come to this. What do I have to do for you to believe me? Luo Shi stepped forward to comfort him. Wu Fu, don't mind what a Meng said, we all know the situation back then. Wu Fu clenched his fists, blaming himself incessantly. No matter what, Ao Li's death is my fault. I almost killed a Meng before, it's only natural that she hates me. Luo Shi kept comforting him. Don't say that, a Meng is still young. She has a simple mind and can't fully understand many things, she said calmly. When she calms down, we'll explain it to her again. I believe she'll understand. Wu Fu finally listened. He nodded in agreement. I hope so. I'm sorry, Luo Shi. Today was supposed to be our wedding, but it turned out like this. Then the two entered the bridal chamber, and Luo Shi continued to comfort him gently. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. After lying down, she looked at Wu Fu shyly. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. Luo Shi, it's late, time to sleep. Wu Fu eagerly. Can we start now? After last night's wedding night, dawn had broken, and a gentle breeze drifted through the window. Luo Shi woke up because of it. She sat up and looked around. So early, where did Wu Fu go? She suddenly remembered last night's events and quickly changed clothes to find him. Just as she stepped into the corridor, she ran into Qingqing. Luo Shi asked, "Why are you here?" Qingqing reported some news. A very beautiful fairy just came to see Wu Fu. Luo Shi thought it was a Meng. Is it a Meng? I'll go explain. Qingqing pulled her back and said, it's not a Meng. It's another fairy. Luo Shi was puzzled. Another fairy? Could it be someone from the Jiyu family? Qingqing warned worriedly. Luo Shi, you and Wu Fu just got married and now a fairy comes to see him. Be careful, that fairy is actually Li Ke. She's discussing important matters with Wu Ling and Wu Fu. Wu Fu couldn't believe it. Li Ke, are you serious about the border being in danger? Li Ke took out a letter and said, this is a document from the border. See for yourself. Wu Fu took the letter, which read, a million-strong army of aliens is pressing on the border. It's about to fall. Come quickly. He was shocked. A million troops, that many? How many troops are at the border now? She held up 3 fingers and replied, less than 300,000. Wu Fu frowned. That's 700,000 fewer than the enemy. Wu Ling analyzed carefully beside him. You can't just look at numbers. The aliens are naturally skilled in battle. At the same level, 1 alien soldier can fight 3 of ours. He suddenly understood. I didn't realize they were that strong. So the alien army is equivalent to 3 million of our troops. Wu Fu turned to Li Ke and asked, 3 million aliens against our 300,000. How do we defend? She immediately replied. The border has notified strong experts from all small worlds. They're on their way to the border. Wu Fu turned to Wu Ling in confusion. What exactly are the aliens? Why are they so strong? She calmly asked back. Fu, do you remember Nan Gong Dongfeng's evil thoughts? He nodded. I do, Wu Ling explained. In a sense he is the alien. Wu Fu shouted in shock. What? Nan Gong Dongfeng's evil thoughts are the alien? The lingering thought inside him immediately interrupted. My remnant thought is different from that guy. Wu Fu didn't understand what that meant, so he explained. That guy's evil thoughts were born after being tainted by demonic energy, while I've been inside you since you were born. I am the stronger side of your personality. He frowned and thought, my other side. Just then, Li Ke spoke up to ask, you've seen Nan Gong Dongfeng, is he? Wu Fu immediately interrupted. He's dead. She analyzed seriously. Karma is a cycle, that's retribution. Wu Fu, you're now the strongest in Penglai. According to the agreement, you must come with me to the border to fight the enemy. At that moment, Luo Shi happened to walk in with drinks, and her heart sank. Upon hearing those words, the tea set in her hands fell, shattering into pieces on the ground. Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise, Luo Shi, why are you here? Her voice stammered slightly. Wu Fu, are you going to the border? He explained. Father is still at the border. I have to go. Luo Shi threw herself into Wu Fu's arms, insisting on going with him. Then I'll go with you. We just had our wedding yesterday. I don't want to be apart from you. Wu Fu objected. You can't go. It's too dangerous. Fighting is men's business. You stay home and wait for me. If you don't want to stay in Penglai, go back to Earth and wait. Qingqing's voice interrupted the conversation. Who says fighting is men's business? I'm going to the border too. Wu Fu scolded angrily. Why are you joining in the chaos? No one is going. I'll go alone. She stubbornly said no. Qingqing turned to Li Ke and asked, are there any conditions for a female fairy to join the battle at the border? She replied, there are no restrictions on fighting, but to join the army your cultivation needs to be above the tribulation crossing stage, she said firmly. Hear that? Reaching the tribulation crossing stage qualifies you to join the army. I'm at the mid-tribulation crossing stage, so I meet the standard. Meng Meng also chimed in enthusiastically. I qualify too. I want to go. Li Ke looked curiously at Wu Ling. Wu Ling, what about you? She smiled and replied. I haven't seen Yun Jian in a long time. I want to see him. Wu Fu immediately spoke up to stop her. Mother, your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. You can't go. Wu Ling was resolute. A mother worries about both her husband and her son. Which mother doesn't care for her child? I'm going too. Li Ke was losing patience. She asked, are you done discussing? Wu Fu replied, we're done. We'll set off for the border in 3 days. Li Ke was puzzled, wondering why 3 days later. Luo Shi understood. Wu Fu, are you waiting for a Meng? He explained. This trip to the border is uncertain whether we'll live or die. There are some things I want to settle before leaving. Li Ke overheard the conversation and couldn't help but mock. A Meng, isn't that the beast-eared girl who used to follow you around? Did she find out you had another woman and break up? Luo Shi stepped forward to explain. A Meng holds a grudge because Wu Fu was possessed by a lingering thought and killed Ao Li. It's nothing like what you think. Li Ke curled her lip. So he killed her childhood sweetheart. That girl has no parents, only that one sweetheart, and you killed him. If it were me, I'd tear you to pieces, she said helplessly. At that time Wu Fu was possessed and had no control over himself. That's why he struck Ao Li, she asked. Is there a difference? Luo Shi retorted stubbornly. Of course there is. Li Ke slowly posed a question to Luo Shi. Will that girl listen to what you say? Even if she does, do you think she'll believe it? If it were Wu Fu who was killed, could you be so calm? She trembled slightly. Luo Shi gritted her teeth and replied, if it were Wu Fu, I'd probably be angrier than a Meng, but I can't let a Meng hurt Wu Fu. Absolutely not. Just then Wu Fu suddenly interrupted. I have this under control. Stop arguing. Li Ke, all the strong experts from various worlds will come to the border, right? Li Ke slowly replied, all cultivators above the Saint Sovereign realm in the 3,000 great worlds have been notified. Unless they want to betray, they'll all come to support. Why? Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand and chuckled lightly. Nothing, just a bit looking forward to it. This statement made her curious. Looking forward to it? Time flew by, and 2 days later, a Meng was already at the Zhao family's doorstep. She kept shouting loudly, Wu Fu, murderer of Ao Li, come out. Wu Fu walked out with Luo Shi following closely. A Meng, you're here. A Meng was furious, constantly cursing, you murderer, give Ao Li back to me. Luo Shi spoke up to defend Wu Fu. A Meng, it's a misunderstanding. Wu Fu was possessed at the time and had no control. Ao Li wasn't killed by him. A Meng naturally didn't believe her. Don't try to fool me. I saw you kill Ao Li with my own eyes. I'll kill you to avenge Ao Li. As soon as she finished speaking, a Meng immediately transformed into her beast form. She lunged at Wu Fu wildly. Luo Shi frowned, vowing in her heart, I won't let you hurt Wu Fu. She executed a sword technique, and a long sword flew out instantly, aiming straight for a Meng's pupils. At the critical moment, Wu Fu quickly pushed a Meng aside. He used his own body to block the sword for her. Seeing this, Luo Shi panicked. Wu Fu, what's wrong? Wu Fu endured the pain and said, I'm fine. He looked up at a Meng and asked, Are you okay? The little girl asked in confusion. Why did you block the sword for me? Wu Fu explained. You are my master. Isn't it only natural for a servant to protect their master? A Meng remained stubborn. You killed Ao Li, didn't you? I saw it with my own eyes. He was helpless. No matter what he said, a Meng wouldn't believe him. So Wu Fu explained while admitting fault. It was me, but it wasn't me. The lingering thought and I are one. He is me and I am him. What he did is what I did. He killed Ao Li, so I killed Ao Li. By then a Meng couldn't take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and asked, Why did you kill Ao Li? A Meng then burst into loud sobs. Mother has already passed away. It was only with great effort that Ali and I managed to find father, but no sooner had we found him than he died. Ali was my last remaining family member. The little girl couldn't hold back her grief and scolded Wu Fu. Since you killed Ali, I'm the only one left, and I don't want to be alone. He reached out and patted a Meng's head, softly saying sorry. Wu Fu also blamed himself for a long time. I was too weak, unable to protect you all, but you said one thing wrong. A Meng finally stopped crying. She asked curiously, which thing? He gently stroked a Meng's head to soothe her, and the little girl quickly wiped away her tears. Wu Fu said with a smile, You're not alone, you have me, your most loyal servant. Upon hearing this, a Meng's eyes immediately widened. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. My most loyal servant. The scene shifted and everyone had already gathered on the traditional spaceship. It was packed with people. Wu Fu looked around and sighed, not expecting so many to come. Li Ke chimed in. The border is about to be breached and experts from all over are rushing to support. This is just a small part. Ah, I haven't forgotten to remind you about that little girl named a Meng. She's staring at you intently. When she looks at Wu Fu, she exudes a chilling, murderous aura. When a Meng saw him turn to look at her, the little girl immediately turned and left. Wu Fu wanted to call out to a Meng. She ignored him completely and walked straight away. Li Ke scolded, What were you thinking letting this girl follow you? Wu Fu replied sadly, After all, I owe her that much. He comforted, Actually, you don't need to care at all. I've seen what Nangang Dongfeng was like when possessed by a remnant thought. He completely became a different person then. Wu Fu still believed everything was his fault. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have been possessed, and Ali wouldn't have died, Li Ke sneered. At that time you also pushed this girl off the cliff. Her cultivation was so low, I don't know how she survived that time. Wu Fu recalled and immediately explained. A Meng told me about this. She and Ali fell off the cliff together. When only one breath remained, Ali gave her the immortal pill he got from the secret realm. After taking it, her body quickly shrank. When I found Ali's body, I didn't notice the shrunken Ameng due to negligence. I buried them together. But luckily Ameng came back to life. I rested my chin and thought for a while. I've never heard of such an immortal pill. Wu Fu quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Ameng is still alive now. The urgent matter is to resolve the border crisis. We'll deal with other things later. You've been to the border. Tell me what it's like there. I glanced at the city wall beside me and began to describe it. It's an endless great wall, stretching across 3,000 great worlds and 2,000 alien realms, a barrier, a symbol of dignity and a glory. Li Ke was solemnly immersed in the past. There, some achieve great deeds and some are buried in blood. Our ancestors fought there against foreign evil spirits. I said. Your father is still on that front line, soaked in their blood, defending our homeland and compatriots. Wu Fu pondered for a long time. Dignity and glory, he clenched his fist. In this life I will not only become the supreme god above all but also protect this world from foreign invasion. Wu Fu asked doubtfully. How long until we arrive? Li Ke thought and replied, at this speed, we'll reach the border in a month. Wu Fu's gaze was fixed on the spirit sword in his hand. When we get to the border I'll see father. So the spirit sword was a gift from him. It seems my past life obtaining it wasn't a coincidence. He suddenly asked himself, hey, did I see father in my past life? The inner demon appeared and replied, are you calling me? Wu Fu chuckled and answered, who else knows about my past life besides you? He was silent for a long time, trying to recall. After a while, having searched through his memories, the inner demon also spoke. I did, Wu Fu exclaimed in surprise. Really? When? He said it was the day after his death in battle. You saw his remains. You wondered, do you mean father will die? The inner demon calmly replied, everyone dies. Wu Fu pressed on. How long until father dies in battle? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Over 20,000 years. You were a bit puzzled. So long, the inner demon explained. The border war has been brought forward. In the past life the border crisis was 20,000 years later, Wu Fu thought to himself. The war has been advanced so much, could my rebirth have affected the timeline? He was so busy asking questions that he didn't notice someone else watching him from afar behind. Before anything happened, he wanted to stir up trouble. I never expected that kid to be on this ship too. I'll kill him now. It was Zhang Long of the Mad Sect. Seeing his eagerness, Zhan Zhang, also known as CETNG, immediately stopped him. Don't rush. The journey to the border is long. There will be plenty of opportunities. The captain's broadcast sounded. The spaceship is about to enter the void tunnel. Passengers, please return to your rooms immediately. The spaceship is about to enter the void tunnel. Passengers, please return to your rooms immediately. Everyone on board panicked. Go, 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 hurry back. The void tunnel is no joke. Zhan Zhang showed a sinister smile. See, isn't the opportunity here? If we push Wu Fu into a void rift, even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't survive. Soon, when everyone had returned to their rooms, the ship entered the void tunnel. Ching reached out to touch the glass window inside the ship and muttered to herself, activate all defensive formations. Is there any danger in the void tunnel? Wu Fu appeared to answer her doubts. No real danger, but if you accidentally fall into a rift, both soul and body will be torn apart, leaving nothing. Ching stepped back in fear. That's scary, then I'd better stay far away. Luo Shi smiled and said, don't scare Ching. Wu Fu replied very seriously, I'm not scaring her. The void is mysterious and terrifying, he carefully instructed. Before crossing the void tunnel, everyone should stay in their rooms. Ching and Meng Ming both nodded repeatedly, but Ameng showed no reaction. The little girl still stared at Wu Fu with bullet-like eyes. The scene shifted and Zhang Long angrily slammed the table. He said impatiently, Wu Fu has been holed up for 3 days and even the people around him haven't come out. The room has a barrier. Our people have no chance to act. Zhang Long suddenly thought, could they have sensed something and are deliberately hiding? They were having a private conversation in CEDNG's study. Zhan Zhang still replied calmly, our whereabouts haven't been exposed. Wu Fu can't see through our plan. Moreover, he leisurely placed the teacup on the table. Given Wu Fu's personality, if he knew about you and me, he wouldn't run, he'd come to us instead. Zhan Zhang knew Wu Fu well, arrogant, proud, lacking humility, thinking himself invincible, looking down on everyone. Someone like him doesn't know what it means to hide. Zhang Long was puzzled. Then why hasn't he come out? He replied. It's because of the void tunnel. Suddenly a door-pushing sound interrupted their conversation. Zhang Long asked warily, who's there? It was Ameng. She appeared, wrapped from head to toe. Ameng was silent, barging in boldly like that. Zhan Zhang stepped forward to inquire, who might you be, sir? The little girl replied coldly. Someone like you with a blood feud against Wu Fu. Zhang Long immediately walked up to Ameng. If we're on the same side, why hide your face? He was about to pull off her hood. Ameng just smiled lightly, then suddenly burst with power to push him away. Zhang Long was startled by a Meng and instinctively stepped back. Zhang Long shouted, "Saint Realm." He quickly drew his weapon, thinking to himself, "This person is very dangerous, I need to subdue them first." Zhan Zhang suddenly stepped in to stop him, and Zhang Long stopped. He said, "Miss, reaching the Saint Realm at such a young age is truly extraordinary. May I ask what purpose brings you here?" Zhang Long exclaimed in surprise. "A woman," Zhan Zhang quickly smoothed things over. "If we've been discourteous in any way, please forgive us," a Meng said with a light laugh. "I can help you lure Wu Fu out." He was a bit puzzled. "Miss, you're already at the Saint Realm. Revenge should be easy for you. Why cooperate with us?" The little girl lowered her head and replied, "Wu Fu and I are both at the Saint Realm." At the same time, a Meng added, "And he has the spirit sword, so I might not be his match." Besides, a Meng shouted angrily, "Killing him would only dirty my hands." Zhan Zhang just listened quietly to the little girl while Zhang Long beside him dared not interrupt. He seriously confirmed again, "You say Wu Fu has reached the Saint Realm." A Meng muttered something. Her words made Zhan Zhang a bit troubled. They had a secret conversation. Zhang Long chimed in with a few words. Zhan Zhang then smiled slightly as if he had a plan. After finishing, a Meng just looked at them both and then instructed, "Then I'll leave it to you. I'm off." A Meng told them the time and place. "Tonight at the third quarter of the high hour, I'll bring Wu Fu to the bow." With that, the little girl turned into a wisp of white smoke and vanished without a trace. Zhang Long asked suspiciously, "Can we trust this person?" Zhan Zhang thought for a moment and replied, "It doesn't matter. As long as she can lure Wu Fu out, we don't need to worry about the rest." He smiled sinisterly. "At worst, we'll kill her too." Zhang Long grinned. Truly a genius, leaving nothing to chance. Zhan Zhang instructed, "Go prepare. The Saint Realm isn't easy to deal with." Zhang Long nodded in agreement. "I'll go right away and have my men set up an ambush." The scene shifted to Wu Fu's room. Wu Fu was being intimate with Luo Shi. "Wife, it's time to sleep." She was still a bit shy. Wu Fu at a critical moment was interrupted by a knock on the door. Ching Ching's voice sounded. "Wu Fu, are you asleep?" she said as she slowly opened the door. "I'm coming in." Seeing this, Luo Shi pushed him away. Ching Ching teased, "What were you two up to? Did I interrupt something?" They both blushed and answered in unison. "No," she thought to herself. "Late at night newlyweds. I don't believe you weren't up to something," Luo Shi asked curiously. "Ching Ching, what do you need Wu Fu for in the middle of the night?" Ching Ching then remembered. "You reminded me. Wu Fu, a Meng is missing," he exclaimed in surprise. "What? A Meng is missing?" The three of them looked at each other in silence for a long time, the room dimly lit by candlelight. Wu Fu tried to stay calm and asked, "Ching Ching, explain clearly. Why is a Meng missing?" Ching Ching replied sadly, "After dinner I wanted to call her back to the room, but I searched for a long time and couldn't find her. I asked Wu Yi and Meng Meng, and they both said they hadn't seen her. She was very worried about a Meng." Ching Ching guessed. "Wu Fu, did a Meng run out? We haven't crossed the void yet. Could a Meng be in danger?" Wu Fu comforted her. "Don't panic. Try to remember where you last saw a Meng." Ching Ching searched her memory and then replied, "It seems to be in the east corridor." The whole long corridor was empty. "Let's split into two groups to search. First group, Meng Meng and Ching Ching. Second group, Luo Shi and me." After searching for a while, the four of them regrouped. Wu Fu asked anxiously, "Found her?" Meng Meng shook her head. "No," Luo Shi spoke up. "Let's split up and search quickly. Meet at the second quarter of the high hour." Ching Ching nodded. Okay, time passed, and at the second quarter of the high hour, Meng Meng returned to report. "No," he turned to ask Ching Ching. "What about you?" She shook her head helplessly. "Me neither." Wu Fu had lost his composure by now. He angrily punched the wall. "A Meng has the lowest cultivation among us. The ship is full of all sorts of people. If the Mad Sect and CEDNG notice her," Wu Fu again took all the blame. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought her." Luo Shi comforted him. "Wu Fu, don't blame yourself. A Meng is a good person. Good people are blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen to her." Seeing Wu Fu so worried, Meng Meng said, "Ching Ching and I will search again," he instructed. "Notify me immediately if you find anything." They both nodded and quickly dispersed to search. "Understood," he suggested to Luo Shi. "Let's search again too." She agreed. Just after they split up for a while, Luo Shi suddenly saw something. Ahead of her was a Meng's back. Luo Shi called out loudly, "A Meng, where are you going? Wait for me." A Meng acted as if she didn't hear and kept walking forward. Luo Shi tried to run quickly after her. Then a Meng suddenly turned left. By the time Luo Shi caught up, the little girl was gone, and instead she heavily bumped into Ching Ching. The sudden collision sent Ching Ching falling to the ground. She asked in confusion, "Luo Shi, why are you running so fast?" Luo Shi quickly helped her up and then said, "Ching Ching, I found a Meng. Go and tell Wu Fu." Ching Ching exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" She turned to look around. "A Meng, where is she?" Luo Shi pointed ahead and said, "She went toward the bow of the ship. Go tell Wu Fu first, I'll chase after her." Before Ching Ching could agree, Luo Shi had already hurried off. The scene shifted to the bow of the spaceship. Zhang Long was already waiting there. He looked very impatient. "It's almost the third quarter of the high hour. Why hasn't Wu Fu come yet? Have we been tricked?" Just then, a Meng suddenly appeared, still wrapped up tightly as before. She commanded, "Wu Fu's woman is almost here. Catch her and Wu Fu will come naturally." A Meng's sudden appearance startled Zhang Long. "Miss, why are you so elusive? You said Wu Fu's woman. Who is she?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Shi came running. Her voice echoed across the bow. "A Meng, where are you?" After reaching the bow, she still looked around uneasily. "A Meng, are you here? It's dangerous outside. Come back with me." A Meng pointed at Luo Shi and said, "It's her." He asked, "That woman is looking for you." Though he looked fierce, he still had some humanity. "I, Zhang Long, have never laid hands on a woman. Can't you just bring Wu Fu here directly?" As soon as he finished, Zhang Long turned to ask, but found a Meng had already disappeared. He was bewildered. "Where is she? She was just here." Zhang Long's subordinate stepped forward to ask, "Boss, should we go or not?" He hesitated. "This is the first time I'm laying hands on a woman." Luo Shi alone muttered to herself, "Strange, I clearly saw a Meng come up here, but now she's suddenly gone." Then she was surrounded by Zhang Long's men. They ordered loudly, "Stop, stop." Luo Shi asked warily, "Who are you?" Zhang Long, carrying a sword on his shoulder, asked, "Are you Wu Fu's woman?" She observed them carefully, thinking to herself, "These people are wearing mad sect attire. They must be from the mad sect." Luo Shi felt a bit panicked. Only then did she recall Wu Fu's words, never expecting him to be right. There were indeed members of the mad cult on this ship. With so many people, escape seemed impossible. Luo Shi replied, "So what?" Zhang Long lowered his sword and said, "So you're the woman who killed our cult members alongside Wu Fu in the Abyss Realm?" Luo Shi shouted, admitting loudly, "That's right, I did it." He still showed some mercy, urging her. "I, Zhang Long, once swore never to strike a woman in my life. Just call Wu Fu here and I'll let you go. How about it?" She naturally refused. "Dream on." Zhang Long flew into a rage and decided to eliminate her. Since she wouldn't take the easy way, he'd kill her and use her head to lure Wu Fu out. His subordinates responded in unison. Luo Shi leapt into the air, chanting a spell to unleash the 8th form of the sword art galactic fall. Countless swords instantly appeared behind her. Luo Shi commanded them, "Go." The scene shifted to the east corridor where the three gathered. Wu Fu inquired about the situation. "How's it going? Found a Meng?" Meng Meng shook her head and said, "We've searched everywhere we could. Nothing." Jing Jing nodded in agreement. "Same here." He was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Wu Fu racked his brain. On such a large airship, where could she have gone? What if she'd been pulled into the void? Just as he was growing frantic, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wu Fu," he exclaimed in surprise. "A Meng." The little girl pretended to have run a long distance. A Meng stood there panting and Ching Ching began to scold. "A Meng, where did you go? We've been looking for you for ages." A Meng then delivered the message as planned to lure him. "Wu Fu, it's bad. Luo Shi is fighting with the mad cult people." The three were thunderstruck. Jing Jing cried out in shock, "What did you say?" "Luo Shi is fighting the mad cult." The little girl put on a sad expression and said, "I saw it with my own eyes. A lot of people." Wu Fu immediately panicked. He shouted, "Where are they?" A Meng turned and pointed to one side. She urged him incessantly. "Over there on the airship deck." "Wu Fu, hurry up and go. Luo Shi can't hold on much longer." Wu Fu quickly gave orders. "Ching Ching, take a Meng back to the room." "Meng Meng, come with me to save Luo Shi." Ching Ching agreed at once. She helped a Meng and warned the two, "Okay, be careful." Wu Fu silently prayed. "Luo Shi, hold on, I'll be there soon." The scene shifted to the airship deck. One of the subordinates had already been defeated by Luo Shi. Another saw this and charged forward to attack her from behind. "Die!" Instantly alert. Luo Shi spun around. With a mere light twirl of her sword, she eliminated him before he could even strike. All the subordinates immediately changed formation, surrounding her in a circle. 5 of them jointly set up a formation called the 5-pointed sword array. Luo Shi calmly responded with the 9th form of the sword art. She gripped her sword tightly and shouted, "Heavenly Gate!" Instantly, a giant sword descended from the sky, striking down all 5 in one blow. Zhang Long rushed forward in fury. "A bunch of useless trash can't even handle a woman. I'll have to do it myself." He quickly charged at Luo Shi. The two engaged in a fierce battle, but this time the advantage was with Zhang Long. Luo Shi pushed him away with all her might. She thought to herself, "This man's swordsmanship is domineering. Even though I blocked it, my internal organs are shattered." Zhang Long stood aside and taunted, "Miss, you haven't even broken through the tribulation realm. Why risk your life for a man?" He grinned and offered advice. "You should know there are plenty of men in this world. If one dies, just find another." Luo Shi remained unyielding, immediately retorting, "In this life I only love Wu Fu." He said nothing. Simply approaching Luo Shi with his sword, rage burned in Zhang Long's eyes as he raised his longsword, intending to finish Luo Shi off in one strike. At the critical moment, a force suddenly flew in and struck the sword in his hand. Zhang Long's sword was instantly knocked away. Startled, he shouted, "Who is it?" He looked around and immediately recognized that Wu Fu had finally arrived. With Meng Meng by his side, Wu Fu began to mock Zhang Long. "When did the mad cult degenerate to the point of only bullying women?" he said with satisfaction. "Wu Fu, you've finally come." It was then that Wu Ling appeared, asking seriously, Ching, what's the situation now? How did Luo Shi suddenly run into the mad cult people? Ching quickly explained everything. I'm not sure either. We couldn't find a Meng at the time. The four of us split up to look for her. When we finally found a Meng, she said Luo Shi was fighting the mad cult people. Fatty and Wu Fu have already gone over. Wu Ling frowned. She's very worried about Wu Fu's safety. The mad cult's power is no less than the Divine King Hall. They have over a dozen Saint Realm experts and now they're heading to the border. Although not all their experts have come out in full force, most of them have. Fu can't fight so many with just his fists. Wu Ling immediately made a request. Li Ke, besides Fu, you have the highest cultivation here. I hope you can help Wu Fu. Did she agree? Li Ke turned to Ching and asked the little girl, where are Wu Fu and Luo Shi? She quickly replied, on the airship deck. The scene shifted to the airship deck. At that moment Wu Fu was exchanging sword techniques with Zhang Long. He used a move called Demon Blade Devours the Heavens. Wu Fu didn't back down, immediately countering with a move, the fifth form of the spirit sword art. One sword breaks the heavens. His move looked like a powerful man. With a light swing of his sword, he severed Zhang Long's giant serpent. Then he turned to Zhang Long, who retreated thinking, not good. Zhang Long barely managed to block the strike, but even so he was suppressed by Wu Fu. Wu Fu charged forward, his sword aimed straight at Zhang Long's head. Zhang Long dodged again, counterattacking as soon as he had the chance. Meng ran over to help Luo Shi. He said to Luo Shi with a smile, I'll take you out of here first. Seeing the two trying to leave, the subordinates immediately surrounded them. You think you can leave without our permission? Meng planned to stay behind and hold them off. Luo Shi, you go first. I'll block them. Luo Shi objected, gripping her sword and suggesting, Fatty, you can't take them alone. I'll fight with you. The leader laughed and then ordered, don't let them escape. Kill them. The subordinates quickly rushed at the two. He calmly clenched his fist. When one subordinate got close, he immediately delivered a fatal blow, sending him flying 100 meters away. The leader looked at him helplessly and said, that's too ruthless. By now, Meng had assumed a fighting stance, warning with authority, if you dare hurt Luo Shi, you've brought this on yourselves. He replied calmly, let me see what you've got. Meng taunted with a gesture. Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight. Meng easily pushed him back. You're not that impressive, are you? By then, he had already led Meng into a trap. The leader replied calmly, you're not bad, but that woman isn't so lucky. Only then did he remember Luo Shi was alone. Meng turned and shouted, Luo Shi, when he lets his guard down completely. The leader immediately stabbed his sword through Meng's body. He shouted in anger, you cheated and ambushed me. The leader calmly pulled out his sword and said, getting distracted during a fight, you can't blame me for that. Luo Shi was in trouble. Her internal organs were already damaged, yet she still had to fight desperately. The leader was about to leave when he suddenly felt something at his feet. Ah! Meng used all his remaining strength to grab his leg. I can't let you pass, the leader laughed, then raised his sword and shouted, what a nuisance. He cruelly chopped off Meng's hands and he howled in agony. Meng gritted his teeth, his body trembling as if enduring immense physical pain. Witnessing this, Wu Fu cried out in panic. Fatty, Zhang Long remarked from the side, I didn't expect your brother to be so loyal going this far for your woman, but tonight you all die. Wu Fu's face grew darker and darker. He shouted in fury, nonsense. Luo Shi was about to collapse, clutching her wound and coughing incessantly. Even Fatty was. The subordinate seized the opportunity to finish her off. Die, Wu Fu shouted in terror. No, Luo Shi shed tears. She had completely given up by now. Wu Fu, we'll meet again in the next life. Luo Shi closed her eyes, waiting for death. But contrary to her expectations, piercing screams suddenly erupted around her. Luo Shi opened her eyes in surprise. The subordinate was pinned all over with feathers. He shouted, who is it? Li Ke glared at him, his wings spread behind him. Wu Fu was overjoyed. Li Ke, she stood amidst the circle of subordinates spitting out venomous words. Mad cult bastards, long time no see. The scene shifted to the airship living room, Wu Fu's room. She patiently inquired to understand the situation. Ching, how did Wu Fu get involved with the mad cult? She carefully recounted everything she knew. I'm not entirely sure. We were attacked by the mad cult back on Earth and Wu Fu ran into them twice more. This is the third time. A Meng suddenly spoke up, the Star Sword. This made Ching suddenly remember, right, it's because of the Star Sword. It seems they want to kill him and take the sword. Wu Ling mused, I never thought the sword that Yun Jian obtained back then would cause so much trouble. Ching took her hand and gently comforted her. Aunt Ling, don't worry too much. Wu Fu is already a Saint Realm expert, and with Senior Li Ke, I believe they'll return safely. Only then did she remember, and Jing turned to ask a Meng. By the way, a Meng, why did you run out earlier? The little girl fabricated a reason that didn't exist. I was hungry then, so I wanted to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Since it was made up, it was easy to find flaws. Jing said doubtfully, I passed by the kitchen several times then, but I didn't see you. A Meng broke into a sweat and stammered, "Aw, after I ate I wanted to go out for a walk, so I might have just missed the time you came to find me." Then Meng changed the subject to escape the awkwardness of being questioned. "I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to sleep." Jingjing surprisingly had no suspicion of her words. She gently patted Meng's head and replied, "Go ahead, don't worry too much about Wu Fu either. He's very strong." Meng's eyes widened, and she nodded in reply. Meng's little trick inevitably aroused suspicion from Wu Ling behind her. She stared at the little girl with a dark expression. The scene shifted to the formation control room. Zan Zhang boldly pushed open the door and walked in. The administrator immediately shouted, "Who are you? How dare you break into the formation control room?" Two subordinates quickly subdued him. He struggled and demanded, "Let me go." The administrator loudly rebuked him. "TNGCE, how dare you attack the warship? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the border?" Zan Zhang confidently declared, "I am the greatest diviner of this era, capable of divining the past and future. Going to the border to divine the battle situation. This mere airship is unworthy of me. Besides, I'm not killing you, just asking for your cooperation. What crime is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, another subordinate ran in to report. He quickly briefed Zan Zhang on the situation. "Sir, Wu Fu has been pinned down by Lord Zhonglong," he replied with satisfaction. "Good." He glanced at the administrator and then ordered, "Go and shut down the airship's defensive formation." The two subordinates answered in unison, "Yes." He objected. "No, he tried his best to stop Zan Zhang's dangerous behavior. TNGCE, do you know the consequences of this? What if someone gets sucked into a void rift? Can you bear the responsibility?" He shrugged and sneered, saying, "What I want is for someone to be sucked into the void." He cursed weakly. "TNGCE, you're insane." Zan Zhang grinned and said, "As long as I can send Wu Fu into a void rift, so be it if I'm insane. Tie him up." The two subordinates obeyed without question. Yes. The ship was surrounded by a formation for safety. After Zan Zhang tampered with the formation control room, the ship's protective layer malfunctioned. Soon after, the formation completely disappeared. Jingjing immediately noticed and said in panic, "What's going on? Why did the defensive formation suddenly shut down?" Wu Ling knew something ominous was about to happen. Meng stood alone on the ship's roof. Seeing the defensive formation disappear, she smirked with satisfaction. "Time to go see Zhonglong and the others." Li Ke sensed something was wrong. "Not good. The defensive formation has been turned off. Hurry back to the cabin," Wu Fu agreed. "Okay." But before they could leave, another group appeared in the distance. Zan Zhang laughed loudly and asked, feigning ignorance, "Where is everyone off to?" Seeing Zan Zhang, Wu Fu quickly drew his sword. Wu Fu demanded angrily, "Was it you who turned off the defensive formation?" He didn't deny it, instead admitting openly, "That's right, I found that you, kid, have a tough life. Ordinary methods can't kill you. Only a void rift can. Even if you had 100 lives, you wouldn't survive." Zan Zhang had brought many people to surround Wu Fu and Luo Shi. He looked around and remarked, "But with so many people, you've prepared thoroughly, haven't you?" He replied very leisurely, "That's because you're too cunning. More people, just in case you try to escape." Wu Fu's face darkened. "Going to all this trouble, I'm impressed." Zan Zhang immediately denied it. No, it wasn't any trouble at all," he said. "As long as I can send you into a void rift, even if it were 100 or 1,000 times more troublesome, I'd gladly do it." Wu Fu was still confident, relying on his cultivation. "Even if you've brought a lot of people, with all due respect, their cultivation is too low. Catching me is out of the question." Zan Zhang didn't deny it. His gaze sweeping over Luo Shi, "That's right, catching you is a bit hard, but catching the beauty by your side is much easier." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ji swept past like a gust of wind. He flew over and grabbed Luo Shi. Wu Fu lost his vigilance and could only call her name. "Luo Shi." Zhu Ji quickly moved Luo Shi aside. He was inwardly amazed, unable to help but exclaim, "Too fast." Zan Zhang extended his hand toward Zhu Ji. "Let me introduce you. This is my guardian, Taoist Zhu Ji. He has cultivated for 12,300 years, mastering only one divine ability, teleportation." Wu Fu gritted his teeth in anger. "Teleportation, what a fine skill." Zan Zhang held a sword to Luo Zai's throat, a disappointed look on his face. "I heard that not long ago you just married this beauty. We're old acquaintances. Why didn't you invite me to the wedding?" Seeing Zan Zhang's filthy hands constantly touching her, Wu Fu shouted a warning, "Don't touch her." He immediately let go of Luo Shi and replied, "Fine, I won't touch her." Zan Zhang drew his sword and then said, "Then I'll kill her." Unable to bear it any longer, Wu Fu charged forward with his sword. "I'll kill you first." Zan Zhang sneered, and Zhu Ji beside him used his teleportation technique. No matter how Wu Fu tried, he couldn't reach them. He quickly stopped. Wu Fu kept cursing Zan Zhang despicable and shameless. He turned and pointed into the void, replying, "There's something even more despicable. See those void rifts? Jump in yourself and I'll let your woman go." Luo Shi shouted in protest, "Wu Fu, don't." then she was suppressed by Zhu Ke. You called out to Luo Shi in worry. Zan Zhang asked patiently. Wu Fu, have you made up your mind? Wu Fu clenched his fists. Ask carefully, confirm that you guarantee after I jump. How will you release Luo Shi? To make Wu Fu believe him, he made a heavenly Dao contract. Zan Zhang raised his hand and declared loudly, Heavenly Record, I hereby swear by the Heavenly Dao, as long as you jump into the Void Rift. Heavenly Record, I will release your woman. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down, Thunder roared. Shaking heaven and earth, he said very seriously, the heavenly thunder has arrived, the contract is made. You can rest assured now. Wu Fu was somewhat impressed, daring to make a heavenly Dao oath. I didn't expect you to have that courage, Zan Zhang replied confidently. I do have that much courage. Wu Fu pondered silently for a moment. He had already made the heavenly Dao oath, he surely wouldn't dare break it. Then he turned, handed the spirit sword to Li Ke and instructed, Please return this sword to my father. Tell him I can no longer fight alongside him. She replied, Rest assured, I will seal this sword and deliver it to your father. After everything was ready, Wu Fu glanced down at the void rift below. Before jumping in, he had one more question. Before I leave, I want to know why you always target me. He remembered clearly that in his past life it was also the heavenly record that first sought him out. Zan Zhang didn't answer that question. He only replied, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Wu Fu sighed. Even if I knew, it wouldn't matter. With that, he resolutely jumped into the void rift. After Wu Fu jumped into the void rift, dark clouds rolled in from the sky. Thunder roared, and then a torrential rain began to fall. Luo Shi sat helplessly in the rain, crying out your name in pain, Wu Fu. Mang Mang endured both physical and emotional agony, shouting Wu Fu. Mang Mang wept bitterly in despair. Zhang Long sneered, victory without a fight. Zan Zhang thought it was only natural. He replied calmly, You don't need to hold a grudge. Wu Fu's calamity is heaven's will, we are merely following it. Zhang Long disagreed, shouting loudly, What damn heaven's will? I've never believed in that. I think using a woman to threaten Wu Fu is utterly despicable. It's the act of a petty man. Zan Zhang said silently, Great achievers are not bound by trivialities. He silently prayed to Wu Fu, I hope you too are not bound by trivialities. Otherwise, before he could finish, a Meng suddenly appeared and interrupted, Wu Fu, you're finally dead. Zan Zhang remained silent, only frowning at a Meng. The little girl did the same. The two stared at each other. After a moment, Zan Zhang glanced past a Meng. He looked at the hazy smoke emerging from the void rift, thinking to himself, This person is just like Wu Fu. Zan Zhang tried to analyze in confusion. There are two different soul auras. Who is this person? Scene transition. Spirit Clan Garden, daytime. Wu Fu was awakened by the noise around him. Ling Ji's voice lingered in his ears. Wake up, wake up. She called out, Wake up quickly. Then Wu Fu suddenly opened his eyes. Ling Ji sighed in relief and said, You're awake. Wu Fu was captivated by Ling Ji's beauty, exclaiming inwardly, So beautiful. He got up, looked around and asked, Where is this? She immediately replied, This is my garden. Ling Ji suddenly remembered, Are you the flower thief my father mentioned? She puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, So you dared to come to my garden to steal flowers? Do you know I raised these flowers with great effort? Wu Fu helplessly denied. I didn't, he thought to himself. Even if I were a flower thief, I wouldn't steal these flowers. This girl is too naive. Seeing he didn't admit it, she asked doubtfully, Then why are you in my garden? Wu Fu was at a loss for words, unable to answer for a moment. Ah? Then suddenly a flash of insight struck Wu Fu's mind as if he remembered something. Wu Fu immediately sat down on the ground, scratching his head frantically. Zan Zhang's mocking face appeared, followed by Luo Zai's shouts. He finally remembered everything. Zhang Ming had already jumped into the void rift. He let go and immediately stood up. At this moment, the one controlling Wu Fu's body was his inner demon. His face was full of excitement, thinking to himself, Wu Fu jumped into the void rift, his primordial spirit asleep. Now I control this body. Wu Fu only knew that the void rift would kill people, but he didn't know that the void connects all worlds. Those who fall into the void have a very small chance of being transported to another world. The inner demon examined the body and discovered a fact. This body has no damage. It seems I've been transported to another world. Then he suddenly reached out. The inner demon grabbed Jiu Ling Ji and shouted, Where is this? He threatened her. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you immediately. Ling Ji struggled. I warn you, let me go at once or my father won't spare you. The inner demon gritted his teeth in anger. It seems you'd rather die than speak. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared on Ling Ji's shoulder, covering her eyes. It was Ling Ji's inner demon. She giggled and said, Why beg him? Give me your body and I'll help you deal with him right away. Ling Ji was immediately controlled by her inner demon. Once she gained control, she charged at Wu Fu's inner demon. He quickly retreated. Although he dodged the move in time, the inner demon was still injured. He wondered, Spiritual attack. The inner demon frowned, glanced at Ling Ji and analyzed carefully. eyes bloodshot, aura completely different from before. This person, like Wu Fu, is possessed by their own residual thoughts. She spoke with murderous intent, praising, not bad moves. The inner demon replied calmly, likewise. I thought it was a sick cat, but it turned out to be a fierce tiger. Ling Ji's inner demon didn't beat around the bush. She gathered strength and leapt. In an instant she was close to him. The sword in her hand almost stabbed the inner demon's eye. He quickly swung his sword, but Ling Ji just smiled slightly and easily dodged the attack. Then Ling Ji suddenly disappeared from the inner demon's sight, only to appear unexpectedly behind him. Not only that, but she also split into two other clones. Ling Ji tried to ambush him with a bow and arrow. The inner demon agilely blocked the spirit sword behind him, catching the arrow flying straight at him. She didn't shoot just one arrow. Countless clones of Ling Ji simultaneously shot arrows at Wu Fu's inner demon. He erupted with wild power, slashing at the arrows flying toward him. In moments, countless arrows were cut in two by the inner demon. Then he continuously attacked Ling Ji's clones until they were all eliminated, leaving only the original body. The inner demon thought he was about to win. Found you. The spirit sword in his hand flew straight toward her eye. Unfortunately, it was just another clone of Ling Ji. He was surprised, still fake. At that moment, Ling Ji quietly appeared behind the inner demon. She said triumphantly, "You lose." The inner demon immediately used a secret technique, creating a clone to replace himself while teleporting behind Ling Ji. "What are you talking about?" She was surprised. When Ling Ji gripped her bow tightly, feeling she couldn't defeat Wu Fu's inner demon, so she tried to reason. "Sir, you broke into my garden and attacked me. Is this your way of being a guest?" he mocked, asking. "Is this your garden, or the garden of the girl from before?" Ling Ji stepped back in fear. "I am her, she is me. I warn you, if you dare touch a hair on my head, you won't live either." The inner demon said, "Why are you as naive as that girl? Do you think I'll survive if I let you go? Rather than dying alone, I'd rather take a stunning beauty with me. On the road to the underworld I won't be lonely. Don't you think?" Ling Ji immediately retorted. "Other flower thieves steal flowers, but you want to steal and kill first," he helplessly explained patiently. "Do you have some misunderstanding? I'm not a flower thief and I don't want to steal and kill you." Ling Ji asked the same old question. "Then why are you in my garden?" The inner demon told the truth, but he knew she wouldn't believe it. "I said I jumped into a void rift and was transported here. Do you believe me?" Sure enough. Ling Ji shook her head and replied, "No, no one who enters a void rift survives. Don't bully me because I'm young," Wu Fu's inner demon agreed. "That's because you've seen too little. Most people who enter a void rift die, but a very few are transported elsewhere." Ling Ji said, "My father says humans are the most cunning." "I don't believe a word you say," he blurted out in panic. "Isn't this the human realm?" Ling Ji scolded. "Still pretending. This is the Western 13 States, the Spirit Clan capital, Wanling City, 9.73 million miles from the southern human merchant region." The inner demon muttered again, "Spirit Clan, Wanling City." In Wu Fu's memory, Li Ke once said that the foreign realm had declined, divided into 5 parts. East, south, west, north, and center. She was very good at analyzing it carefully for Wu Fu. The east is the origin of the foreign realm, home to ancient gods and descendants of all demons. The south is the human realm. The north is perpetually frozen, the land of bear people and snow maidens. The center is occupied by the most powerful demon race. Although the north has the smallest population, it houses the most troublesome race in the foreign realm, the Spirit Clan, because they have the ability to foresee the future and see through the past. Wu Fu's inner demon realized, "I've been transported to the foreign realm." At that moment, soldiers of the Ling clan suddenly arrived, immediately surrounding Wu Fu's inner demon. Lai Long shouted loudly, "Bold flower thief, you've molested many noble ladies in the royal capital, and today you sneaked into the royal city to plot against the princess, committing a grave crime. Surrender immediately." Ling Ji raised her bow, then accidentally let go. The moment the arrow was shot, she realized something was wrong. Another arrow shot out instantly, piercing through Ling Ji's arrow. The terrifying force broke the arrow in two. Another arrow shot out simultaneously, blocking the spirit sword that was about to attack her. After completing their task, the 2 arrows stuck straight into a nearby tree trunk. These 2 arrows were shot by Lai Long at the same time. The inner demon praised, "Double arrows fired together. 1 arrow shot down the arrow from that tigress. 1 arrow shot down my spirit sword. This person's archery is superb, with cultivation at least at the Saint Sovereign Realm perfection." He loudly ordered, "Arrest him." The subordinate reminded Wu Fu's inner demon to behave. He wisely realized what was being put on him. These shackles conceal a person's spiritual power. After subduing the inner demon, Lai Long immediately knelt to apologize to Ling Ji. He bowed his head and said, "Princess, your servants arrived late to rescue you. Please forgive us." Ling Ji had returned to normal by then. She opened her eyes and replied, "I'm fine. Don't blame yourself. If anyone is to blame, Ling Ji angrily ran over and kicked Wu Fu's inner demon hard. Blame this despicable human. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly now? Come on, kill me. He endured it, silently plotting in his heart. Hula and Ping Yong bullied by a dog. I'll remember today's grudge. Lai Long stepped forward to stop her. Princess, is this person a flower thief? Let your servant investigate. Please don't use private punishment. Doing so would put your servant in a difficult position. Ling Ji was surprised. Can't I use private punishment? He nodded and replied. No, your highness. She seemed unconcerned. Ling Ji kicked Wu Fu's inner demon again and said, I'm just kicking him a few times to vent my anger. I won't use private punishment. She was fuming. Lai Long stood in front of the inner demon to block her. Ah, he patiently reminded. Your highness, I said no private punishment. Why won't you listen? Ling Ji put her hands on her hips and stubbornly replied, just a few kicks won't kill him. Lai Long turned and ordered the soldiers, take this man down and lock him in cell 137. Meanwhile, Ling Ji quickly left. Seeing this, he called out loudly, Princess, wait for your servant. The two soldiers exchanged glances and talked. Cell 137, that's the prison for the butcher. The general must be angry because this man molested the princess. The inner demon interrupted. I didn't molest your princess and I'm not a flower thief. Despite his denial, the two soldiers seemed to ignore him and continued talking. The general and the princess grew up together, knowing each other since childhood. The princess was violated by this man. The general must be furious. Right. The general told the princess not to use private punishment on the surface. The inner demon shouted, Are you two listening to me? Then, as the two soldiers escorted the inner demon, they chatted all the way to the prison but secretly said, sending him to that hellish place. Isn't it obvious they don't want this man to live? Is the general abusing his power for personal revenge? Don't talk nonsense. The general's doing this is called abusing power for personal revenge. Scene transition. On the streets of Wanling City, Wu Yin, also known as the royal capital flower thief, recently he had consecutively harmed over a dozen noblewomen, earning the title Noble Lady Killer. He stood aside, secretly observing the girls in the royal capital. This figure, this face, this temperament, truly top-notch. I'll go to her house tonight. Just then, a newspaper boy brought news. Extra, extra, the royal capital flower thief molested Princess Ling Ji in the princess's garden. Captured on the spot by General Lai Long and now imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Wu Yin was surprised. The royal capital flower thief isn't me, he called out to the boy. Little brother, give me a newspaper. The boy handed over the newspaper and said, 1 copper coin. Wu Yin immediately tossed a copper coin into the boy's hand. He read the newspaper content seriously. The royal capital flower thief attempted to molest Princess Ling Ji but failed, captured alive by General Lai Long. Wu Yin couldn't help but admire. Daring to go after the princess directly, truly audacious, even I can't match that. After understanding the situation, he folded the newspaper. Wu Yin sneered with slight contempt, but caught on the first try. How pathetic. Clearly he didn't prepare well. Then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, haven't I visited those beauties before? I remember they were also first-timers. Could it be? Wu Yin asked himself in surprise. Does this brother have the exact same taste as me, a true kindred spirit? He urgently thought, no, I have to go rescue my kindred spirit. Scene transition. Royal Capital Prison. The two soldiers escorting Wu Fu's inner demon still hadn't stopped talking as they walked. The Spirit Clan's prison is divided into 5 levels from high to low. Jia, Yi Bing Ding Wu. From Bing downward are criminals at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. From Bing upward are criminals above the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Jia is the highest level, holding the most heinous criminals, each with cultivation at the Saint Sovereign stage or above. Among them, they mentioned an important piece of information. The most dangerous is the butcher locked in cell 137 of the Jia level. A half-step divine king realm powerhouse who once massacred 26 cities across 4 regions and 13 states, killing tens of millions of lives under his blade. At this point, one soldier's face turned pale. An extremely terrifyingly powerful man, the other trembled and replied. The people who had been swallowed along with him before were also devoured alive by him. The two quickly took out the key, opened the prison door, and together pushed Wu Fu's inner demon inside. Before leaving, they didn't forget to urge, take care of yourself. He sat silently in the cell, and as soon as the inner demon was locked in, the two soldiers fled in a panic. Hurry, hurry. The inner demon was very puzzled. Was it really that terrifying? Not long after he was locked up, a voice came from the darkness. A newcomer, the inner demon was startled. This was the aura of a human realm transition. Outside the prison, the sky was exceptionally clear. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, the boundless man swiftly leapt across the rooftops of various buildings. He wrapped himself up tightly like a ninja. Where was his soulmate being held? Several hours passed, and the boundless man stood outside the prison observing until late into the night. Just then a soldier looked up and glanced around. Startled, he immediately turned and hid. The boundless man broke out in a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, he almost got caught. After observing for a while, he jumped down from the rooftop. At that moment, Lord Su suddenly came to inspect the prison. Seeing him, the soldiers greeted him warmly. "Hello, Lord Su," he waved back cheerfully. "Hello, hello?" Seeing Lord Su leave, the boundless man had an idea. "Got it." He disguised himself as Lord Su and returned to the prison. The two guards asked curiously, "Lord Su, why are you back?" The boundless man impersonator casually made up an excuse. "Didn't General Lai Long catch that flower thief today? He asked me to interrogate him overnight." The other replied without suspicion. "I see, Lord Su has worked hard." Although they didn't suspect anything, the two guards looked a bit confused. Had this fat man offended General Lai Long? He had to interrogate the flower thief again, and if he ran into that guy? The boundless man broke into a sweat and continued probing. No trouble, it's my duty. By the way, where is that flower thief locked up? I can't seem to remember." He inwardly fumed. "You didn't forget, you just don't want to remember." Then the guard spoke up. "Cell 137, Section B," the boundless man exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" "The flower thief is in cell 137, Section B," the other nodded and replied. "Yes, General Lai Long arranged it personally." "Does your excellency want to interrogate him now? I'll get the keys for you." He waved his hand. "No need." Then the boundless man made another excuse to slip away. "I remember my mother stewed some meat for me. I need to get back early or the water will dry up. I'll interrogate him tomorrow." The guard understood. "Then you should indeed go back early." As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless man ran off quickly. "I'm off," the guard called out loudly. "Lord Su, come early tomorrow. I'll have the cell keys ready for you." The boundless man didn't reply and just ran straight ahead. He looked helplessly at his retreating figure, thinking, he runs fast. Like the wind, the boundless man dashed out of the building and quickly hid in a secluded spot. Then he stripped off all of Lord Su's clothes and threw them away. The boundless man rested his chin and thought for a moment. "Are you kidding me? My soulmate is locked in the same cell as that butcher Bai Chi." He jumped out and accidentally stepped on the clothes he had just discarded. The boundless man cursed angrily. "That Lai Long must be getting back at me for personal reasons. Just because I didn't play with the princess for a while?" He felt indignant for Wu Fu. He roared alone, but it wasn't satisfying. Was it worth it? The boundless man looked deeply pained and continued shouting under the full moon. "My poor soulmate won't even see the sun tomorrow. Is this what they call a rare soulmate?" At that moment in the prison, Wu Fu's inner demon was facing the bloodthirsty evil spirit inside Bai Chi, whose eyes were bloodshot and who kept emitting eerie laughter. The inner demon looked at the chains binding Bai Chi and cleverly noticed that while the chains were different in shape, they had the same effect as the shackles on his own wrists, sealing one's spiritual power. "This is good for me." He lunged madly at the inner demon, shouting, "Blood, I want blood." Wu Fu's inner demon knew well that he was no match for Bai Chi. The killing intent was too terrifying. This guy's combat experience far surpassed mine. With just my abilities, can I beat him? He showed a sinister smile. Bai Chi clenched his fist to attack, concentrating all his power into it and striking at the inner demon, who dodged nimbly. As a result, Bai Chi's fist accidentally veered off from Wu Fu and hit the prison wall. An explosion immediately echoed through the entire prison. Bai Chi didn't stop. He used the momentum to leap into the air. Wu Fu's inner demon grabbed his arm and sneered, "Got you." Bai Chi laughed loudly, then switched to kicking the inner demon hard. The sudden attack made him spit blood on the spot. Wu Fu's blood splattered all over Bai Chi's face, and he licked it with satisfaction. The inner demon curled up on the ground in agony, wondering, how can he be this strong? Bai Chi grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "You're too weak. Call out your other spirit." Wu Fu's inner demon exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know I have another spirit?" Outside the prison, the realm transition was now covered by a blood-red defensive formation. The boundless man stood not far away, leisurely admiring the light emanating from the prison. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a dazzling light. My soulmate, you have to hold on." In the realm transition of Princess Lingji's palace, she was observing from another tower and immediately said upon seeing the faint light, "The prison's defensive formation has been triggered again," Lai Long explained. "As long as someone is locked in cell 137, Section B, it will disturb that guy." He asked in confusion, "Your Highness, I don't understand. If you want to save him, why lock him up with Bai Chi? Isn't that the same as killing him?" Her eyes lit up. "Do you remember the first time we saw him?" Time went back a month, when there was a void rift in the royal garden before them. Lai Long warned loudly, "Your Highness, be careful. It's a void rift." Wu Fu had been transported to their world through that void rift. Lingji stepped forward to observe him. Lai Long asked in confusion, "Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear in the palace, covered in injuries?" After a glance, Lingji replied, "This person has undergone an apocalypse and awakened his dark side. He should be a genius from some southern tribe," she speculated. "A human skilled in teleportation arrays. He probably teleported to the wrong place in a panic while being chased by enemies." Lingji probed deep into Wufu's body, but unfortunately both spirits were severely injured, with the light side nearly collapsing. The dark side had also fallen into slumber. She suddenly discovered something. "Wait, this power," Lingji immediately ordered. "Lai Long, go get the soul-nourishing grass." He obeyed. "Yes, princess." Back to the present. She continued, "I found void energy deep in his spirit." The high priest's final prophecy. "You possess void energy in the future. You will be the greatest variable in the war between our realm and the 3,000 worlds." Lai Long was puzzled. If so, why did the princess save him back then? Wouldn't it have been easier to just kill him? Lingji only asked one question. "Did the high priest ever say whether the variable is good or bad?" He shook his head and replied, "No, your highness. When the high priest was alive, though he could glimpse the heavenly secrets and decide victory from afar, he could only see the general outline each time, making it extremely obscure to understand. We ministers could never fathom the mystery." Lingji swirled the wine glass in her hand leisurely. "Since the outcome is unclear, why rush? The southern tribes are in constant conflict. We must prepare thoroughly as soon as possible." Lai Long pressed further. "Then why did the princess lock him in cell 137, section B?" Lingji replied calmly. "Don't you think his sword looks familiar?" He recognized it. "It does look familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere." She suddenly turned around and looked up. "Is it in this painting?" Lai Long recognized it in surprise. "This is the Star Sword, in the Realm Transition's Royal Capital Prison, cell 316, section B." Late at night, Wufu's inner demon was now completely suppressed by Bai Qi. He quickly recognized the weapon. "Star Sword, you are a descendant of Jiyu Xingqian," the inner demon sneered. "Looks like you're an old acquaintance of my ancestor." Then he immediately executed a move and the Star Sword shot out, straight at Bai Qi's back. He turned and caught the sword with his bare hands. Bai Qi mocked, "Too weak. Such attacks are useless against me," the inner demon asked seriously. "Are you sure?" The Star Sword he had used earlier was just a decoy. The real move was called Star Sword Art Milky Way Falls. Bai Qi began to feel excited. "Star Sword Art, long time no see, but do you think such a move can stump me? In the Realm Transition's Ling Clan Royal Palace, Princess's Bedchamber, night." Lingji was still talking with Lai Long, responding cheerfully to his words. "That's right, it's the Star Sword. If I'm not mistaken, that man should be a descendant of Star Divine King Jiyu Xingqian." Lai Long was slow to catch on. "But what does this have to do with Bai Qi?" Lingji explained carefully. "Bai Qi was once our clan's strongest warrior. He underwent his awakening at 13, awakened his dark side, made a name for himself in battle at 15, and fought in 1,732 battles in his life. He lost only once, and was known as the 1,000 Victory War God." She recounted the whole past. "After losing to Jiyu Xingqian back then, he fell from grace." Lingji knew the reason for Bai Qi's change. His light side had fallen into slumber, and the dark side controlled his body. Over the long years, the imbalance between light and dark turned Bai Qi from a war god into a butcher. Lingji looked at the sour wine in her hand. "If we can awaken his light side, our clan will once again welcome the return of the 1,000 Victory War God." She said firmly that to awaken Bai Qi's light side, his inner demon must be eliminated. Bai Qi had lost only once in his life. His greatest inner demon was Jiyu Xingqian, and Jiyu Xingqian had long since died in battle. To summon Bai Qi's light side, only at this point, Lai Long became a bit smarter, only by letting Bai Qi defeat Jiyu Xingqian's descendant, he said worriedly. "But now Bai Qi can't use his spiritual power while that man can wield the Star Sword. I fear." Lingji gently set down the wineglass. She comforted him. "No need to worry. Light and dark, good and evil, give rise to and overcome each other. Without light, the dark becomes stronger." Lingji explained, "Although Bai Qi can't use spiritual power now, he can mobilize endless killing intent." The scene shifted back to the Royal Capital Prison. Cell 317, Section B, night. Bai Qi unleashed terrifying power, shattering the inner demon's sword in two. A giant hand was summoned by Bai Qi and lunged at the inner demon. He quickly moved away from his spot. The prison floor took the hit, with 5 clear fingerprints visible. The earth-shattering strike even disturbed the magic array covering the prison. The 2 guards trembled incessantly, saying, "That guy is causing trouble again. It's really terrifying," he marveled. "Even with his spiritual power sealed, he can still set up such a large formation. Truly our war god." The boundless man mingled among the guards, thinking to himself, "Soulmate, I'll burn incense for you this time next year. Go in peace." The scene shifted back to the Royal Capital Prison, Cell 317, Section B. Wufu's inner demon was constantly moving to dodge Bai Qi's fierce attacks. He broke into a sweat and had to admit that power, even without spiritual power, he could condense killing intent into a tangible form. No wonder those guards were so scared. Bai Qi caught an arrow and laughed. Kid, you're pretty fast at running. Bai Qi advanced slowly, his posture as he drew the bow majestic like a true war god, completely overwhelming Wu Fu's inner demon. This is the heavenly Dharma aspect, without spiritual power, condensing a heavenly Dharma aspect solely from killing intent. How is that possible? Then Bai Qi decisively released his grip and countless arrows shot toward Wu Fu's inner demon. Fortunately, he quickly raised a shield to block most of the arrow rain, but the remaining arrows still flew rapidly toward the inner demon. He was quick-witted and used the star sword to slice those arrows in two. Wu Fu's inner demon was a bit flustered. Damn it, at this rate, I'll be killed by this madman sooner or later. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Leave it to me. The inner demon was startled. It's you. In the realm transitions Ling clan royal palace, princess's bedchamber, night. Lai Long rested his chin and pondered. I see, but even so, Bai Qi's killing intent from slaughtering millions is definitely not something someone who can't use their own spiritual power can withstand. I'm afraid that before Bai Qi's righteous mind awakens, that man will already be dead under Bai Qi's arrows. Ling Ji had already calculated everything and comforted him. As for that, you don't need to worry either. That man's righteous mind has already recovered. She walked to the balcony and looked up at the starry sky. Having endured the test of death, the light has not been extinguished. After great calamity, the light will become immensely strong. Lingji turned her gaze to the prison and continued analyzing. Bai Qi's light side naturally suppresses darkness. Now, Ji Xingqian's descendant's righteous mind has become incredibly powerful. To defeat him, you can only awaken your other side, still sleeping. In the Realm Transitions Royal Capital Prison, Cell 137, Section A, Night, Bai Qi showed a dark smile, looking contemptuously at Wu Fu's inner demon. Kid, if you can't hold on, kneel and beg for mercy. For the sake of your ancestor, I'll leave you a whole corpse, he spoke calmly. Are you done? If you're done, it's my turn. The inner demon thrust the star sword straight into the ground, quickly switching to another spirit to fight Bai Qi. The inner demon's eyes immediately changed, staring at Bai Qi like a sharp blade. Bai Qi laughed loudly. Oh, switched people? The inner demon was startled. He can actually tell I switch spirits. The spirit before the inner demon suddenly burned fiercely, and he panicked, picking it up and asking himself, how did Wu Fu's spirit become like this? Bai Qi continued to draw his bow and knock arrows. So what if you switched? I'll still kill you. 3 arrows shot out simultaneously. Wu Fu's inner demon just smiled slightly, gripped the star sword and swung 3 times, knocking the 3 arrows away. At the same time, he used the momentum to leap up swiftly. In an instant, Wu Fu's inner demon closed in on Bai Qi. He used his bow to knock the star sword away. Bai Qi retreated while shooting arrows. With the other spirit switched in, the inner demon was much stronger. He confidently cut through the arrows and then quickly pursued Bai Qi, preparing for a killing blow. At the critical moment, an eye suddenly grew from the center of Bai Qi's forehead. He sneered, and an arrow quickly condensed from that eye. It shot out at incredible speed, easily knocking the star sword away. Wu Fu's inner demon quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Bai Qi had narrowly escaped and commented, after switching to the righteous mind, his speed is several times faster than before. If not for my heavenly eye predicting his movements, I would be seriously injured by now. Wu Fu's inner demon looked at the still glowing arrow on the ground and said, you really have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Bai Qi replied slowly, your methods are the same. I thought your righteous thoughts had dissipated, but I didn't expect you to recover. Wu Fu's body suddenly changed as memories of falling into the void tunnel surfaced. At that time, his inner demon had confidently declared, I won't let you die. Before this, when Wu Fu was teleported here, he was fortunate enough to receive precious herbal nourishment from Ling Ji. She had sighed at the time. Such precious 100 herbs, this kid got a real bargain. Wu Fu's spirit, which had nearly dissipated by half, suddenly began to recover. The inner demon asked in confusion, what do you mean by righteous thoughts? Bai Qi continued to draw his bow, aiming at him, and said, if you want to know, defeat me and I'll tell you. The inner demon, brimming with energy, replied, as you wish. Lai Long, based on Ling Ji's words, stood still for a moment, deep in thought. Your Highness, Bai Qi is the strongest warrior our clan has ever seen. Back when he fought against Ji Xingqian, both were at the early stage of the Divine King realm, evenly matched. Why did he lose? She explained. My imperial brother has immense pride. At that time, he was a war god with great achievements in the Spirit Clan, while Ji Xingqian was just a newcomer on the battlefield. Ling Ji sat down and recounted the details. He thought Ji Xingqian wasn't worthy of his full effort. Before the battle, he swapped his god-slaying arrow for a sword, which wasn't his specialty. Using his weakness against his opponent's strength, it's no wonder he lost. Lai Long suddenly understood. So that's it. Curious, he asked, what would have happened if Bai Qi had used his god-slaying arrow? Ling Ji's face immediately darkened. She replied, as the arrow's name suggests, it slays gods when they come and Buddhas when they appear. Back in the prison, the battle between Bai Qi and Wu Fu's inner demon was still ongoing. The inner demon leaped into the air step by step, Bai Qi drawing his bow aimed behind him. Where do you think you're escaping to? Each of his arrows struck the wall beside him, and the inner demon vanished to Bai Qi's surprise. Where is he? No sooner had he spoken than Wu Fu's inner demon appeared from behind. Are you looking for me? He attacked with his spiritual sword. Relying on years of combat experience, Bai Qi immediately judged the direction of the inner demon's attack. Though he anticipated it, Bai Qi's body was inevitably grazed. He calmly remarked that he had been hurt by this kid again. Another spirit within his body taunted. You're too weak. Bai Qi was angered by these words. Shut up, but the voice kept berating him. If this continues, you'll lose. The other spirit within his body continued to mock him. You lost to Jiyu Xingchen, and now you're going to lose to his descendant. Bai Qi, enraged, raised his hand and punched the air, then roared, I told you to shut up. The inner demon watched Bai Qi in surprise, puzzled. Has he gone mad? Another spirit within Wu Fu's body warned. No, he's conversing with his other spirit. The inner demon panicked. Not good, we can't let him switch to the other spirit. He immediately picked up his spiritual sword, ready to strike a decisive blow. Bai Qi sidestepped lightly, caught it barehanded, and then his hair began to turn a dazzling golden like sunlight. Bai Qi's righteous side had been successfully awakened by Wu Fu's inner demon, and his bow and arrows underwent a massive transformation. Then, smiling, he picked up his bow, and the inner demon frowned, raising his guard. The guards outside were gossiping. It's been an hour already. This newcomer is pretty tough, but no matter how hard he resists, he'll lose. Isn't that our undefeated war god? Wu Yin suddenly interjected from behind. What undefeated war god? Didn't he still lose to Jiyu Xingchen? The two guards were furious, glaring at Wu Yin and shouting, What do you know? Back then, the war god switched to the god-slaying divine arrow before the battle, and that's why he lost to Jiyu Xingchen. If the war god had used the god-slaying arrow back then, victory would have been his. Unfazed, he stubbornly argued. Jiyu Xingchen used a sword specializing in close combat. The god-slaying arrow can only attack from a distance. Once Jiyu Xingchen got close, it would only make Bai Qi lose faster. The guards were provoked into a rage. This kid dares to mock the great war god? Beat him up, they shouted in unison. Yeah, let's beat him. The guards swarmed in, scuffling. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Yin had already slipped away. He shook his head helplessly. These young people today are so crude, always resorting to violence. Just then, Wu Yin was spotted by another guard outside. He shouted, That kid's over there, chase him. Wu Yin immediately bolted, still taunting. Come catch me. The guards gave chase. Stop running, kid. Wu Yin sprinted headlong, looking ahead anxiously. The main gate was right there. Seeing this, Wu Yin had no choice but to slip inside to evade the soldiers. As soon as he entered, he saw Wu Fu's inner demon being knocked flying into the wall. He exclaimed in surprise, Is this my soulmate? Looking at this battered state, it's truly pitiful. The inner demon just silently sat up slowly. Bai Qi gripped his bow tightly, hovering in the air. Looking down, he declared confidently, 10,000 Spirit City, your war god has returned. The scene shifted. Lai Long asked curiously, Your Highness, if Jiyu Xingchen's descendant survives tonight, how should we deal with him? Ling Ji thought for a moment and decided, for uncertain factors, the best way is to keep him serving under our watch forever. Misunderstanding her words, Lai Long's face immediately changed. Does your highness mean to make Jiyu Xingchen's descendant your consort? Ling Ji turned around, puzzled, and replied, Ah, he explained in confusion. The one closest to the princess is the consort. Consort what? She said, puzzled. Aren't you also close to me? After saying this, Ning Ji finally understood. She awkwardly explained, I meant to have Jiyu Xingchen's descendant join the army. He expressed his concerns. Jiyu Xingchen's descendant is not of our clan, your majesty. I fear he might have ulterior motives. Ling Ji chuckled lightly. What I want is precisely those ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the battle in the prison was still ongoing. Countless swords rained down from above, and Bai Qi immediately retreated, nimbly dodging the relentless assault. He drew his bow, aiming at Wu Fu's inner demon. The inner demon gently deflected the arrow with his spiritual sword. After being deflected, the arrow embedded itself straight into the wall beside him. With its terrifying force, the stone wall instantly cracked into large pieces. The inner demon thought in surprise, This arrow is too domineering. Lai Long is like this, and Bai Qi too. Are the spirit clan skilled with bows? Why has Li Ke never mentioned this? Bai Qi continued to draw his bow, shouting a reminder, Kid, don't get distracted. He fired another arrow, embedding it near where the inner demon stood. Wu Fu's inner demon looked up and surveyed the room, coming up with an idea. This cell is too small. As long as I cover it with my sword aura, his arrows can't harm me. With the plan set, the inner demon directly plunged his sword into the spot where he stood. He executed a move called the Star Sword Art, a single sword strike to break the sky beside him. Bai Qi kept drawing his bow and shooting at Wu Fu's inner demon, growing irritated. He thought, under this kid's sword aura, my arrows can't hit him at all. Bai Qi suddenly noticed that the surrounding space had changed. So cramped my movements are restricted. If this continues, I'll have to awaken that person, the inner demon said smugly. Your bow and arrows are useless now. Next, you're doomed to lose. He suddenly looked up ahead and shouted, not good. Immediately after, a giant sword came crashing straight down at him. The inner demon stood not far away, watching the whole process and taunted, you lose. But Bai Chi emerged unscathed, laughing loudly. Kid, who said I lost? Bai Chi praised. What a formidable sword, able to cut through the chains that trapped me for tens of thousands of years. Truly worthy of being Jiyu Xingqian's descendant. It was then that Wu Fu's inner demon noticed the chains at his feet. The inner demon recalled the scene of his earlier actions, and immediately dodged as the sword came down. He continued to analyze carefully, then used his spiritual sword to sever the chains. A clever strategy indeed. He soon noticed something unusual, but one thing was odd. The chains had been cut by me. The inner demon scrutinized Bai Chi's entire body, still detecting no spiritual energy fluctuation. He shifted his focus to the chains at Bai Chi's feet, speculating, it seems what truly seals his spiritual power are the chains on his feet, not those on his body. Wu Fu's inner demon smirked. Since he can't mobilize spiritual power, what's there to fear? Ling Ji gazed into the distance, and she noticed something. Ling Ji thought with delight, brother, you've finally returned. She hurried over to see, calling out to Lai Long, come with me to the prison. He immediately replied, yes, your highness. The scene shifted to outside the royal prison. The soldiers below knelt in unison to welcome him. Bai Chi stepped out of the prison, repeatedly calling out, my dear sister, Bai Chi teased deliberately. Since you're here, why not come out to see me? Are you afraid? Ling Ji quickly explained. Brother, what are you saying? We're siblings bound by blood. How could a sister ever fear her brother? He said condescendingly. You locked me in prison before for tens of thousands of years. Now that I'm out, you're naturally afraid I'll seek revenge. Ling Ji angrily ordered immediately, why are you standing so high? Get down here now, Bai Chi, sweating, replied quietly. I'm coming down. As soon as he came down, Ling Ji grabbed his ear and scolded. Before you slaughtered 2 clans, the Merfolk and the Medusa clan, 26 cities, 28,230,000 lives. Do you know how much I had to pay in compensation? She roared. And you dare to be fierce with me, itching for a beating, are you? Bai Chi replied fearfully. Little Linger, I was wrong. Can you let go? So many people are watching. Ling Ji, indifferent to the crowd, dragged Bai Chi away by the ear. The 2 guards tactfully pretended to change the subject. The moon is really full tonight, and there are few people today. Wu Yin sighed. Never expecting the renowned undefeated war god to be afraid of his sister, another voice came from somewhere. I didn't expect Bai Ling Ji to be an old woman who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Without thinking, he replied. Not tens of thousands. It's millions of years, right? After saying this, Wu Yin realized something was off. He turned and asked, who's talking? He ran over and grabbed Wu Fu's inner demon's hand. Soulmate, you're not dead? The inner demon immediately shook off his hand. Who's your soulmate? Wu Yin pulled out a list full of portraits of girls he had flirted with. See, we picked the same flowers, he chuckled lightly. But I never went after the princess. Anyway, we have the same taste. You're my soulmate, no doubt. The inner demon was furious after hearing this. So I've been taking the blame for being a flower thief? The inner demon shouted at Wu Yin. So it was you who set me up? Bai Chi stood aside, observing. This kid switched spirits again, he asked. You switch spirits pretty fast, huh? The inner demon replied coldly. Right back at you. Ling Ji noticed Wu Yin there and asked in confusion. Oh, Wu Yin, what are you doing here? He pretended to make up a story. I heard the scenery here is nice, so I came to take a look. Since it's already so dark, I should be going. With that, he immediately bolted. Ling Ji carefully bandaged the inner demon's wounds, he complained. I told you I'm not a flower thief and you still don't believe me, she replied with a smile. I know you're not a flower thief now, the inner demon asked angrily. Then why did you lock me in prison and put me in with that lunatic? Enduring the pain, he continued. Now that the flower thief has run off, aren't you going to catch him? Ling Ji said seriously. We dare not catch him. The inner demon asked in confusion. You're a princess and a war god. Who do you dare not catch? She explained carefully. That guy is the prince of the Qingchu Fox clan, the top tribe in the east. Barring accidents, he's the next demon emperor. I can't afford to offend him. After finishing the bandaging, Ling Ji stood up and instructed. The injury isn't serious, just rest quietly for a while, and you'll recover. Bai Chi, standing nearby, spoke up. If you hadn't suddenly sent me a message to spare this kid's life, he'd be dead by now. Ling Ji ordered Lai Long and immediately turned to leave. Lai Long, escort him back to the palace. He replied, Yes, your highness. Wu Yin, now standing atop a city tower, schemed alone in the shadows. The humans always said the spiritual sword had disappeared, but now it seems that was just an excuse. He then turned and ordered his subordinate. Go back and report to my mother. I'm not returning for now. I want to see what tricks the Spirit Clan is really playing. He bowed respectfully and replied, Yes. The scene shifted to the Spirit Clan's royal palace, Wu Fu's room, daytime. Wu Fu had now regained control of his body. He woke up and threw off the covers. Wu Fu pulled open the curtains, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, then quickly washed up. He gazed at the sky, filled with longing, wondering how Luo Shi and the others were doing. Just then a knock came from outside. He responded, "Come in." A spirit clan maid respectfully announced, "Young master, the princess requests your presence in the main hall." Wu Fu nodded and replied, "Okay." As soon as he entered the hall, he saw 3 people already waiting in the distance. Looking closely, the 3 were Bai Qi, Ling Ji and Lai Long. Wu Fu followed the maid, looking around as he walked, thinking to himself, "So many people, are they setting a trap?" She led him to Ling Ji and said respectfully, "Princess, young master Wu Fu has arrived." Ling Ji snapped her fingers and commanded, "All of you withdraw." The spirit clan maid bowed and obeyed. "Yes," her tone suddenly changed. Ling Ji demanded loudly, "Tell me, who are you really? Why did you suddenly appear in my garden?" Wu Fu thought to himself, "I can't reveal my true identity." Wu Fu fabricated, "Since you all know about the Star Sword, then you must know I am Jiyu Xingqian's descendant." Ling Ji was skeptical. "But your surname is Wu," he replied calmly. "I take my mother's surname. My mother is from the Wuji clan." Wu Fu's heart was uneasy, wondering if the Wuji clan existed in this foreign land. Bai Qi exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected you to carry the blood of 2 royal clans. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the spirit clan?" Hearing this, Wu Fu thought to himself, 2 royal clans? I only know there are humans in this foreign land, but I didn't know the Jiyu and Wuji clans were royal. Then he explained helplessly, "I told you, I accidentally fell into a void tunnel and was teleported here. I have no purpose." Wu Fu threatened loudly, "Since you know I carry the blood of 2 royal clans, you should also know I'm not someone you can touch. If you let me go, I promise not to pursue this matter." On the surface he acted stern, but Wu Fu just wanted to leave this place quickly, get out of here, and then find a way back to the border. Ling Ji sneered, "Do you think we don't know what's happening among the humans?" Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a light enveloped her body. "We can foresee the future and trace the past. Nothing can hide from us." Ling Ji immediately began recounting the past. 500 years ago, our tribe's priests foretold that the human race would rebel. 100 years ago, your human 5 emperors started the War of the 5 Emperors to annex each other. She immediately pointed out the contradiction in Wu Fu's words. The first to bear the brunt were the Jiyu family and the Wuji clan. 100 years have passed and the 2 sides have become mortal enemies, yet you possess the bloodline of both clans? Ling Ji sneered as she asked, "Tell me, are you the seed to resolve the feud between the 2 clans, or the kindling to fan the flames?" Wu Fu was stunned, not expecting that there were also civil wars in this foreign land. She slowly sat back down. Meanwhile, Ling Ji carefully analyzed every detail. "When we found you, you were severely injured, clearly hunted down and pushed into a void tunnel to be teleported to our tribe," she questioned loudly. "Speak, was it the Wuji clan or the Jiyu family that hunted you?" Seeing this, Wu Fu continued to fabricate along with her words. "As expected of the spirit tribe, princess, you guessed it without even thinking. I grew up in the Wuji clan, but because I carry the Jiyu family bloodline, I was never valued. To prove myself, I infiltrated the Jiyu family and stole the spirit sword, which led to both clans hunting me. I was accidentally pushed into the void tunnel and thought I was doomed to die. Unexpectedly, I was teleported here and saved by the princess." Unexpectedly, these words coincided with Ling Ji's speculation. "It's not far from what I thought. What are your plans next?" He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She believed it that easily. So gullible. Then he pretended to say, "I don't know where to go next. I can't go back to either the Jiyu family or the Wuji clan." Ling Ji immediately seized the opportunity and made a suggestion. "Why don't you stay in Wanling City and serve our spirit tribe?" Wu Fu asked in surprise. "You want me to stay and serve your spirit tribe?" Ling Ji immediately replied. "That's right. Soon the southern tribes will launch a full-scale attack on the 3,000 worlds. Since you're not valued in the Jiyu family or the Wuji clan, why not take this chance to join our spirit tribe, make achievements and wash away your past shame?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "The foreign lands are about to launch a full-scale attack on the border so soon. It seems I can't go back. I'll have to stay here and gather intelligence." After a moment of thought he agreed, "All right, I agree. What do you plan to do next?" Ling Ji replied, "Since we're going to war, naturally we join the army. What do you think?" Wu Fu shook his head. "I have no objections." He was secretly delighted. "Great. This way I can obtain the spirit tribe's military intelligence." Ling Ji gave the order. She had Lei Long take Wu Fu to the giant wolf army, and he acknowledged the order. Bai Qi stood to the side, not understanding why she did this. "Ling Ji, the giant wolf army is our spirit tribe's most valiant force. Letting an outsider in isn't quite appropriate, is it?" Ling Ji explained. "The giant wolf army is the vanguard, indeed our tribe's most valiant force, but it also has the highest casualty rate." She sneered, as if she had already calculated everything. Just now I divined this person's future and found it shrouded in a layer of mist completely unclear. Bai Qi suggested an idea. Even you can't see clearly, why not kill him now, to eliminate future trouble? Ling Ji calmly replied, no rush, let's first see what variables he will bring. The scene shifted to the giant wolf army camp outside Wanling City. Leilong looked up and said, we're here. A soldier immediately came out to greet them. Lord Leilong, Leilong asked, is your general here? I have business with him. The soldier nodded and quickly raised his hand to signal, he's here. This way, General. Inside the tent, everyone was practicing archery, with a scarecrow as the target. The atmosphere was lively. Good shot, a fierce-looking general was riding a beast showing off his skills. Cheers erupted. Good shot, Wu Fu praised. This soldier was young but possessed such superb archery skills. Leilong immediately replied, this is nothing. Spirit tribe people have 3 eyes, allowing them to predict their opponent's movements. They are natural-born archers, he let out an, oh, so that's it. Then the spirit tribe's archery skills must be top-notch, right? Leilong shook his head. My specialty isn't archery, I barely rank 4th, Wu Fu thought to himself. His specialty isn't archery, yet he still ranks 4th. He curiously continued to ask, what about 3rd? The two chatted as they walked. Leilong replied, 1st is the princess who can break all techniques with a single arrow. 3rd is the war god who once shot through an entire mountain range with 1 arrow. As for 2nd, you'll see him soon, Wu Fu said in confusion. Bai Ling Ji is ranked ahead of you. I feel like neither of you is as good at archery as you are. Leilong chuckled lightly and explained, you flatter me. Compared to those two, I am unworthy. The princess intentionally let you win. As for the war god, when you fought him, the special restraints on his feet not only sealed his spiritual power but also sealed 70% of his physical strength. Moreover, he was in a dormant state, Wu Fu asked in surprise. You mean? When Bai Qi fought me, he only used 30% of his physical strength, he replied without hesitation. Probably even less. He was imprisoned by the princess for millions of years and couldn't unleash his full power. He was curious about Bai Qi's cultivation level. Leilong thought for a moment and replied, at his peak, the war god was at the mid-stage of the Divine King realm after falling dormant. He dropped to half-step Divine King, and now he has recovered to the early Divine King stage. Wu Fu's expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, if the Spirit Tribe's prince is at the Divine King realm, how terrifying must the Spirit Tribe King be? The soldier from earlier then announced, that is the general's tent. Leilong stepped forward and lifted the tent flap, introducing at the same time, this person is the commander of the giant wolf army, General Jair, and also our tribe's 2nd-ranked archer. As soon as they entered, they saw Jair with 1 arm around a girl, 2 women clinging to him and acting spoiled. General, have another drink. Jair happily replied, all right. This scene left the 3 speechless. Leilong angrily grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Jair, how many times have I told you? This is a military camp, not a place for whoring. Jair was dead drunk, he stammered. Leilong, is that you? Want a drink? Wu Fu turned and asked the soldier, this is your general? He quickly explained. Our general is a bit playful, but he's a good person. Jair quickly regained his general demeanor and said, come, what business do you have with me? Leilong impatiently pointed at Wu Fu and reported, the princess told me to bring this kid here. From today on, he's a member of the giant wolf army. He leaned in and looked Wu Fu over, asking, human, can you use a bow? Wu Fu didn't hear clearly, and asked back, a sword? I can use one. Jair took out an arrow and a bow and demanded, show me a shot. He asked with a smile. I said arrow, what did you think I meant? He sat down leisurely and ate some fruit. Wu Fu took out the spirit sword and replied, I thought you meant this. When Jair saw the sword appear, he blurted out in disbelief, this is the spirit sword. Wu Fu asked in surprise, you know the spirit sword too? Jair turned seriously to Leilong and asked, did the princess say what position he should hold? He repeated Ling Ji's words. The princess said to start him as a low-level soldier. Jair asked incredulously. Low-level soldier, Leilong replied loudly. That's right, he stood up and laughed. It seems someone's backdoor attempt didn't work out. Jair immediately called for a soldier. Abu, he appeared instantly. General, Jair ordered, take this person to the camp to go through the new recruit process. Abu replied respectfully, yes, General. The scene shifted to outside the tent. Wu Fu asked curiously, brother, what does the process involve? Abu then listed the necessary information for Wu Fu. Our giant wolf army is the vanguard. Once we go into battle, we are the first to die. Therefore, in the giant wolf army, strength is paramount. Since General Jair took office, he has reformed the military's promotion system. Below major, promotion is based on strength. Above major, strength and merit each account for half. Wu Fu suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Ling Ji was so confident in letting him join the giant wolf army. She must have assumed he wouldn't last long in it. After walking for a while, they arrived. Abu explained the rules. First, go register your personal information, then go to the training ground to compete with an officer. If you win, that person's position is yours. After hearing this, Wu Fu's face fell. So direct, he smiled slightly. Abu introduced him to the person in charge of registering new recruits. He asked about age, gender, race. Wu Fu answered one by one. 27 years old, male, human. He blurted out in surprise. You're only 27? Wu Fu didn't understand. What's wrong? Abu excitedly asked Wu Fu. Guess how old I am? Wu Fu casually threw out a number. 30. He confidently held up 4 fingers and replied, 45. 21 years old. Wu Fu pretended to praise. You look really young. He thought to himself, I lived for over 30,000 years in my past life. Abu handed him the paper and said, registration is done. He looked very excited. Come on, I'll take you for the test. The scene shifted to the giant wolf army camp training ground. Applause sounded, interrupting the training, and all the soldiers turned to look. Abu stepped forward and announced, everyone stop. There's a new recruit who needs to go through the process. Ryan confidently appeared and said, let me help the new recruit through the process. Abu briefly introduced him. This is Ryan, a second-class soldier. Then the two immediately went up to prepare for the confrontation. The soldiers outside the field kept cheering, Go Ryan, teach this new recruit a lesson. Wu Fu thought to himself, even low-level soldiers are this aggressive. No wonder the border can't be held. Ryan confidently replied, don't worry, I'll make sure he knows the rules. Wu Fu was a bit worried. Even a second-class soldier was at the transformation god stage. The strength of the foreign lands was indeed not to be underestimated. Ryan cupped his hands in salute. Please. Wu Fu repeated his action. Ryan leapt into the air, ready to strike first. Wu Fu simply waved the spirit sword in his hand and then Ryan was knocked down. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Ryan was defeated, too strong. Wu Fu helped Ryan up and asked with concern, Brother, are you all right? He shook his head and replied, I'm fine. May I ask what cultivation level you are? Wu Fu smiled slightly and answered frankly. High level revered god stage, Ryan blurted out in surprise. Peak revered god stage, that's equivalent to a colonel's strength, and a top-tier one at that. He immediately turned and announced to all the other soldiers, Brothers, this new brother has peak revered god stage strength. Everyone praised and discussed, peak revered god stage, amazing. I knew this brother was no ordinary person. Wu Fu waved his hand modestly. Not at all, I still have a long way to go. He was a bit surprised inwardly. It seems that among the foreign races, at least in the military, the worship of the strong has reached a fanatical level. Then an idea came to Wu Fu. In that case, I can slowly reveal my strength, accumulate military merit in the process, and when I have enough merit, I'll show my full strength. Maybe I can secure a general's position. He carefully observed his surroundings, planning secretly. After all, he was alone in a foreign world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of spying on the foreign race's military intelligence. He had to act cautiously and use this time to lie low and stabilize himself. After all, his saint-sovereign cultivation was inherited and not stable. The two major realms of revered god and supreme god still needed careful polishing. A voice suddenly rang out. What are you all gathered on the stage for? When the soldiers heard this voice, they all showed expressions of fear. They blurted out in panic, Oh no, it's Instructor Will. Instructor Will hated nothing more than people gathering and making noise in the camp, neglecting their duties. One of them said, I feel like we're going to be punished with extra training again. Another reminded him, Shush, keep your voice down. Wu Fu asked curiously, Who is this? Ryan introduced him. This is Instructor Will. He reached the Saint Sovereign stage before the age of 5,000. He's a rising star in our giant wolf army and is highly valued by the generals. He praised Will highly. He fights bravely, always leading from the front, and has high prestige in the army. Facing Will, Wu Fu couldn't help but ponder. He carefully observed him. His spiritual power was condensed and integrated. Wu Fu couldn't help but admire after a glance. His movements were natural, combining hardness and softness, able to adapt at any time. He was indeed no ordinary person, just a feeling. But Wu Fu looked him over again and felt something was off. Just a feeling, but why was he so short? Will questioned loudly. What's going on? What were you arguing about just now? Two soldiers immediately recounted the incident. Instructor Will. So that's it. This new recruit is at the peak revered god stage. Interesting. He glanced down and replied seriously, I wouldn't dare. He asked, You've just been through a challenge and are now a second-class soldier. How about it? Want to continue challenging? He nodded and replied, Yes. Wu Fu already had a plan in mind. His current military rank was too low to access much information. It wasn't conducive to spying on military intelligence. He needed to at least reveal some strength to obtain a corresponding rank. Will sneered, All right, who do you want to challenge? Wu Fu suddenly shouted, Could any brother help me? Call an officer at the early Supreme God stage to come and compete. All the soldiers present exclaimed in surprise, Early Supreme God stage, a cross-rank challenge, Supreme God stage, that would mean challenging an instructor? This is really asking for death, Will thought to himself, a cross-rank challenge. Interesting. A soldier said, I'll go get him. Instructor Du Long is at the early Supreme God stage. I've seen him in the camp before, but I don't know if he's still here. Will immediately stopped him. Wait, hold on. Will circled Wu Fu, looking him up and down. He chuckled lightly and asked, You want to challenge an instructor? He replied seriously. If the early Supreme God stage is an instructor, then yes. Will curled his lips and replied, Interesting. Then let me be your opponent. How about it? The soldiers kept whispering among themselves. Instructor Will is going to fight himself? Isn't that bullying? Although Instructor Will is also an instructor, there are differences between instructors. Wu Fu cautiously pressed, Is Instructor Will at the early Supreme God stage? He replied, No, but I can suppress my strength to the early Supreme God stage. At this moment, Wu Fu's expression turned serious. In that case, I will respectfully accept your offer. The scene shifted to General Jair's tent. After dealing with Wu Fu's matter, Jair continued drinking. He had one arm around a beauty. All right, Leilong, it's rare for us to meet. Have a drink with me, brother. Why be so ungracious? Leilong was trembling with anger. Jair, this is a military camp after all. Isn't it bad to be drinking like this all day? The beauty in Jair's arms suddenly looked up at Leilong, a hint of a smile on her face. They understood what she meant. Right, drinking is bad. Bring the two beauties to my brother Leilong. He was completely helpless and could only sigh. They laughed heartily. Didn't your brother tell you, if you want something, just say it? What's there to hold back between us? Leilong couldn't help but curse. Damn it, one day you'll die because of your lust for women. Just as he turned to leave, a soldier suddenly rushed in and reported, General, there's something to report. They ordered Leilong to stop and listen. If it's urgent military intelligence, I might be able to help. He reported that a newcomer on the training ground had challenged Officer Will for a military rank. The two were about to fight. He rested his chin on his hand and replied, A newcomer challenging Will? Interesting. What's the newcomer's name? Leilong seemed indifferent. Will is a very promising recruit, but it's none of my business. The soldier, sweating, answered, I think it's Wu Fu. Leilong stood aside and secretly glanced at their reactions. Upon hearing this, he said excitedly, Interesting, then I have to go see this. You're holding the spirit sword now, so you must have some skill. The soldiers gathered around the arena, cheering and shouting. Leilong exclaimed in surprise, So many people. Wu Fu looked up and noticed that Leilong and the others had also come to watch. He felt deep admiration. Their reputation was truly high. Leilong carefully scrutinized Wu Fu, very curious. Let me see how strong you are, the one called a variable. Now that you can use spiritual power. Will overwhelmed Wu Fu with his powerful aura, and Wu Fu thought to himself, What a terrifying opponent. I hope I can block my demon blade. Then Wu Fu immediately drew his spirit sword, ready to fight. Will had also gripped his weapon tightly, each holding one. One of the soldiers stepped forward to act as referee. Then he began to call both sides into their fighting positions. Begin. The two charged at each other like lightning. As soon as the battle started, Wu Fu's spirit sword was immediately suppressed by Will. He quickly retreated, and the voices of other soldiers kept coming from outside. As expected of the high-level divine realm, such abundant spiritual power, the newcomer is really strong. Everyone carefully observed Will, full of praise. Officer Will has also burst out. He gave up his advantage to fight at the same level. Isn't he at the supreme realm level? His head is also at the high-level divine realm. Truly worthy of Officer Will. What a man then! After preparing, he charged at Wu Fu like a gust of wind. Next, Will swung his blade fiercely, horizontal in front of Wu Fu's eyes. Will swung his sword at Wu Fu, who dodged and thought, that slash was fast. Seeing him attack again, Wu Fu quickly used his sword to block Will's blade, muttering to himself, Not good. Wu Fu leaped backward, pursing his lips as he assessed. The power is terrifying. Wu Fu retreated and thought, almost out of bounds. He squinted, calculating. In that case, he concentrated power in his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and then leaped high. Then he slid behind Will, who immediately blocked backward with his blade. Wu Fu thought, good opportunity, he shouted. Spirit sword art starfall. Instantly, the sword's body split into a large number of copies. Those swords shot at Will simultaneously, who raised his blade to block. Smoke filled the air. Wu Fu thought to himself, not so impressive, but as the smoke cleared, he saw that Will was completely unharmed. Wu Fu squinted, thinking, unharmed? How is that possible? The field definitely hit him, but it was blocked. Will spoke calmly, not bad. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, they asked, how is it? This Will kid is pretty good, right? Leilong nodded in response, not bad either. He thought to himself, an automatic defense type of move. He slightly curled his lips. So how do you plan to break it? The scene shifted. Will turned around, raised his chin, and asked Wu Fu. Not attacking, Wu Fu gripped his spirit sword and thought to himself, better stay calm until I figure out how he blocked my attack. Will lowered his center of gravity and said, in that case I won't hold back. He jumped up and slashed heavily at Wu Fu. Wu Fu quickly blocked the attack. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Wu Fu retreated while chanting, Earth spiritual energy, thin stone. Will easily passed through the thin stone. Wu Fu chanted again, Fire spiritual energy, explosive flame. He released flames. Will raised both blades in front to block. Taking this opportunity, Wu Fu thrust his condensed sword energy straight at him, but a defensive shield appeared in front of Will. Wu Fu asked himself in surprise. This is, he thought to himself. What is this? Will spoke. An unawakened sword intent, quite suitable for assassination. Not bad. He immediately retreated and thought, automatic defense, and it's enough to block the spirit sword's attack. He gritted his teeth. No move is perfect. In that case, the weakness of this move must lie in the time interval. Suddenly, a tisk sound was heard. The clone in Wu Fu's mind spoke. When did facing such a simple problem make you so troubled? He immediately replied. You say it's simple, meaning you have a solution? The clone said calmly. A perfect move, aiming at the weakness of the move, ridiculous, he continued. There's a saying, one force defeats 10 skills. As long as you burst out with the cultivation of the Saint realm to suppress it, even if you haven't awakened the subtlety, it's just a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. It shatters at a touch. Hearing this, he replied, You're right, but I can't do that. The clone asked doubtfully, Why can others do it but you can't? Wu Fu calculated. First, I'm alone in a foreign world now, and I still have the mission to spy on the alien army's intelligence. I can't fully expose myself. He squinted, lost in thought. If condensed sword energy is my hidden condition, then I'll hide it as long as possible. That way it's easier not to be noticed. I can handle any situation more calmly. Second, I want to become the strongest divine king. If I can't be invincible at the same level, then what's the point of talking about being the strongest and undefeated? At this moment, Will charged forward with continuous heavy slashes, forcing Wu Fu to keep blocking. Wu Fu's sweat dripped and he panted wearily. Wu Fu focused intently on Will's body, raised his sword and assessed. I understand now. Automatic activation. Activation time 0.5 seconds, activation interval 2 seconds. So I have 1.5 seconds to attack him. Wu Fu made up his mind. Then I'll use that move to decide the outcome. He raised his spirit sword and silently chanted, Spirit sword art flowing light. Instantly, Wu Fu appeared behind Will, and a sense of foreboding surged in him. Not good. He leaped high and thought, Starfall. Wu Fu used the spirit sword art, flowing light starfall, slashing straight down from above. Will hurriedly blocked with both blades but couldn't stop his wide sweeping move. Wu Fu decisively delivered the final blow, thinking triumphantly, I win. The blade struck Will's shoulder. Seeing this, the subordinates shouted in panic, Instructor Will, call the medic quickly. Suddenly, someone frowned and said, Wait, something's off. Look at the stage, Instructor Will. On the stage, Wu Fu and Will stared at each other in silence. Will pushed the sword away with his hand and spoke. You're really strong. Will walked over, put his hand on Wu Fu's shoulder and said, All right, you've passed my test. He continued walking and said, You're qualified, my comrade. Wu Fu asked, Wait, how did you block that move? He thought to himself, could I have miscalculated, or did he see through my test? Will replied, Maybe you saw through the effect and trigger conditions of my move, but you overlooked one thing. The same move used at the Divine Realm and Supreme Realm levels will have different effects. He winked lightly. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge a superior at the Supreme Realm level? Wu Fu nodded in understanding. I see, so at the same level I haven't lost yet. In the spiritual space, the clone shouted loudly. See, in the end, you were still crushed by someone else's realm. I really don't know what you're holding out for. Why not let me take over? I'll directly use an unbeatable realm. Just relying on the realm to crush them, why bother with these trivial matters? He replied disdainfully. Crush with realm? It's not like we're some old monster who's cultivated for millions of years. How can I crush? Do I just hide in a corner and pretend to be tough to find confidence? He said passionately. Even counting the power passed down, I'm only at the Saint realm. If I go higher, the people standing before me will definitely have higher realms than me, but I will definitely step by step reach the highest point. I want to be the highest person. Seeing the clone's fighting spirit, Wu Fu thought, the highest person, first, think about how to get past the Divine King. Does anyone think becoming a Divine King is easy? In the real space on the arena, Will walked down amidst the cheers of the crowd. He said with a smile, By the way, since I said you passed my test according to the rules, my current position is now yours. The subordinates immediately complained. Officer Will's position is Commander of the Vanguard 1st Battalion, the pride of the Giant Wolf Army, the ace of aces. Then what about Officer Will? Wu Fu awkwardly thought to himself, how did this game get so big? In the camp on the main road they stretched lazily, and Leilong asked him, What do you think? They replied softly, Swordmaster, the current spirit sword is nothing to fear. Leilong covered his face with his hand and thought, Nothing to fear? The scene shifted. In the palace hot spring, Leilong reported to Lingji, That's the situation. Wu Fu is now the commander of the Vanguard 1st Battalion of the Giant Wolf Army. Under the moonlit night sky, Lingji hummed comfortably. She gently stretched her shoulders to relax her muscles, hot water dripping down her body. Lingji calmly moved her toes in the water, her face full of satisfaction. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it, then submerged her head in the water. Seeing Lingji's expression, Lei Long blushed a little. Suddenly she spoke. "Commander of the Vanguard 1st Battalion?" Her eyes lit up. "Let it be. Let's see what surprises he can bring us." The scene shifted. In an old room, Wu Hen was sitting writing, and a Jin spoke. He finally joined the giant wolf army as the commander of the Vanguard 1st Battalion. He then stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "Really? My brother has finally joined the giant wolf army?" Wu Hen waved his hand and ordered, "All right, you may leave. I have important matters to attend to." He bowed and replied, "Yes." The door slammed shut. Wu Hen opened the booklet filled with names. "Zhang Xiaoya, Yu Xiaoan, Li Xiaohang, Sun Xiaoshang," he said with a lecherous smile. "Let me see which young lady is waiting for me to pluck her flower tonight." Under the clear moon and gentle breeze, Wu Fu was silent, though many unexpected things had happened. In the tent of the giant wolf army camp, he thought to himself. But I have to say, the goal was still achieved. Wu Fu looked around the spacious room. Commander of the Vanguard Battalion, a position neither too high nor too low, and I can get in touch with the army's movements early. It's perfect. He frowned slightly. But there is one problem that really needs to be solved. In the consciousness space, Wu Fu shouted, "Hey, where are you? Come out, I have something to ask you." Suddenly, Wu Fu saw a lotus-shaped candle and asked himself in confusion, "What does this mean? Is it telling me to go over?" Seeing the scene before him, Wu Fu was instantly furious. "Ah, damn it, my clone is holding how many beauties in his arms?" He cursed angrily. "Ah, damn it, I'm out here fighting for my life, and you're here living it up." The girls were all stunningly beautiful and graceful, a complete array. While opening his mouth to eat a grape, he said, "You can also choose for me to work outside while you enjoy yourself here." Wu Fu sat gloomily in the corner and said, "I have something to ask you." He replied with a smile, "Go ahead while I'm in a good mood. Ask whatever you want." Wu Fu asked with a displeased face, "Why does it seem like everyone can recognize the spirit sword? When I was practicing qi gathering before, I had already sealed it. You also said that no one would have designs on the spirit sword in the future. So what's going on now?" He calmly crossed his arms and replied, "To outsiders, the spirit sword is now just an ordinary soul weapon. That desperate situation won't happen again." Wu Fu doubtfully pulled out a part of the spirit sword. He asked again, "How did you do it?" The clone acted mysteriously. "You'll know in the future. For now, I'll just say that unless you use the full power of the spirit sword, you don't have to worry about anyone having designs on it." He hugged the beauty smugly and said, "As for this problem, let's just say my level wasn't high enough back then and I miscalculated." Wu Fu gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you mean?" The clone replied while playing with the beauties, "Summon the spirit sword and feel it with the cultivation of the divine realm. You'll understand." Wu Fu said arrogantly to himself, "What are you being so mysterious about?" He retracted the spirit sword and it suddenly flew into the sky. Wu Fu watched and shouted, "What is this?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Supreme Divine King, only I am the spirit." The clone asked him, "Well, did you hear it?" The Tao's sound. Wu Fu frowned in confusion. "The Tao's sound." He nodded and continued, "That's right, the Tao's sound. Back then, the spirit divine king Jiyu Feng left his voice on the Tao. The Tao is eternal, passed down forever. Everyone qualified to touch the Tao can hear it," Wu Fu murmured. "Attain one Tao and become a divine king. Starting from the saint realm, one will more or less feel the existence of the Tao. So beings above the saint realm, as long as they see the spirit sword, can hear this sound," he continued joyfully. Not only that, back then, the spirit divine king used the spirit sword to connect with the Tao and swore an oath proving the position of supreme divine king and declaring war on all other divine kings. At that time, the Tao shook, and everyone in the world heard this sound. In their excitement, anyone who has lived from then until now will hear this sound and recognize the spirit sword when they encounter it again. Wu Fu imagined the scene of that day. The spirit divine king shouting mightily, "Today I, the spirit divine king Jiyu Feng, come to prove the position of supreme divine king. The world is my witness. The Tao is my testimony." He rested his chin on his hand and thought, "So that's why even some small fry can recognize the spirit sword. The reason is they've lived long." In that case, suddenly, Wu Fu looked up and saw the clone holding Luo Shi. He immediately shouted angrily, "Stay away from Luo Shi." The clone put his hand on Luo Zai's face, and Wu Fu clicked his tongue disdainfully. The clone said while hugging the beauties, "Don't be stingy. You and I are one. Your wife is my wife. What's the problem?" Wu Fu silently looked at Luo Shi in the memory area. The clone scratched his ear, and the two beauties in his arms immediately showed seductive expressions. Along with Luo Shi and Ya Meng, Wu Fu hesitated. "What are you trying to do?" he said with a smile. "What are you pretending for? Don't forget, this is your consciousness space. If you didn't have these thoughts, do you think with my current level of control I could perfectly manifest them?" A teasing voice sounded in his ear. Wu Fu asked himself, "Is this my thought?" He seemed to have an epiphany. Wu Fu pursed his lips, pondering to himself, "Do I have this thought? Undoubtedly. Yes." He sighed. "Heavenly principles, desires, affection, indifference. What is the Tao? Is the Tao affectionate or indifferent?" He closed his eyes tightly, questioning his heart. No, it's not about what the Tao is, but what am I? I am the Tao. In the end, Wu Fu Sha made up his mind. He wouldn't change himself for the Tao, but would seek a Tao that aligns with him. In that case, going with the flow was the best. He focused his mind at the high level of the Venerable God realm, the early stage of the Supreme Venerable realm. After this epiphany, his cultivation in the Venerable God realm was fully stabilized, unable to advance further. It was time to start refining his cultivation in the Wisdom Venerable realm. Suddenly there was movement outside the door. Wu Fu looked up. Who is it? Elle pulled back the curtain and entered. She raised her hand in salute and said, Pioneer 1st Wolf Legion Deputy Officer Elle reporting to you. Wu Fu scanned her entire body, then fixed his gaze on her figure, his eyes moving down to her feet. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, why do I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere? Wu Fu spoke. Have a seat, what's the matter? She looked around and reported, the Pioneer Commander wants to see you. He was slightly puzzled. Now, Elle replied. Now, Wu Fu quickly stood up and said, in that case, let's go. He thought to himself, I was just thinking of seeing what kind of person the Pioneer Commander is. On the way through the camp, noticing Elle's strange expression, he asked in confusion, if you have something to say, just say it. She asked without hesitation, oh, did you just break through to the Supreme Venerable Realm? Wu Fu nodded and replied, that's right. When you were peeking at me from outside the tent, I happened to have an epiphany and broke through to the Supreme Venerable Realm. He muttered to himself, let me see what interesting reaction this girl will have to that. Elle just nodded in acknowledgement and continued walking. Wu Fu thought in surprise, oh, this girl is too cold. He looked around, contemplating the camp's layout. Wu Fu continued observing. The camp's arrangement seemed to conceal a formation. He swept his gaze over the guards of each unit. Their patrols were strict, with no signs of slackness. Wu Fu looked at Elle, calculating in his mind. The Spirit Clan army seems tougher than I imagined. Before him was the main tent, guarded by 2 imposing sentries. Seeing Elle walk straight in, Wu Fu asked himself in surprise. No need to announce, he looked at the bulletin board, which read, Kaiyuan Calendar Year 64. The Giant Wolf Pioneer Army killed 38,000 enemies. Kaiyuan Calendar Year 76. The Giant Wolf Guard killed 88,000 enemies. Kaiyuan Calendar Year 78. The Giant Wolf Guard killed 65,000 enemies. Kaiyuan Calendar Year 64, the Giant Wolf Cavalry Battalion killed 82,000 enemies. Wu Fu thought, this is the glorious history of the Giant Wolf Pioneer Army. I wonder what the human camp looks like. He looked at the commander's back. This was the Pioneer Commander, indeed giving off a feeling of towering mountains and deep abysses. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure, and Wu Fu couldn't help blurting out, how is it you? Will turned around and said politely, you're here? Have a seat. Wu Fu sat down and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became mysterious. Suddenly Elle pounced and hugged Will, saying happily, Brother Will, I missed you so much. He gently patted her and coaxed, all right Elle, let go first. Wu Fu asked himself in confusion, what's going on? Will spoke, my sister has been a bother to you. He thought, no wonder I felt I'd seen this girl somewhere. She's Will's sister. Wu Fu commented inwardly, but are you sure your siblings not brother and sister? He replied, it's nothing. Your sister is fine in every way. As soon as he said that, Wu Fu muttered to himself, feeling that those words sounded strange. His mind conjured up Elle's voluptuous figure. Will said seriously, I called you here because I have a mission for you. He quickly answered, go ahead. Wu Fu thought, I really didn't expect the mission to come so soon. He spoke, although the joint attack on the humans by all clans has been confirmed as a military objective, it doesn't mean complete harmony among the clans. On the front lines, we've lost contact with a squad on the demon clan side. Your mission is to investigate the whereabouts of that squad. Try to recover the special mission data from that squad. Honestly, this was originally a task for the Spy Corps, but your breath concealment technique is unique, and your combat strength is not weak, so it's unlikely you'll run into trouble. That's why when I decided on this mission, you were the first person I thought of. You can refuse and wait for a mission belonging to the Pioneer 1st Battalion. Wu Fu pondered, this was a good opportunity to understand the frontline strength of the various clans, and maybe he could get in touch with the southern border humans again to inquire about Luo Shi Mengming and his mother. He exhaled and said, I'll take this mission. Will continued. Good, once I've compiled the information, I'll have my sister give it to you. Wu Fu asked him, I have one more question. How did you become the Pioneer Commander? Doesn't a commander need sufficient merit and strength, at least the Supreme Venerable Realm? Will smiled and replied, you're right, the military regulations do stipulate that. Wu Fu immediately thought of the image of Will wearing a skirt and wondered, so if your cultivation isn't enough, how did you become the commander? Did you pay a painful price for it? Wu Fu asked. So how did you become the commander? Forget merit. Strength is a hard requirement. Elle sighed naively. Are you doubting my brother's strength? Will patted her head and said, first of all, Can the Supreme Venerable Realm even be compared to the Saint Venerable Realm in strength? Why are you so sure I'm only at the Supreme Venerable Realm? He squinted, thinking, why? After a moment, he understood. That's right, I can conceal my cultivation, and others can too. Alone in a foreign land I need to be even more cautious. He stood up, cupped his hands, and said, I've learned my lesson. Will waved his hand. It's nothing, you may withdraw. Wu Fu walked out of Will's tent, wondering what kind of storm this would bring. A month later, on a small spaceship, Wu Fu carefully studied the map. According to the map, they were nearing the front lines. Just then, someone reached out and opened the door. He didn't turn around, only glancing with his peripheral vision. Elle yawned as she walked over and asked, Not there yet. Isn't it past the estimated time? Looks like your piloting skills aren't up to par. What caught Wu Fu's eye was her ample bust. He replied angrily, If you're so good, you do it. Elle whined, I'm just not good, so what? Don't say that. Like this, Wu Fu teased, as a deputy officer of the Pioneer Army. She can't pilot a spaceship. She stretched openly and replied, Before, when I went out, I always followed my brother. I didn't have to do these things. Why would I learn them? He asked Elle. Then why did your brother let you come on this mission with me? She looked puzzled, then turned back with a sly smile and said, I don't know. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Wu Fu expressed doubt. Really? Elle sighed confidently. Looks like I need to show you what I can do. She formed a hand seal and in an instant Elle disappeared. Wu Fu asked himself in surprise, Really gone? He stood up and looked around. Where is she? She suddenly appeared and patted him on the back. Wu Fu stepped back in alarm. Elle asked with a laugh, How about that? Pretty good, huh? Wu Fu exclaimed. Truly unique, she said happily. My brother taught me everything. I basically know everything my brother knows. Suddenly, Wu Fu asked Elle seriously, Do you know your brother's parry and counterattack technique? He recalled their previous fight where Will had blocked all his attacks. She answered confidently, Oh, you mean the Supreme Shield? Of course I do. What, you want to learn? I can teach you. Wu Fu was slightly stunned. Is that true? Elle replied, Of course. She continued, It's a lie. Dream on. I'm always the one taking advantage of others. No one takes advantage of me. Wu Fu tried to negotiate. I won't take advantage for nothing. I can trade martial techniques with you. Elle teased him. Trade? But I don't lack any martial techniques. Next time, definitely next time, he said gruffly. Has anyone ever told you that you're asking for a beating like this? Elle played dumb. Well, what did I do? Why would I get beaten? Wu Fu imagined Elle's arrogant response to others. So what? Like this, next time, definitely next time. He asked himself, without Will, could this arrogant girl have survived until now? Wu Fu spoke. From our previous interactions, I thought you were the serious, cold type. She blinked her innocent eyes and replied, In the camp I have to hold back a bit, and you're still my superior. I'm not stupid, but once we're out I don't have to pretend. Besides, you're so close with my brother, so it's fine. He asked in slight surprise. She said, You're close with your brother? Elle leaned in and replied. Otherwise, you acknowledging him as your big brother doesn't seem like a casual connection. My brother even trusted me to come on this mission with you. How could you not be close? Hearing this, Wu Fu thought, Yeah, how could we not be close? But are we really? What's the purpose of Will's arrangement? Why? Suddenly, Elle exclaimed excitedly. Look, we've reached the border buffer zone. He asked, How do you know? Suddenly, Wu Fu squinted. Before him was a city wall. Wu Fu hesitated. Is that the 8 million Li Sword Chi Great Wall? Elle laughed and said, Right. Impressive, isn't it? That's the 8 million Li Sword Chi Great Wall built by the humans over generations, he sighed. I wonder when the Spirit Clan will have one too. Hearing this, she was puzzled. Doesn't the Spirit Clan have similar defensive structures? She glanced disdainfully. Don't you know? What backwater place did you crawl out of? Wu Fu smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself. You might not believe it, but I crawled out of a void tunnel. Elle continued. Of course the border needs defense. The Spirit Clan is the same. The Spirit Clan's border has the Changkun Wuji 8 Desolate 4 Seas formation which we passed through earlier. Wu Fu was surprised. We passed through? I didn't feel a thing, she immediately explained. That's the point, you pass through without feeling it. It's not domineering at all. It's far inferior to the humans' 8 million Li Sword Chi Great Wall. We have mission data on us, so the formation doesn't block us. Without it, the formation would prevent us from crossing the border. If we tried to force our way through, we'd be blown to pieces. Wu Fu pondered. If we use breath concealment, could we smoothly cross the Spirit Clan border? Elle added. It depends on the level of concealment. I definitely can, and you probably can too. After all, my brother sent you on an infiltration investigation mission. If you couldn't even cross the border, that would be a joke. But you definitely can't cross the Sword Chi Great Wall, no matter how strong the breath concealment is. Wu Fu gazed into the distance, lost in thought, counting the time. Luo Shi, Meng Meng and my mother should have reached the human border by now, right? Are they also looking out from inside the Sword Chi Great Wall? He calculated. Forget these thoughts. First, complete the mission. If I get a chance, I'll find a southern border human to ask for information. Just then, Elle lay down on the bed and said, I'll rest first. Wake me when we arrive." The two continued speeding into the Great Wall. At the southern border human border city, Zhan Shi walked down the stairs and said, "Forget it. Since Wu Fu is dead, I won't make things difficult for his family." "Call off your surveillance," Zhang Long chimed in. "Wu Fu is dead and you're still having him watched. I'm ashamed to be associated with someone like you." He smiled and replied, "It's just better safe than sorry." But seeing their miserable state, Wu Fu is probably really dead. Zhang Long crossed his arms and said, "If he could survive jumping into a void tunnel, Zhang Long would revolve around him from now on talking nonsense." He raised his hand and ordered, "Let's go, stay away from this guy. If it weren't for just finishing a collaboration and not wanting to cause trouble, I'd have challenged this nephew to a duel long ago." After waving goodbye to Zhang Long, Zhan Shi thought, with the variable Wu Fu eliminated, the next step is, he calculated, to break this city, become famous throughout the ages and be unmatched in the world. Meanwhile, two people were discussing, "I wonder how the border situation is," another replied. "With the Sword Chi Great Wall holding it shouldn't be difficult." The scene shifted to Luo Zai's spaceship room. Li Kei said, "The surveillance has been called off." Meng Ming and Luo Shi looked surprised. Qing Qing's eyes were teary, on the verge of crying. Meng Ming added, "I feel like I'm breathing with much more lung capacity." Wu Ling asked proudly, "How was my acting? Pretty good, huh? Back in the day I fooled all those admirers of mine." Luo Shi asked doubtfully, "Will Wu Fu really be okay?" Li Kei replied, "I'm not sure if he's okay, but he definitely won't die. After all, the spirit sword he entrusted to me has been recalled, and only he can recall it." "The spirit sword? I remember that time when the spirit sword suddenly flew away." Li Kei stretched and said, "All right, we've reached the border city. Let's talk after we enter the city." A moment later, Luo Shi came out wearing a very figure-hugging outfit, especially emphasizing her ample bust. Wu Ling clicked her tongue in admiration. "My daughter-in-law has a great figure. Are you going into the city like that?" "I don't mind, but I'm afraid Fu will be jealous when he finds out." Hearing this, Luo Shi looked very shy. Meanwhile, Qing Qing kicked the nose-bleeding Meng Ming flying out the window. "Luo Shi, change your clothes first. We'll wait for you outside." Luo Shi blushed again. The scene shifted. Everyone came out to admire the view. Meng Ming exclaimed, "It's truly magnificent." Wu Ling raised her chin and said, "All right, let's enter the city. It's been a long time since I've been to the border city. I wonder how much it has changed." She looked back. "Yun Jian, I'm here." Elsewhere, inside the Sword Chi Great Wall at a formation node, Yun Jian was meditating. He sneezed loudly, feeling like someone was talking about Master Mi. The city was very lively. A citizen said, "Brother, we hit it off right away. How about going to the Drunken Moon Pavilion for a drink and catching up?" Another replied, "Excellent." Someone else shouted, "The records of the previous God King have gone up in price. The best secret manuals are just on the shelves. Don't miss out." Qing Qing observed her surroundings, thinking, "I feel like everyone here is not to be trifled with. The average strength level is also quite high." She said, "If I'm not mistaken, that man just now was a God King." Li Kei chimed in. "You could say half-step God King, very close to God King, just one step away." The man was brimming with spiritual energy. She continued, "Daring to make a living in the border city, they're definitely no ordinary people. Even a true God King is quite rare. Be careful not to be too surprised or point fingers. It's very rude to experts." Qing Qing smiled and replied, "Got it." Wu Ling suggested, "Let's first find Wu Fu's father, then explore the border city later." Hearing this, Meng Ming immediately replied, "Yes." "What are you talking about?" she asked as she walked. "Derek, the barracks are still in this direction, right?" she replied. "Of course, no matter how the border plans change, the barracks will always be on the side closest to the border line." At the gate of the border city barracks, a sentry blocked their way and said, "This is a military zone, no entry for unauthorized personnel." Wu Ling said softly, "I'm looking for Ji-Yu Yunjian. Could you trouble yourselves to announce me?" The sentry asked in surprise. "Ji-Yu Yunjian, you mean General Ji-Yu?" "Exactly," she replied calmly. "I am his wife." Upon hearing this, he immediately panicked. "So you're Lady Ji-Yu." "My apologies for the rudeness," another soldier chimed in. "But General Ji-Yu isn't in the barracks?" Wu Ling asked with concern. "Not in the barracks? Is he on a mission? Is it dangerous? When will he be back?" The sentry quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, my lady. General Ji-Yu isn't in the barracks, but he's nearby." He pointed into the distance. "The Sword Chi Great Wall, which has stood for nearly 1,000 years, is under General Gu's command. He's over there." Wu Ling looked in the direction he pointed, her face lighting up with joy. The sentry said politely, "We have to stay on duty here and can't leave our post to escort you there. Should I call a few brothers to escort you?" She waved her hand and replied, "No need to trouble the soldiers. We can go there ourselves. Sorry for the disturbance." He nodded. "Then please make yourselves at home," another soldier reminded him. "Are you so sure what this girl said is true, just letting these people get close to the Sword Chi Great Wall?" He replied, "There's no need to lie. The Sword Chi Great Wall doesn't restrict people from approaching, but have you ever seen anything happen there? Besides, General Gu is as revered as a god king and holds all the power over the Sword Chi Great Wall. He's not afraid of any schemes or tricks." Upon hearing this, the other sentry chimed in agreement. "That's true." Meanwhile, Wu Ling and her group flew off to find Yunjian. At a formation node, Yunjian was sitting cross-legged in meditation when suddenly he broke into a blissful smile. A spatial vortex appeared in the sky and Wu Ling and Yunjian locked eyes. She wept for joy, silently thinking, "Yunjian." He was also deeply moved, looking at her with eyes full of tenderness. Linger watched Wu Fu's parents reunite, and Luo Shi thought bitterly, "Wu Fu, where are you? I miss you so much." On the other side, on Wu Fu's small spaceship, Elle was dozing off in the vehicle as Wu Fu slowly approached her. Wu Fu patted Elle on the shoulder and said, "We're almost there, get up." She brushed his hand away. Wu Fu silently watched Elle turn over and continue sleeping. He tried poking her, but she completely ignored him. So Wu Fu snapped his fingers and a loud noise exploded beneath Elle, startling her awake. The sound echoed through the rocky hills. Elle shouted angrily, "You scared me to death, tell me, how do you want to die?" She grabbed him and shook him violently, while he laughed and replied, "If I have to choose a way to die, I hope it's drunk to death in a warm, tender place." Suddenly, Wu Fu squinted his eyes and stepped in front of Elle, signaling, "Watch out." Suddenly, Wu Fu's spaceship was intercepted and exploded. Two figures in black hovered high in the air observing. One spoke, "No signs of life, looks like just some small fry passing through." The other said, "Stay alert, don't mess up the Wu King's big plan." The first replied irritably, "Do I need you to tell me that? Just do your job." Wu Fu and Elle hid behind a rock waiting for the two figures in black to disappear. Elle whispered, "How did you know someone was guarding this place?" "I didn't know someone was guarding this place. I was just proposing a possibility," he said, looking up at the sky. "But since someone is guarding it, then that's good news for our mission." Elle sighed in confusion. "Someone guarding it is good news? What if it makes it hard to move and tips them off?" Wu Fu nodded. "If someone is lying in wait at this special team's location, it means this guy hasn't achieved his goal yet. He needs someone to scout ahead and bring reinforcements to accomplish his aim. And what kind of help can a scout bring? Of course, it's the target of our mission. The reaction from that special mission scroll suggests this guy is very familiar with the military spirit clan's mission procedures. Do you have any clues about this guy's identity?" Elle scratched her head and replied, "Being familiar with the military spirit clan's mission procedures. Just that alone is too broad a scope. As long as you plant an inside agent, you can figure everything out clearly. But being able to plant an inside agent in the spirit clan means it can't be too small an organization. It's most likely someone from an outside clan, though we can't rule out the possibility of buying information from elsewhere." Upon hearing this, he analyzed, "The enemy's identity is unknown. The special team's situation is unknown. Looks like this mission is going to take a lot of effort." Elle suddenly asked, "I always thought you were a reckless and stupid man. Are you actually pretty smart?" Wu Fu's face darkened as he asked himself, "What? You thought I was a reckless and stupid man? Isn't my strong, muscular physique good-looking enough? Or do I not look smart enough?" She asked him again, "Challenging my brother as soon as you entered the barracks, wasn't that hard-headed enough? If my brother hadn't gone easy on you, could you have become an officer? Taking on a spy mission as a Vanguard camp officer, isn't that risky? No reward for completing it, and you'd be implicated if you fail. Is that something a smart person would do?" Wu Fu coughed lightly. "You don't understand, violence is the most direct way to solve problems. Who in the barracks doesn't want to make a name for themselves? The fastest way is to have a fight, isn't it? See, I was actually thinking. If you don't believe me, replay the recording and check." Elle rolled her eyes and said, "We were watching the recording. I was watching from the audience at the time. You definitely weren't thinking about anything. You just thought you were invincible and recklessly ended everything." Wu Fu's eye twitched. "Who knew your brother was so strong?" He quickly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about the past. What do we do now? Do you have any suggestions?" She shrugged indifferently. "Don't ask me. I'm the truly reckless and stupid one. You decide. If you ask me, all I can think of is the two of us charging up and capturing those two guys in black alive. Then torture them until they talk." Wu Fu felt helpless. "Well, you really are that stupid." He looked into the distance and said, "Right, you did a good job as a spy. Don't do it again next time. Let's wait first. Since someone is guarding this place, someone might come to make contact. Then we'll find an opportunity to act based on who shows up." She pointed at herself happily and asked, "Wait, can I go back to sleep?" Wu Fu angrily raised his hand and knocked the girl beside him on the head. "Sleep, get up, no, keep watch. Those two guys in black, one for each of us." Elle reached up and rubbed the big lump that had formed on her head. Two streams of tears rolled down her face as she said, got it. Stop yelling at me." One side of Wu Fu's cheek twitched slightly as he asked, "Can you find the positions of those two guys in black? Do you know covert reconnaissance methods?" Elle clasped her hands together and announced confidently, "I know. I guarantee I can find out clearly without being discovered." Wu Fu raised his palm, glowing with yellow light. Good, let's start now. He knelt on one knee, placed his palm on the ground, closed his eyes and chanted a spell. Spirit of the earth, pulse of the land. Instantly, countless streams of power radiated outward from where Wu Fu stood. In a certain crevice, using the spell he had just cast, he saw a figure in a black robe. Wu Fu sighed to himself, only found one. One of the guys in black isn't connected to the earth. This is tricky. He stood up, thinking to himself. Judging by the look of the one I found, he's probably also using his own methods to scout the surroundings. Looks like I'll have to stay in a breath-holding state at all times, Wu Fu muttered to himself. As long as I don't panic and don't say I can't find them, then others will have to panic. Then he waved over Elle, who had her eyes closed over there. How's it going? Found those two guys? Two glowing messenger pigeons suddenly appeared in the air, hovering. Elle opened her eyes and replied, Found them. One in a rock crevice, one on a tree branch. After hearing the situation, Wu Fu began to make arrangements. Good. I'll keep an eye on the one in the rock crevice. You handle the one on the tree branch. No problem, he thought to himself. This technique is indeed unique, and that supreme shield technique, I'll have to ask for advice when I get a chance. Elle raised her hands, stretching as she said, It's settled. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. I'm still a bit tired. Wu Fu glanced at her, wondering if her surveillance skill was automatic. Elle was already lying flat on the ground with her eyes closed, but she still explained to him. That's right, the Wind Spirit's secret art is a spell that combines reconnaissance, attack, defense, and status effects. Its most special feature is that it's fully automatic. No need to divert your attention to control it. After hearing this, Wu Fu decided to give up. Forget it. I won't try to pry important information out of this silly girl. My conscience would hurt. I'll find a chance to ask her brother instead, he asked again. These spells weren't created by your brother specifically for you, were they? Elle suddenly propped herself up on her hands and sat up, asking proudly, How did you know? My brother's amazing, right? Wu Fu's face darkened as he mechanically gave a thumbs up and echoed, Amazing, very amazing. But he sighed inwardly, What's with this spontaneous flex? It's really tough on you, Elle. She turned around, her back to him, and just called out a few times, Hey, hey, hey. At night, a full moon hung high in the sky. Below, a figure in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on the ground, emitting a purple glow. Over here, Wu Fu was also sitting on a rock practicing, while Elle stood nearby, utterly bored. Suddenly, she saw a messenger pigeon emit a few doo-doo alarm sounds and glow. So she shouted, Looks like something's happening. Wu Fu quickly walked over to her and asked, What's happening? A ring of light was radiating around the messenger pigeon. Wu Fu signaled, Let me see. The pigeon's two eyes shot beams straight upward, forming something like a screen. An image appeared within it. The first figure in black hovered and asked, How's the situation? The second figure in black stood on a tree branch and reported, Reporting to the Saintess, everything is normal. The one called the Saintess frowned and instructed, Keep a close watch. Don't slack off. Report immediately if anything happens. If necessary, you are permitted to use forbidden means. The figure in black standing on the tree watched the silhouette disappear into the moonlight and replied respectfully, Understood. Over here, the image on the screen also disappeared. Wu Fu instructed her, Have your messenger pigeon follow that one. We'll tail the newcomer. Elle replied beside him. Okay. Then Wu Fu and Elle followed the messenger pigeon as they flew away. Meanwhile, on the tree branch, two figures in black were standing. The first asked, Did the fish take the bait? The second confirmed. Barring any surprises, they should have taken it. In the dark desert space, the voices of the two figures in black echoed continuously. How did you know those two were suspicious? I didn't detect their presence at all. That spaceship attack of mine, if it hits a living person, has the effect of absorbing life force. But I didn't get the feedback I should have. I see. They've probably already left to chase the Saintess. Any spy with a decent level of skill would make that choice. Will the Saintess be okay? We don't need to worry about the Saintess. I've already transmitted the entire situation to her via sound transmission. She'll handle it properly. Makes sense. The plan is going smoothly. This contribution points will be enough for me to have a good time. Aim higher. I'm saving my contribution points for something big. At night, the sky was clear with white clouds floating around the large round moon, sparkling, and a few birds circling and chirping. In the forest, the two dark figures of Wu Fu and Elle were extremely alert, hiding behind tree trunks. Continuing to move forward, the two had to lie low again in the extremely tall green grass. At the next terrain, Wu Fu and Elle found a huge rock to block their forms and hide. Elle seemed to have lost patience with the tailing and asked, This is getting annoying. How much longer do we have to chase? Can't we just grab her and interrogate her? Wu Fu suppressed his anger and analyzed for her. For now, forget whether we can catch her. Even if we do, there's no guarantee she knows the information. Spilling the truth would just alert the enemy. Don't worry. If this person chose to rush off without using the appropriate tool spaceship, the destination can't be far. Elle was enlightened by him and got excited. Oh right, that makes sense, as expected of you, even being able to think of such a subtle thing. Not bad, not bad. She smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Keep it up, do a good job. When we get back from this mission, I'll give you the top credit. Countless question marks appeared in Wu Fu's mind as he asked himself in confusion, wait, I'm the superior, right? Shouldn't reporting merits be my job? Does she even understand that a subordinate's achievements belong to the superior? Or can you just do whatever you want if you have connections up top? Elle perked up, looking ahead and saying, we're getting close. Let's follow. After some time at a desolate cliff edge, the figure in black called the Saintess finally stopped, slowly landing, her whole body radiating light. A barrier light circle appeared above the cliff. The Saintess walked in and then immediately disappeared. After another period of time, Elle finished checking the situation and asked, looks like a high-level hidden barrier. The messenger pigeon can't follow in. What do we do? Wu Fu and Elle walked to the spot where the Saintess had just stood, and a barrier entrance appeared before them as well. Wu Fu stepped forward to observe the situation. The target mission scroll is inside. Looks like we found the right place. Elle was extremely excited and couldn't wait to demand, then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. As she spoke, she curiously took a few steps to the barrier entrance to check. Wu Fu was somewhat suspicious, silently sorting through everything in his mind. This doesn't feel right. If the mission scroll had already been found by the guys in black, what was the point of ambushing us earlier? And why would they need to use our detection methods to find the scroll? Elle turned back to look at him, seeking his opinion. What do we do? Go straight in? Wu Fu didn't answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. Thinking too much is useless, even if it's a trap or hell ahead for the development of the Spirit Clan. This mission must be completed. Any difficulty or challenge, I must personally eliminate it. He rested his chin on his hand and warned seriously, are you okay with this barrier? Be careful, don't get caught. Upon hearing Wu Fu's words, Elle immediately flew into a rage, looking at him with a strange expression and shouting loudly, what's with your IQ fluctuating up and down? Come on, I was sent out to execute this mission. You know this mission had a pretty high probability of needing to enter the Demon Clan's territory. I can even infiltrate the Demon Clan's defensive formations without being detected. Can this barrier be stronger than that? Wu Fu's face darkened as he silently asked himself, am I being doubted by an idiot? He awkwardly smiled and scratched his cheek to explain, I was afraid you'd forget to maintain the invisibility spell. Since that's the case, let's go in. With that, Wu Fu walked toward the barrier. Elle watched his back from behind and confirmed, I'm not angry. Then she took the lead, using her condensed sword energy, and her entire body passed through the entrance. Wu Fu followed her into the barrier. An extremely long stone staircase appeared before them, leading to a temple. A sentry at the temple gate was slightly startled as if sensing someone's arrival. But when he looked again, Wu Fu and Elle had already vanished without a trace. Ayr hid behind a pillar across the way and whispered, take them both out. Wu Fu stopped her, saying just don't go around them. Ayr replied fine. Wu Fu trembled all over, skulking behind the stone steps as he slowly crept inward. The empty corridor echoed with their back and forth bickering. Wu Fu complained, aren't they afraid of going blind here? Ayr speculated. Or maybe they're just cave dwellers already blind, Wu Fu asked helplessly. Hey, can you talk normally? Ayr shot back. What's your problem? Finally, Wu Fu fell silent, forcing himself to endure as his anger had reached its peak. Wu Fu looked ahead and noticed the wooden door at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar, his pupils contracted, eyes wide open. He saw a group of people with beast ears inside whispering prayers and confirmed. So they really are the Yao clan? Wu Fu turned to ask the person behind him. Are they the Yao clan? Ayr peeked into the room from behind the door. You really are blind, aren't you? If that's not the Yao clan, what is it? Hearing her sarcastic remark, Wu Fu was so furious he swung his iron fist and sent her flying far away, making Ayr scream loudly. Wu Fu was practically fuming, but he still held back, clenching his fist tightly. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word, what's the difference between the Yao clan and the Beast clan? Ayr put her hands behind her back, glanced aside and explained, is one of them crazy? The Yao clan and the Beast clan are very different. The Yao clan practices magic, while the Beast clan cultivates the body. The more racial traits the Beast clan retains, the closer the Yao clan is to human form. And the Yao clan can change in countless ways. Besides animals, there are plants, objects, natural phenomena, and so on that can become monsters, while the Beast clan is all animals. An image of a girl flashed in Wu Fu's mind, and he pressed further. What if it's like the Lion clan, also in human form, both practicing magic and cultivating the body? Does that count as Beast clan or Yao clan? Ayr confirmed meaningfully. Of course, it depends on yourself. If you think you're a beast, you're a beast. If you think you're a Yao, you're a Yao. After saying this, she excitedly turned her head to look into the room again. Wu Fu's head ached, and he cursed in frustration. Damn, she led me into a trap. After a while, the Yao clan members in the room gathered into small groups and started chattering noisily. Aya raised her hand as if to transmit sound, silently reciting the Windbell's secret spell. Rising, a messenger appeared, flew into the room, and quietly slipped among the Yao clan. It gathered all the sounds and transmitted them outside. How many points have you saved? Almost 100, almost enough to exchange for a bloodline pill. Your wife is really impressive, huh? I think so too. Have you eaten? No. Xiao Hua, your routine is really healthy. Going to bed at 8 p.m.? Oh, early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. After hearing all the information outside, Aya sighed in disappointment. Not a single useful piece of information, Wu Fu waved at her. If there's no info, forget it. That's not our mission. We just need to complete our own tasks and let others worry about the rest. Aya looked at him with sparkling eyes. Right, that's not our mission. Why am I eavesdropping here, wasting my effort? Wu Fu's face showed an expression of wanting to say something but holding back. He thought to himself, forget it as long as she's happy. I was hoping to hear something about the old waiting by the stump story, or if there were any traps. Not hearing anything is fine. Too risky. Am I getting infected by this silly girl? He tilted his head to look into the room as if suddenly noticing something. Wu Fu crossed his arms and told Aya across the way another piece of information. The mission target's data is over by the altar, she called out, full of confidence, and asked him, oh, so what do we do? Just charge out, take care of those guys, then go invisible and grab the target. Wu Fu twitched the corner of his mouth and retorted, are you a divine king? Can't you sense the holy sovereign aura on those guys? Aya was a bit stunned and came up with a plan. Then we can only go invisible and steal it. Wu Fu rubbed his chin, closed his eyes in thought, and estimated it wouldn't work either. These guys aren't really blind. Without detection means they can't find us, but they'll notice if something goes missing, won't they? Aya sighed as if tired. Sigh, this won't work. That won't work. How are we supposed to complete this mission? Wu Fu looked up, muttering to himself, something feels off. What are these guys really up to? Feels like I'm missing something. Forget it, I'll stick to my motto, just complete the mission and let others worry. Finally, he laid out a plan. Here's what we'll do, we go invisible first, and once we get the data and get discovered, you take the data and leave first. I'll stay behind to hold them off. Aya turned back, grinning to tease him. Can you handle it? Are you a masochist, sacrificing yourself for a mission that's not worth it? At worst, you'll get punished. I'll put in a good word for you too, it's not a big deal, Wu Fu asked himself in discomfort. Earlier you said you'd credit me, and now I'm the one carrying the mission. So she's really the superior, huh? He then instructed. You just focus on taking the data and leaving. Don't get caught. Don't worry about anything else. Aya snorted and cursed. Ungrateful. Wu Fu ignored her cursing and only confirmed everything was fine before preparing to act. Suddenly, Aya raised 3 fingers to stop him. Wait, let me use the Supreme Shield. Right, if I didn't know this move, how could my brother let me go on missions with him? But when used on others, the shield can't be regenerated. It's one time. Wu Fu looked at the halo surrounding him and curiously asked if this move could be used on others. He silently felt the spiritual energy structure of the shield's operation, truly profound. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and signaled, then let's move. A strange noise startled the Yao clan, stopping their conversation. One Yao sensed something wrong and shouted, "Who's there?" Aya created a massive explosion and then fled at top speed, leaving the rest to Wu Fu as planned. Immediately after, Wu Fu collided head-on with a Yao. Wu Fu's eyes widened, and he already understood in his heart. It's you, so that's it. You're wearing a black robe, looking at the person surrounded by many Yao, thinking to yourself, Wu Fu, how is it him? The surrounding Yao kept attacking Wu Fu, but because of the shield around him, they caused no damage. Wu Fu looked up, ready to use a big move, and muttered to himself, so that's it, then all the inconsistencies make sense. Wu Fu glanced around. Now countless Yao were surrounding him. Suddenly, a mysterious figure approached from behind and said to the group of Yao, "You go after the one who ran, leave this one to me." The person then ordered them to block the way. The Yao immediately responded in unison, "Yes, holy maiden." Then they vanished at top speed. Finally, only Wu Fu and the mysterious black-robed figure stood facing each other in the vast space. He and the mysterious person asked simultaneously, "What are you doing here?" The mysterious black-robed figure answered first, "I'm here on a mission, of course. How did you end up in my spirit clan's team?" Wu Fu lowered his head and sighed. "A lot happened. In short, I'm now being treated as a spy for the spirit clan." After saying this, he looked up again and called her name like greeting an old friend. "I almost thought I was seeing things, but I didn't expect it to really be you, Jiyu Jia." "Long time no see." She stopped hiding, lifted her hood, and revealed her face. Jiyu Jia smiled and greeted him back. "You too, long time no see." Wu Fu stepped forward to get closer and exchange stories. They each shared some of their experiences. After listening, Jiyu Jia sighed, not knowing what to say. "I don't know how to describe you. If I say you're unlucky, you survived falling into the void tunnel. If I say you're lucky, now you're stranded among the spirit clan. The situation is grim. Wu Fu also sighed in return. You've had it tough too, I thought, because of your father's matter. You chose to leave, but here you are carrying out such a dangerous mission. Jiujia's gaze turned serious. That was my father's own choice. I can't blame those around him, nor will I hold a grudge. As for this mission, do you think I'm in any danger? With proper planning, there's really no risk, Wu Fu agreed with her. True, like my mission with the Spirit Clan, it's also extremely safe because you'll definitely let this Spirit Clan spy go back and report their experience to the Spirit Clan, he thought to himself. Just as I suspected. This mission is the human race's intention to influence the relationship between the Spirit Clan and the Yao Clan. That way, the earlier unreasonable actions of those black-robed figures from the Yao Clan's perspective suddenly make sense. Then both Wu Fu and Jiujia's cheeks flushed, and they stared at each other, grinning foolishly for a long time. Jiuzhao said angrily, in that case, sending one person back to the Spirit Clan to report is enough. Keeping you, who knows all the truth, is actually riskier. After all, I can't guarantee you're still on the human side now. Wu Fu lowered his head, his expression darkening, and thought, damn, she has a point. I'm truly speechless. Jiuzhao covered her mouth and laughed, explaining, all right, I'm just kidding. Look how scared you are. Wu Fu glanced at her twitching ears and felt curious again. Jiuzhao tilted her head as if noticing his gaze, and she tried moving the two ears on her head, asking, what, want to touch? The Yao Clan's remaining racial traits aren't something you can just touch casually. Wu Fu raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed and denied it. No, I'm just curious about your ears. If it's a disguise, it's pretty realistic, Jiuzhao replied flatly. Just a minor bloodline transformation secret art, nothing worth mentioning. She frowned, lost in worried thought. On the other hand, you need to work hard in the Spirit Clan. In your situation, without a major achievement, it'll be hard to return to the human race without a travel record. Once you're outside where sword energy grows, no one can guarantee your current stance. Wu Fu closed his eyes and could only sigh again. I know, I'll do my best. Jiuzhao raised her hand to ruffle his head and gave him a few final words of advice. All right, time's almost up. My subordinates will be back soon. As I said before, eliminating you is actually the safest move, but I can't guarantee my subordinates don't have similar ideas. The road ahead is long. Take care. Wu Fu cupped his hands in a fist and saluted her solemnly. You take care too. The road is long, we'll meet again. With that, he leapt into the air and vanished completely. After a while, when only she remained, Jiuzhao began to tremble inexplicably all over. She raised her hand to cover one eye and let out a few strange laughs. Standing alone in the stone cave, she laughed as if she couldn't control herself. After who knows how long, she laughed and turned her head, finding a group of Yao behind her, respectfully cupping their hands and bowing to her. Jiuzhao trembled all over, raised her hand to lightly wipe the corner of her eye. It's been a long time since I laughed so happily. The Yao stepped forward and asked respectfully, Holy maiden, what made you so happy? Jiuzhao rubbed her head and said, Nothing, just met a fool who believed everything I said, found it amusing. Then she straightened her face, put her hands on her hips and asked, How's the plan going? The first Yao replied, Disguised as demons to provoke the Yao clan, completed, plan smooth. The second Yao added, Disguised as demons to provoke the Beast clan, completed, plan smooth. The third Yao supplemented, This time disguised as the Yao clan to provoke the Spirit clan, confirmed the Spirit clan will receive accurate information, plan smooth. The fourth Yao also added, Enough agents have been planted within the human race. The last Yao reported, Disguised as ghost to provoke the Beast clan, completed, plan smooth. After hearing all the reports, Jiuzhao clapped her hands in praise. Good. The fact that all races are attacking the human race is now a reality. Once the humans resist stubbornly, everything we've done will become seeds of suspicion among the races. With a little guidance, an all-out war between the races will be imminent. She showed a satisfied smile and gave the order. Let us welcome our king's arrival with a great war. All the Yao present shouted in unison, Our king is immortal, the holy race is eternal. Our king is immortal, the holy race is eternal. On the wasteland, Wu Fu's figure was speeding past the peaks. His gaze was sharp as if he had spotted something. Immediately, Wu Fu stopped and launched an attack at the white figure in front of him. After the attack, smoke and dust filled the entire space. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ayer stood inside a shield, coughing a few times and asked, What are you doing? Seeing her, Wu Fu frowned and asked, Why are you still here? Weren't you supposed to take the data and go back? Ayer crossed her arms, snorted twice and mocked, You have the nerve to say that? Is this your idea of holding them off? So many were chasing me. Good thing I'm agile, fast, and good at hiding, or I'd have been caught long ago. Wu Fu broke out in a cold sweat, looking away. I held off the strongest among them. I couldn't handle the rest. Ayer asked him with concern, Are you okay? They didn't find you, so I came back. I was worried something happened to you and wanted to wait here to back you up. Wu Fu pretended to cough twice. I'm fine. I used a precious life-saving item. Barely escaped. Ire quickly pulled out a bunch of items. Top-grade ink jade pills, Snow Lotus extreme realm pills, life and death worry-free pills, cocoon breaking ascension pills. And you say you're fine? Look at these medicines. Which one can you use? Wu Fu broke out in a cold sweat, shaking his head repeatedly to refuse. Not for now, let's leave first. Those people might still come after us. Ire simply put Wu Fu on her back and walked forward. Right, let's hurry. Lying on her back, Wu Fu felt a pang of guilt. My conscience hurts, but if I hadn't taken those pills I'd be hurting in worse places. But the human race is already trying to split the other races to save themselves, huh? Everyone's working hard. I can't fall behind. I'll see how far I can go with the Spirit Clan. I wonder how Luo Shi and the others are doing. Meanwhile, in a courtyard on the human border, Wu Ling asked the person in front of her, have you really thought this through? With Yun Jian's connections, it wouldn't be a problem to have them assigned to logistics. Luo Shi affirmed loudly, I've made up my mind. Delica and my father both confirmed that people who die entering the Void Tunnel get teleported to some place in this world. Since we haven't found Wu Fu after all this time, he must not be in the southern human region anymore. I'm going to find him. Wu Ling closed her eyes and tried her best to persuade, you don't have to go yourself, and especially not join the most dangerous reconnaissance spies. Yun Jian will keep a close eye on relevant news. Fuer is his son too. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Fuer, Luo Shi said with utmost seriousness. I've already decided, honestly, finding Wu Fu is only one reason. On the other hand, I'm suited for this work. Someone has to do those dangerous missions, why can't it be me? I have the breath-holding technique Wu Fu taught me, which makes me much safer than others. Xing Xing also chimed in to support her. Well said, if I weren't lacking in cultivation and martial skills, I'd gladly go with you too. Man stood by, nodding in support. Same here. Emeng just stood aside, smiling. Wu Ling sighed helplessly and urged, All right, I won't stop you, just be careful. Luo Shi turned her gaze to the sky. Wu Fu, you must be striving somewhere too, right? Facing dangers without fear, watching over the border conflicts between humans and other races. This time, let's charge from two directions, working together toward the same goal. We'll meet again eventually, won't we? Don't you think so? At the entrance of a camp outside Wu Fu's mansion, a guard raised his hand to signal them to stop. Then Wu Fu and Nair were led by soldiers to a place for inspection. Finally, they arrived at the spot where identity procedures were completed. Wu Fu and Ire walked to the front of the giant wolf army's encampment. He observed the surroundings and speculated, looks like things are getting tense. Nair glanced back and asked, why bring that up out of nowhere? Just making small talk, let's hurry up and turn in the mission. I'm dead tired. Wu Fu's face darkened. He thought, forget it, why bother arguing with an idiot? Judging by the vibe, she's still clueless. But he still pretended to respond, you're right, it's me. Nair lifted the tent flap and walked in, sighing regretfully, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull. How did she end up like this so young? Inside Will's tent, Nair rushed in and hugged him tightly. Bro, I'm back. She hung onto his head and started chattering nonstop. Bro, let me tell you, I really showed off in this mission. After hearing everything, Will rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Was it the demon race? After a long pause, he looked up at Wu Fu for input. What do you think? Wu Fu replied. Though there were many inconsistencies in this mission, I mostly agree with Nair's judgment. Will stared at the ground, lost in thought again. Is that so? Ire's mind was flooded with question marks. She tilted her head in confusion. What are you two doing? You think my mission report wasn't clear enough? I just added a little artistic flair. Will smiled and explained to her. No, you did a great job. I'll report the results. The military merits from this mission will be issued to you right away. He then turned to Wu Fu and added, you can exchange military merits for various items at the supply depot, which is connected to the spirit race's warehouse. Many items are very helpful for cultivators. I suggest you check it out when you have time. Wu Fu replied calmly. Got it. Anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Finally, he closed his eyes, pressed his palms together in a salute to Will, and prepared to leave the tent. Suddenly, Nair called out loudly, Wait! Wu Fu stopped and turned back, puzzled. What is it? Nair reminded him of something. Didn't you want to learn the Supreme Shield? He's right here. Go ahead. Wu Fu was surprised. How I can really learn it? He had been planning to sneak a peek at the technique. Will eyed him warily. You want to learn the Supreme Shield? Wu Fu gave a perfect excuse. That's right, it's the most shameless defensive move I've ever seen, unbreakable. I have to join in. The tent fell into dead silence. No one spoke. Will squinted slightly and suddenly said, Fine. Wu Fu couldn't believe it. Really? What do I need to give in return? I can trade any martial arts I know. Will made a condition. I don't want your martial arts. Just use the military merits from this mission as payment. Of course, you can also take the merits and pick something useful from the supply depot yourself. Wu Fu made his choice directly. No need, I'll take the Supreme Shield. Will then added another suggestion. Good, come back tomorrow and I'll assign you a training task. This martial art might be worth more than your merits. I just hope that when you go to the front lines soon, if I can't look after her, you'll keep an eye on my sister." Nair waved her hand in refusal. "How I need him to look after me, more like I'll be looking after him. Bro, you don't know how many times I had his back on this mission." The next day, at a high waterfall in a valley near the military camp, Wu Fu watched Nair making strange movements in front of him and wondered silently, "What's this supposed to mean?" He couldn't understand and asked the motionless figure ahead, "Why are you here?" A memory surfaced. Earlier, Will had been writing materials and said to Nair, "You're here. There's a valley 20 miles west of the camp. Go train there. I've prepared a plan. You'll know when you get there." Back in the present, Nair clasped her hands behind her back, coughed twice, and stepped closer. "Student Wu Fu, mind your attitude." Wu Fu stared at her, wide-eyed and confused. "How, what do you mean?" Nair tilted her head and winked smugly. "I'm now in charge of teaching you the Supreme Shield. Remember, call me Teacher Nair." Wu Fu rubbed his head helplessly. "So Will's preparation was to have you teach me?" Nair shot back confidently. "So what? Having an expert personally guide you is better than any other preparation, isn't it?" Wu Fu was completely drained of energy and could only accept it. "You're right. When do we start?" Nair reminded him disapprovingly. "I told you, mind your attitude. If you don't want to learn, don't. I'd be happy to take it easy." Wu Fu closed his eyes, raised his hands respectfully as required, and called out, "Teacher Nair, when do we start?" Nair lifted her head happily and commanded loudly, "Louder, I can't hear you." With a voice that small, "You want to learn the technique?" Wu Fu's anger had risen 2 levels, but he swallowed it and asked again, "Teacher Nair, when do we start?" He silently swore to himself, "Just you wait. Don't fall into my hands or I'll show you what celebration really means." Nair covered her mouth smugly and praised, "Not bad, not bad. Looks like student Wu Fu is eager to learn. Let's not waste time then. The lesson starts now." Wu Fu focused, closed his eyes, and let out a breath to steady himself. Nair began to question him. "Student Wu Fu, answer this. In your view, how does the Supreme Shield operate?" Wu Fu gritted his teeth and answered based on what he knew. "It detects an attack and spiritual energy activates automatically." Nair crossed her arms in an X shape. "Wrong, it senses an attack and spiritual energy activates automatically." Wu Fu's mind was flooded with question marks. "Isn't that the same thing? What are you talking about?" Nair held up 2 fingers and explained slowly, "To understand how it works, we need to know what we're learning about the Supreme Shield. The 2 key points are sensing attacks and automatic activation," she announced enthusiastically. "Now we move to the next phase of learning." She silently praised herself, "As expected of me. What a great teacher." Wu Fu frowned and muttered under his breath, "Seriously, that's it, that's the whole explanation." "Then let's start the next phase." Nair smiled casually and demanded, "Take off your clothes." Wu Fu stood frozen, staring at her without moving. After a long pause, he muttered to himself while undressing, "What kind of learning is this? Why do I have to strip?" Nair got angry at his attitude. Don't waste the teacher's time. But when she saw his abs, her attitude did a complete 180. "Not bad, not bad. Decent physique." Nair pointed at the waterfall. "Now go stand under the waterfall. Use your spiritual energy to keep yourself dry. Remember, the energy must not leave your body, only stay on the surface." Wu Fu calmly complied, walking under the waterfall and sitting cross-legged. "What's the point of this? Any foundation establishment cultivator can do it." Nair leapt onto a high cliff. "Don't rush, the teacher has her reasons." "Wait." She pulled out a tall-necked glass bottle and poured out its contents. The liquid droplets slowly merged into the waterfall, striking Wu Fu like a bolt of electricity. "What?" he cried out. Finally, he fell face first into the water, lying motionless for a long time. The waterfall at the foot of the mountain seemed to vibrate slightly under some force. Wu Fu rose from the water, his body wrapped in a layer of blue light. Beads of sweat dripped from his chin. His eyes were vacant and he looked utterly disheveled. He saw Nair jump down from the cliff and angrily demanded, "What are you doing?" She walked closer and asked directly, "Didn't you say any foundation establishment cultivator could do it? Without some pressure, how can there be any training effect?" Wu Fu couldn't argue, and could only roll his eyes. "Couldn't you have told me first?" Nair closed her eyes and waved her hand calmly. "I forgot. All right, don't waste time. The 3000 gathering bottle I used is meant to accelerate spiritual energy consumption. Don't waste the spirit stone's power." Then her commanding voice rang out again. "Get in." She pointed in a direction and reminded him, "Remember, spiritual energy must not leave your body, only stay on the surface." Wu Fu was furious but could only mutter inwardly, "Just you wait. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later." He activated his power. Energy burst from his entire body, and soon a figure appeared under the violently cascading waterfall. Wu Fu stood with his head down under the torrent, thinking, "This pressure is heavy." He slowly straightened up and began to analyze. "Spiritual energy can only stay on the surface. I have to rely on random feedback to adjust my force. It's tricky." He closed his eyes and realized, but the biggest challenge is consuming spiritual energy. I need to maintain balance. Outside, Nair praised herself with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Getting into the zone so fast, it must be because I'm such a good teacher. She closed her eyes. Her mouth opened wide in a long yawn. Nair turned around and decided to leave him for a while. I need to find a place to lie down and sleep. After some time, Wu Fu still stood steadily under the waterfall, completely motionless, eyes shut, highly focused. He mused, "How long has it been? This is a great way to practice spiritual energy control. My energy is more stable now." At the same time, Nair suddenly appeared behind him. She raised her foot and kicked him hard, sending him flying into the water. The surface rippled violently as something fell in, accompanied by a loud splash. Nair wiped her nose and smiled confidently. "As expected of me." After an unknown amount of time, Wu Fu stood up and walked a few steps out of the water. He roared at Nair in anger. "What the hell are you doing now?" She widened her eyes and feigned innocence. "What am I doing teaching you a skill?" Wu Fu gritted his teeth. "And that's your excuse for ambushing me?" Nair continued to explain with an innocent face. "Student Wu Fu, have you forgotten what martial art you're learning? The Supreme Shield, automatic defense. You didn't think water pressure alone would work, did you, for automatic defense? You need to sense an attack, right? Without an attack, how can there be sensing?" Wu Fu asked again. "But you should have told me the training method first so I could prepare." Nair crossed her arms in opposition. "How could I? It has to be sudden, you know. A prepared attack isn't automatic defense." She clapped her hands together, pretending to have a revelation. "Oh, I get it. Student Wu Fu, do you think the teacher is just looking for an excuse to hit you?" Nair turned away, sobbing. "The teacher is so hurt. Student Wu Fu misunderstands me like this," she cried and complained. "I didn't even have the heart to hit you. Forget it, forget it. I won't teach anymore." Wu Fu lightly tapped Nair's head, his facial muscles twitching with anger, but he forced himself to apologize. Teacher Nair, it's my fault. Please continue the lesson," Nair kept crying. "No, no." Finally, she glanced at him and made a condition. "Unless you beg me to hit you." Wu Fu lowered his head and closed his eyes, silent for a long time, lost in thought. Then he looked up and said, "Teacher Nair, please continue teaching, please." "Hit me." Wu Fu silently set a goal in his heart. "Just you wait. One day I'll get you back." Nair pretended to be surprised and confirmed again. "Really, I hit you, and you won't blame me?" Wu Fu affirmed firmly. "No blame. I know it's all for the lesson. I don't blame the teacher." Inside, Nair was overjoyed, but she kept a calm face. "You said it." She then pointed a finger in a direction. "Nair makes a request. Go on. Keep your spiritual energy from touching the water and wait for the teacher to hit you." Wu Fu replied, "Yes," and swiftly leapt over. Nair nodded several times in satisfaction. Then, using a teleportation spell, she vanished instantly. Something appeared in the bushes beside the waterfall. Nair hid behind a tall ancient tree, her gaze fixed on the waterfall. A few days later, Wu Fu sat cross-legged on a rock under the waterfall, eyes closed with a protective layer around him, no longer affected by the water's pressure. Something lurked in the green bushes, causing the leaves to rustle gently. A face with a sly grin peeked out from the bushes. Nair swung her fist and shot forward at incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow, her fist aimed straight at Wu Fu, who was sitting under the waterfall. As she approached, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Wu Fu remained calm and fearless, just staring ahead with wide eyes. Seeing his reaction, Nair rotated her wrist and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You learn fast. Truly, my student, you already have half the teacher's talent." She smiled and pointed behind her. "All right, this phase of teaching is over. Get out of the water. The waterfall is useless now." Wu Fu cursed inwardly. "I've never seen anyone so shameless." Wu Fu did as Nair said, straightening up. He used a spell and vanished instantly. Seconds later, he was teleported to the shore. Nair raised her hand and conjured an item, the 3000 gathering bottle. She clenched her fist and slowly drew the water into it. Wu Fu glanced at the rock under the waterfall. It was empty. Then Nair also teleported back to the shore. Wu Fu rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "It feels like she has several magical artifacts and they're very useful." On the other side, Nair clapped her hands and announced, all right, time for the final teaching phase." She raised 2 fingers to signal Wu Fu to pay attention, and it was Nair who continued speaking. "Stop maintaining the surge of spiritual energy and endure attacks until the spiritual energy can automatically form a defense." The corners of her mouth gradually lifted, revealing an elusive smile. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Fu's entire face had become swollen from the beating. Nair patted him on the shoulder and comforted him with a laugh. "Don't worry, classmate Wu Fu, the teacher will take good care of you." A few days later, Abu ventured deep into the forest alone. He turned his head left and right, searching. Finally, as he approached a large rock, Abu stopped as if he had discovered something. He waved happily and shouted, "Hey big sister, Nair, brother Will told me to come get you." Mid-sentence, Abu suddenly fell silent, his face turning blank. He quickly covered his face with both hands and yelled, "I didn't see anything." A few images that could easily be misunderstood flashed through Abu's mind, seeing L sitting on top of Wu Fu, Hearing the shout, Nar glanced over and asked, "Is that Abu? What's up?" Abu reporting again. "Brother Will told me to come get you all to go back." Nar turned back to answer him. "Got it, you go ahead, we'll be right back." Before turning to leave, Abu left a reminder. "Okay, come back soon." After he left, El also stood up and looked at the person on the ground to inform him. "Alright, looks like the special training has to end here." Wu Fu lay flat, closed his eyes and sighed. "Yeah, sorry for the trouble." He reached out and clenched his hand into a tight fist. "Then let's head back." As soon as Wu Fu stepped into the tent, he saw Will charging at him with a large blade. He activated his power, forming a layer of defense in front of him, stopping Will's blade. Wu Fu looked at the man in front of him in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Will sheathed his blade and commented, "Nar taught you well, very good. You've mastered the ultimate shield." Wu Fu twitched the corner of his mouth, recalling Nar's sly expression from before. She taught well. Nearby, Elle spread her arms and called out, ready to pounce on Brother Will. He reached out to stop her. "This time, there's an urgent mission for you two." Wu Fu and Nar pointed at each other and asked in unison, "Us two again?" Wu Fu guessed. "It's not another reconnaissance mission, is it?" Will pointed at him and narrated. "This mission is assigned to you by higher-ups. 10 kilometers from here, in a city-state, a human spy has been discovered. Higher-ups demand you capture the spy within a week." Wu Fu directly asked whether the spy was male or female, and what their build was like. He thought to himself, "Could it be Luo Shi and the others have come looking for me?" Will picked up a piece of paper. "This is a portrait of that human spy." Wu Fu stared blankly at the drawing in his hand. Wu Fu tentatively asked him, "If you catch the human spy, what do you plan to do?" He said to himself, "It's she, this silly girl really came looking for me." Will answered firmly, "Of course we'll torture and interrogate them first, then sentence them to death." Wu Fu looked at the man in front of him with a curious expression. "Why send me on this mission? I'm human too, aren't you afraid I'll show favor to my own kind and let the spy go?" Will looked him in the eye, didn't answer immediately but was silent for a long time. Finally he reached out and handed the drawing to Wu Fu. "You're a smart person. You can probably imagine how cruel our spirit clan's methods are against traitors. So you wouldn't do something that stupid. Of course, if you refuse this mission, I can understand." Wu Fu took the drawing Will handed him and said, "I accept the mission." The next day, Wu Fu stood at the bow of the ship, puzzled. "What city is that?" Elle introduced from behind. "That was originally a trading post on the border." Wu Fu repeated the 2 words he had just heard, originally. Elle explained, "Later, during several tribal wars, that city was one of the battlefields." She recalled the past scene. The city had been baptized by war and lost its original prosperous appearance. Elle put her hands behind her back and continued to add information. "Now it's a gathering place for stowaways, human traffickers, and alien smugglers." When they arrived, the two jumped off the ship together. Wu Fu thought to himself, "Luo Shi, where is she?" He glanced at the person walking behind him, calculating in his mind that after finding Luo Shi he must eliminate her to prevent her from going back to report. Nar noticed his gaze and asked angrily, "Where are you looking?" Wu Fu calmly gave a reason. "You misunderstood, there was a bug over there." Suddenly, a mysterious person in a black robe covering their face appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. "Are you two looking for goods? I have some, all new arrivals." Wu Fu showed the person the drawing. "Do you have goods like this?" The mysterious black-robed person smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Fu frowned slightly and suggested to him, "Take me to see." The black-robed person immediately made an inviting gesture. The mysterious black-robed person led Wu Fu and Elle to a deserted gravel yard. "We're here, you two." Wu Fu quickly stepped forward and asked him, "Where are the goods you mentioned?" Suddenly, several more mysterious black-robed figures appeared. The leading black-robed person immediately changed his expression and said, "The goods are right here. Hand over all your valuables." One black-robed person stuck out his tongue and licked the blade in his hand. "That Spirit Clan woman stays. If she pleases the master well, she'll be made a slave. If not, after the brothers have had their fun, we'll sell her." Hearing this, Nar declared disdainfully, "I'll have to tear your head off." Wu Fu rushed forward and stabbed a black-robed person in the abdomen with his sword. On the other side, Nar also used her power to knock down another black-robed person. Wu Fu tilted his head to look at her and signaled, "Don't kill them all, leave one alive." Nar did as he said, stepping hard on a black-robed person's back to prevent him from escaping. Over here, Wu Fu was still swiftly swinging his sword, taking out all the remaining black-robed figures. After finishing, he knelt on one knee, looked at the black-robed person pinned under Nar's foot, and asked, "Have you ever seen the woman in the drawing?" The black-robed person looked up and begged for mercy in terror. "Spare me, master, although I haven't seen the woman in the drawing. I know someone who definitely has." Wu Fu patted his face and threatened, "Can I still trust your words?" The black-robed person raised his hand and swore, "I swear by my wife and daughter I will not lie." Wu Fu signaled Nar with his eyes to let the man go. Then, "I warn you again, this is your last chance. If you dare to deceive me again, I'll kill you first next time. The black-robed person clasped his hands together and replied respectfully, "Thank you both for sparing my life. Please follow me." He smiled and gestured in a direction, inviting Wu Fu and Nar to follow him. The three of them happened to pass by a stall. An old woman stood behind the counter, shouting loudly, "Goods from the beast and human clans, anyone interested?" Wu Fu tilted his head to look at the items on display, guessing to himself that these were probably things taken from kidnapped people. Suddenly, a blue piece of clothing on the stall caught his attention. Wu Fu picked it up and asked the old woman, "Where did you get this piece of clothing?" He recognized it. "This is Luo Zai's clothes." The old woman selling the goods didn't answer his question, just said, "If you like it, I can sell it to you cheap. Why do you have to ask so clearly about where things come from?" Wu Fu grabbed the old woman by the collar and lifted her up. "I'm not negotiating with you. You'll talk whether you want to or not." Just then a stone flew from some unknown direction straight at him, but was blocked by Wu Fu's protective layer. He turned around and saw a boy angrily shouting, "Let her go or else I'll kill you." Wu Fu was jolted awake and let go of the old woman. She was just a poor soul living at the bottom. Why make things difficult for her? This was truly a case of being blinded by concern. The boy ran over and threw himself into the old woman's arms, crying loudly. "Grandma?" The old woman selling the goods also hugged the boy and comforted him softly. "It's okay, it's okay." Wu Fu clasped his hands together and bowed to them. "I'm really sorry, old lady. I was rash just now, but the owner of this clothes is very important to me. I beg you to tell me clearly where it came from." The old woman stroked the boy's head and explained, "These odds and ends were all brought by the Flow Gang." Wu Fu was puzzled and asked again, "What is the Flow Gang?" Hearing his question, the black-robed person immediately turned to run, but was spotted by both Wu Fu and Nar. Wu Fu grabbed a member of the Flow Gang and asked, "Why are you running?" He interrogated sternly. "What is the Flow Gang?" The man covered his own mouth, shaking his head, unwilling to answer. Wu Fu began to threaten him bluntly. "If you talk, you might be killed by the Flow Gang later, but if you don't talk, you'll be killed right now." The Flow Gang member suddenly collapsed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Fu reached out to check his breath, then turned back and said, "He's dead." Nar asked doubtfully, "Is the name of that gang cursed?" Wu Fu examined for a moment and replied, "He had poison hidden in his teeth. There must be something more terrifying than death threatening him." The sparse few people in the village were shrouded in a terrible silence. He clenched his fist and made up his mind, "Luo Shi, I must find her." She scratched her head and asked foolishly, "Should we capture those two?" Wu Fu waved his hand and replied, "Forget it. Don't make things difficult for them. We'll find the clues ourselves." In front of some shoddily built, dilapidated tents, a foul stench emanated from the sleeping people. The strong odor forced the two to cover their noses and mouths. El complained, "This place stinks too much." He stood in front of a tent and called to the person inside, "Come out." A little girl with a dazed expression came out. She stood in front of Wu Fu and asked timidly, "Big brother, do you have any food? I'm hungry." He took out a flatbread and handed it to the little girl. "This is all I have." The little girl took the flatbread and quickly stuffed it into her mouth, wolfing it down. Wu Fu took the opportunity to take out the drawing and test her. "Have you seen this person in the drawing?" The little girl, still with flatbread in her mouth, looked up innocently and replied, "I've seen this big sister." He hurriedly grabbed the little girl's shoulders and asked, "When? Where?" The little girl answered calmly, "At the human market. This big sister was locked in a cage and being sold." Wu Fu reminded her seriously, "This person is very important to Big Brother. Are you sure the person you saw in the cage is this big sister in the drawing?" The little girl thought for a moment, then confirmed affirmatively. "I'm sure it's this big sister." Wu Fu quickly coaxed, "Little sister, can you take Big Brother to the human market? After I find that big sister, I'll give you lots of good food." The little girl said with a sad expression, "Even if I take Big Brother there, you won't find that big sister. The human market doesn't open until midnight." Nar patted him on the shoulder and asked with interest, "What's your relationship with that human spy?" Wu Fu stood up, put away his eager look, and calmly waved his hand to deny it. "I was just casually probing for information. Actually, I don't know that person." She scoffed in response. "I'm not stupid. I can tell whether you're lying or not. That woman is definitely a very important existence to you," Wu Fu reminded her. "Who that woman is doesn't matter. Completing the mission is what's most important." Nar asked impatiently, "Are we supposed to wait here until midnight?" "I don't want to. I don't want to stay in this place for even a minute longer." He calmly proposed a solution. "Why don't you find a clean place to rest first? I still want to wander around here a bit." She hated the stench here, held her nose and said uncomfortably, "Fine, then be careful." After saying that, Elle turned and ran off. Wu Fu sat down in front of the little girl, gently patted her head and asked, "How old are you?" She walked further and further away, disappearing from sight in a moment. The little girl answered calmly, "I'm 14. Then Wu Fu continued, "Where are your parents?" He looked the little girl over, thinking to himself, probably malnourished. At 14, she looks like she's only 8 or 9. The the little girl calmly said heartbreaking words. Mom was sold by Dad. Dad was killed by me. He widened his eyes in surprise and blurted out. Your dad was killed by you, the little girl murmured. Because he wanted to sell me too. In this city anything can be sold. Hearing this, Wu Fu's face darkened, and he thought worriedly, a beautiful human woman like Luo Shi must be the best-selling item. Can't wait any longer. He stood up, grabbed the little girl's hand, and said, Little sister, take me to the location of the human market now. The little girl shook her head fearfully and replied, We can't go now. The market overseers are all there now. Wu Fu calmly reassured her. What are you afraid of? It's okay, just point the way for me. The little girl was worried about Wu Fu and spoke in a faint voice. Big brother gave me food. You're a good person. I don't want you to die, he said seriously. I won't die. Just tell me how to get to the human market. The little girl took his hand and pointed in a direction. Go straight in that direction to the end. Turn right for 300 meters, then turn left. You'll see a road with heads stuck on wooden posts on both sides. That road leads to the human market. Wu Fu let go of the little girl's hand and said, Thank you. He quickly turned and ran off. A call rang out, Big brother. Wu Fu stopped and looked back at the little girl. The little girl timidly bit her finger and asked, Big brother, after you find the big sister, will you bring me food? He waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, whether I find the big sister or not, I'll come back and bring you food. After saying that, Wu Fu quickly ran off. After a while he stopped in front of an area filled with impaled heads. Wu Fu thought, this is probably the place the little girl was talking about. Suddenly 5 figures wielding sickles like reapers appeared suspended in the sky. Wu Fu calmly observed them. Inside the black robes were heads with long tongues sticking out. They closed in on him step by step. Wu Fu raised his hand and summoned his sword. Like lightning, he charged forward and slashed at them. Wu Fu easily broke through the encirclement of the human market overseer group. But after only a short while, they were able to recover completely. Wu Fu said in annoyance, Attacking the head is the only way to kill these monsters. He quickly stepped forward and cleaved one's body in 2 with his sword, but soon it regenerated. Wu Fu nervously asked himself, Are these guys invincible? Before he could think, 2 human market overseers had already appeared in front of Wu Fu. One overseer charged over and swung a slash at Wu Fu's position. He sidestepped to dodge the attack. Wu Fu reached out to grab its weapon, but as soon as he touched it, it instantly turned into a phantom. Wu Fu wondered, Are these market overseers just illusions? After the overseer's slash missed, its scythe struck the ground, splitting it open. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think nervously, Guess not. Wu Fu suddenly sensed danger behind him. He instinctively retreated quickly. The next second, another overseer's scythe had already swung down. Suddenly a fireball appeared, streaking past Wu Fu. It flew straight towards one of the market overseers. After being hit, it immediately burst into flames. At that moment, a warning voice sounded from behind Wu Fu. They are souls bound by an ancient curse. Feng Ling stood still summoning a small flame in her hand, and continued, No matter how much you damage their physical forms, it's useless. He asked warily, Who are you? She answered calmly, My name is Feng Ling. I was once a slave in the human market. As they spoke, the group of market overseers had completely recovered and regrouped, preparing to attack again. Feng Ling immediately grabbed Wu Fu's hand and pulled him into a run. As they ran, Feng Ling said, There's only one way to destroy them. It was about destroying the runes that bound them. Wu Fu asked, Where are those runes? She replied calmly, If I knew where they were, I would have wiped out those creatures long ago. He grew frustrated and puzzled. Meaning they could only enter at midnight. Behind them, the group of market overseers was still in pursuit. Feng Ling and Wu Fu ran for a while before leaving the market's bounds. The creatures were stopped by the boundary and could no longer chase them. After they escaped, she explained, I've experimented. Their range is only within 980 meters. As for whether the runes are within that range, I don't know. He asked in confusion. She seemed very familiar with them. Feng Ling nodded and admitted, I've dealt with them many times. Wu Fu asked, puzzled, Why would you do something so dangerous? Her mood suddenly darkened as she replied, For my brother. He pressed further, Is your brother in the market? Feng Ling shook her head and answered, During the slave revolt a year ago I escaped, but my brother didn't. We were both goods under Yi Koer's control. Wu Fu then probed about the revolt and Yi Koer. She stared silently at the overcast sky. A flicker of indescribable sorrow passed through Feng Ling's eyes. She began to recall the past. On an open patch of ground stood a white tent. Inside the tent were iron cages holding humans and beastmen. A lion beastman complained, That bastard Yi Koer only feeds us slop, and when we don't perform well he takes it out on us. I can't take it anymore. We need to find a way out. Another beastman agreed, We'll act next time he comes to feed us. The lion beastman warned, Keep it down, he's coming. Yi Koer carried a bucket of food, cursing loudly as he walked. Damn it, you worthless lot can't even be sold, and you eat too much. One day I'll slaughter you all and make soup. He approached an iron cage and began pouring food. In the darkness a hand quietly reached out. The lion beast man grabbed Yi Koer's arm and bit down hard, roaring, "Go to hell!" Yi Koer grieved in pain, clutching his bitten-off arm as he fell to the ground. He scrambled out, shouting, "Rebellion, where are the market overseers? Come quickly!" At that moment, Feng Ling was holding her brother, whom she had freed from the cage. The lion beast man said, "Hurry and go." She replied gratefully, "Thank you." Suddenly a shadow appeared behind him. Feng Ling shouted a warning, "Watch out," but it was too late. A death scythe swung out. Blood splattered onto her face in terror. Feng Ling's eyes widened as she cried, "No!" The market overseer quickly targeted the siblings. Instinctively, Feng Ling pushed her brother aside, dodging the attack. Yi Koer, having lost an arm, threw open the tent flap and ordered with a dark face, "Kill all these slaves, I don't want this batch anymore." The sharp scythes cut down fleeing beastmen one after another. Feng Ling took the chance to escape quickly. She pushed aside the tent flap and the outside scene appeared. Feng Ling shouted back, "Feng Sha, run this way," then she dashed out of that dark place. Back in the present, Feng Ling's eyes were filled with sorrow and guilt as she said, "After I escaped, I never saw my brother again. I don't know if he's alive or dead. If I ever get a chance to go back, I won't leave him behind to run alone." Wu Fu comforted her expressionlessly. "Don't worry, your brother must still be alive, and the person you're looking for is surely safe." Feng Ling asked curiously, "Was someone from your family also sold into the market?" He reached into his clothes, fumbling for something. Wu Fu pulled out a painting and proposed, "Let's make a deal. I'll help you find your brother, and you help me find this person." She stated the current problem, "But basically we can't get past those market overseers to enter." Wu Fu stroked his chin and began analyzing. "We can't force our way in, but we can disguise ourselves as customers and walk in openly." "What did those customers look like?" Feng Ling quickly answered. The customers dressed casually, but each wore an animal mask. Those masks were the entry tickets sold by the Liu Gang. "About 10 gold coins each," he said with determination. "Even though we have no money here, force is the best currency." By then it was afternoon. In a secluded alley, a group was making a deal. The Liu Gang members looked at the two people before them and asked, "Is the money ready?" The buyer tossed them a money pouch and said impatiently, "Count it yourselves." Wu Fu and Feng Ling appeared behind the Liu Gang members holding the pouch. A vigilant one noticed them and called out. The two approached menacingly. A Liu Gang member pointed at them arrogantly and said, "We're from the Liu Gang. Don't you know what happens to those who offend the Liu Gang?" Wu Fu tilted his head, replying calmly in the afternoon sunlight, "I don't know what happens to those who offend the Liu Gang, but you'll soon know what happens to those who offend me." Like lightning, he charged forward and finished him off with a clean sword strike, then turned and took out the remaining one in one move. The two buyers witnessed this in horror. They tried to flee but were stopped by Feng Ling before they could react. One buyer stammered in terror, "We're not with the Liu Gang, we're innocent." "Let us go," she asked coldly. "Innocent?" Feng Ling demanded angrily. "If it weren't for buyers like you, so many slaves wouldn't be imprisoned." Wu Fu rummaged through the black-clad men and found something. He held up 2 masks and asked, "Are these the entry tickets you mentioned?" She confirmed, "Yes, that's them." Wu Fu urged, "Let's go." Feng Ling stopped him and began searching the buyers' bodies, saying, "Wait, take their money too, if possible. It's best to buy your loved one and my brother and avoid direct conflict with the Liu Gang." After a moment she held a large money pouch. Feng Ling estimated it contained about 200 gold coins, unsure if they were expensive. Time flew by. At midnight in the market the two wore fox masks and blended into the crowd. The Liu Gang members looked them over and said, "Go on in." Wu Fu and Feng Ling entered. Just inside someone was hawking a girl. Look, a perfect human girl. Take her away for just 3 walnuts and do whatever you want." He stared in shock, cursing angrily under his breath. "These beasts don't treat people as human." Feng Ling called out, pulling Wu Fu back to reality. She asked in confusion, "What are these walnuts he mentioned?" He replied blankly, "I don't know either. Let's ask someone." Wu Fu found a passerby wearing a tiger mask and asked, "Brother, we haven't been to the market in a long time." "What are these walnuts?" the man replied flatly. "Then you really haven't been here in a while." 6 months ago, the Liu Gang set a new rule. To buy anything in the market, you first need to exchange 10 gold coins for 1 walnut from the Liu Gang. If you have walnuts left over, you can only get 9 gold coins back. He pressed further about where the Liu Gang's exchange shop was. The masked man continued, "The Liu Gang's exchange shop only appears on the 1st and 15th of the month. If you don't have walnuts, you'll have to wait until next time to buy slaves." Wu Fu thought for a moment and proposed, "Brother, do you have extra walnuts? We'd like to buy one for 11 gold coins." He quickly shook his head and refused. The Liu Gang doesn't allow private walnut trading. Anyone caught gets skinned alive. Wu Fu began to ponder, saying, "It's only that private walnut trading isn't allowed." The man in the tiger mask asked curiously, "What are you getting at?" Wu Fu suggested. We can't trade gold coins for walnuts from you, but what about trading something bought with walnuts? The man replied warily. That's possible, but why should I help you? Wu Fu said generously. Of course we won't have you do it for free. If 11 gold coins for a walnut won't work, how about we raise it to 20 gold coins per walnut? The man in the tiger mask began to think. As they talked, Feng Ling started observing her surroundings. Her eyes widened and she blurted out in surprise, "That's Wu Fu." Hearing the commotion, he also turned to look and asked in confusion, "That's Yi Koer." Feng Ling confirmed, "Yes." She strode over menacingly, saying, "Feng Sha, big sister is here to save you." A fireball began to form in Feng Ling's hand. Wu Fu grabbed her arm to stop her, saying, "Calm down, now's not the time to act." They both looked up at the floating black-clad figures around them. Feng Ling calmed down and replied, "You're right." Yi Koer, seeing them staring at him from afar, began to flatter and promote. "Sir, won't you take a look? A human male, strong and healthy, definitely a good worker. Just 2 walnuts." She started playing the role of a buyer and asked, "Do you have any other goods? Our family also needs a child, preferably a human boy." Yi Koer quickly replied, "You're too late. The only human boy I had was just sold to the Beast Clan." Feng Ling blurted out urgently, "Sold to the Beast Clan? Won't he be eaten?" He replied flatly, "It's my freedom to sell to whoever I want. I don't care what the buyer does with him. Go, go. If you're not buying, move along." Wu Fu quickly stepped in to mediate. "She's got a point. Business is about first come, first served," Yi Koer said smugly. "See, your husband understands." Wu Fu took out gold coins from his pouch and kindly handed them over, saying, "If possible, I'd still like you to tell me which direction the beastman who bought the boy went." Yi Koer pointed to an overseer and replied, "We don't take gold coins here anymore." Wu Fu looked at the coins in his hand and thought, "So it seems not only buying slaves but also getting information and spending requires walnuts here." Seeing their hesitation, he seized the opportunity and pointed to a chain boy, saying, "Buy him and I'll tell you where the beastman went." He grinned slyly and held up 2 fingers, "Just 2 walnuts." Wu Fu thought to himself, "Indeed, without walnuts you can't get anywhere here." The man in the tiger mask suddenly appeared holding a bag of walnuts and said, "I'll buy them for my friend. Tell them and I'll leave them with you for safekeeping." Then he turned to Wu Fu and gave him a wink. "Don't forget the 40 gold coins. Give them to me outside the market." Yi Koer took the money pouch, beaming, and gave the needed information. "Thanks for your patronage. That beastman went to the biggest Lu Gang shop around here, saying he wanted to see that stunning human female slave." Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately thought, could it be Luo Shi? He lost his composure and grabbed his shoulder urgently, asking, "Where is that place?" Yi Koer grinned and teased, "Sir, you're so excited at the mention of a beauty, your wife might get upset." Wu Fu quickly stopped Feng Ling, who was about to leave, and asked, "Do you know where that place is?" She stammered, "I don't know." The person in the fox mask walked over and said, "I know, follow me." Wu Fu thanked him, much obliged. The 3 arrived at a crowded area of buyers. He asked Wu Fu suspiciously, "Your purpose here is probably that human beauty, isn't it?" Wu Fu paused and then spoke solemnly, "It sounds like it won't be easy to get." The man in the tiger mask pointed to a tent in the center of the crowd and said, "It's over there." Wu Fu observed the surroundings and felt it was too dangerous to act here. Just then a buyer raised his hand and shouted, "I bid 50 walnuts." Wu Fu blurted out in surprise, "50? The man beside him empathized, "Yeah, it's tough." Bidding began all around. "I bid 55, 60. The man in the tiger mask remarked flatly, "Good stuff, everyone wants it." Suddenly, Wu Fu leapt into the air above the crowded throng. "Let me see what's so good that it's worth 60 walnuts." From above, with a clear view, he saw the person locked in the iron cage. It was none other than an acquaintance. He muttered to himself, "Luo Shi, it is her." The guy standing by the cage yelled, "Hey, who said you could fly up and look? How am I supposed to make money from seating?" Wu Fu ignored him and even moved closer. In the cage, Luo Shi looked up, wondering who it was, when a sword appeared. Wu Fu drew his sword, entering an attack stance. "Making money, you need to be alive to spend it." Luo Shi was moved to tears. He had recognized him. That was the aura of the star sword. It was Wu Fu. He had finally come to save her. The death-like market overseers flew over, daring to cause trouble for our Lu Gang. Tired of living, Wu Fu, wearing the fox mask, gently swung his sword. Where the blade points, your life ends. However, they had a trait he found troublesome. Although these creatures could regenerate infinitely, they needed time to recover after their bodies were destroyed. After temporarily dealing with a batch of overseers, Wu Fu landed on the auction stage, pointing his sword at the Lu Gang leader. He threatened, "If you don't want to die, stop those monsters." But the man showed no fear. HMPH, daring to provoke the Lu Gang, "I'll see you in hell." As he spoke, the overseers surrounded him again. Luo Shi warned, "Watch out." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Feng Ling had already taken out many blockers. A guy in a bear mask was dragging a little girl along the ground. Seeing her blocking his way, he cursed angrily, "What are you standing here for? Don't you know I'm looking for some fun here?" Beneath the fox mask, no one knew what Feng Ling was thinking. She extended her hand, forming a blazing fireball, and hurled it at the bear-masked man. "Die, you scum, you all deserve to die." The flames burned him alive on the spot. Screams rang out. The girl he had grabbed fell to the ground, scrambling away in terror. Afterward, Feng Ling walked into the crowd and saw several scythe-wielding overseers flying toward the stage. The crowd murmured. A rabbit mask said, "Some fool dares to mess with the Liu gang." A lion mask scoffed, "Looks like they've got some skill, but causing trouble on Liu gang turf, even a god king would think twice." In the crowd, a girl in a mink mask was gleefully watching the spectacle. This should be good, but she didn't realize she had already caught Feng Ling's eye. Beneath the mask, Feng Ling had found her target. "You're the one," suddenly. Hellfire closed in on the mink-masked girl. Flames erupted on her body. The crowd scattered, screams and panic spreading. What's happening? How? On Wu Fu's side, he had lost count of how many times he had beaten back the overseers, growing irritated. Damn it, they just keep coming. Then he saw a distant blaze. Feng Ling's power. Why had she suddenly killed someone in the market? Wu Fu speculated. Could it be her brother? Without overthinking, he swung his sword, cutting through Luo Zai's cage and freeing her. He gripped her hand tightly. "We can't stay here. Let's go." Just then, a figure in a ghost mask appeared, laughing. "Leaving? Not so fast." Wu Fu swung his sword to block their sides. "You think you can stop us?" The ghost mask produced a talisman and sneered. "Try it. Neither you nor that crazy woman will escape." With that, he and the overseers gathered their spiritual power to activate the talisman. Instantly, all the overseers flew up as if preparing to merge. Luo Shi froze. This is the overseer fusion, turning into a giant undead jailer monster. It roared in fury, and Luo Shi was utterly stunned by the sight. Wu Fu fought the monster alone. She picked up her sword and said, "I'll help you." With a loud crash, the two of them barely managed to block a punch from the giant beast. Wu Fu sighed to herself. "This won't work." Suddenly, a fireball flew in from afar, but the giant monster appeared before the masked figure in time, easily deflecting Feng Ling's fireball. Seeing the dire situation, everyone quickly fled. Feng Ling manipulated the spiritual energy in her hands, staring at the masked figure. "So the talisman that binds souls and controls monsters is in your hands." Wu Fu then mobilized her spiritual energy, flames enveloping her body. "The monster is immortal, but the one controlling it is not. Destroy the talisman and it's over." A giant hand smashed down toward Wu Fu's position, but she agilely sidestepped to dodge. One of Liu Bang's subordinates hovered in the air holding a talisman and attacked with hostility. Wu Fu shouted orders loudly. "Luo Shi, Feng Ling, cover me." A sword fell, cleaving his body in two, but immediately, the wounds on his body healed rapidly. Luo Shi began to condense her spiritual energy onto her sword. She pointed it directly at Liu Bang's subordinate and attacked, executing the sword of humiliation. No matter how sharp the attack, within moments their wounds healed at a visible speed. Luo Shi thought irritably, "Damn it, no matter what, it heals." A group of Liu Bang's black-robed subordinates lunged at Wu Fu simultaneously. He knocked them back with a single sword strike, shouting angrily, "Get lost!" One of them, stronger than the rest, barely managed to block his blow. He observed Wu Fu's strength and thought seriously, "This guy is a divine king." Troubles here again. On Luo Zai's side, things were turning unfavorable. She was struggling to fend off the increasingly ferocious attacks of the giant monster, wondering silently, "Why does this thing get stronger every time it revives?" The giant monster let out a roar, and countless beams of energy shot from its mouth. Wu Fu shouted Luo Zai's name in panic, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Liu Bang's subordinates immediately charged in to continue their assault. Luo Shi used all her strength to buy time, but her meager power was useless against the giant monster. Its attacks still came fiercely, and she thought it was over. Suddenly a fireball appeared, blocking the attack. Feng Ling grabbed Luo Zai's arm and pulled her to run quickly. Her mind in chaos, Fen Yud spoke up, "What do we do? Stay and fight to the death, or make a quick getaway?" Wu Fu was still focused on the battle, giving orders swiftly. "Take Luo Shi and go first." Feng Ling stopped in her tracks and declared firmly, "I'm not leaving. These beasts killed my brother. Even if I die, I'll take them down with me." Luo Shi also stayed resolutely, saying, "With Miss Feng Ling's help, I can hold off this big guy a little longer." "Wu Fu, I'm looking for someone." He began to get more serious, telling himself, "Looks like I have to push myself." Then a powerful surge of spiritual energy surrounded Wu Fu's body. One of Liu Bang's men tried to sneak attack while he was distracted, but Wu Fu easily blocked it. His sword had somehow already appeared behind his comrade. Wu Fu thrust his sword through Liu Bang's subordinate's body. Amidst his terrified screams, his sword swiftly finished off another. "No, how is this possible?" The battle ended, and Wu Fu collapsed in exhaustion. He sighed to himself. "I overdid it." He bent down to snatch the talisman from Liu Bang's subordinate's hand. The man lying on the ground demanded, "Are you crazy? Is it worth risking your life for a woman?" Wu Fu replied coldly, "That's none of your business." On Luo Shi and Feng Ling's side, a giant monster had also been burned to ashes. She asked in confusion, "Is it over?" Suddenly, a thick plume of black smoke appeared in the air, heading straight for Wu Fu. It grabbed him instantly. Wu Fu shouted in panic. What? Seeing this, Lu Bang's subordinate laughed maniacally, saying excitedly, anyone who destroys the talisman will be banished to hell to dwell with those evil spirits. Go to hell. Luo Shi and Feng Ling watched as he was swept away by the black smoke. Only able to call out to Wu Fu in desperation, Wu Fu was bound tightly by chains. Standing before the palace of Yama, he wondered to himself, is this the underworld? Am I dead? The impatient Oxhead ahead urged him. Hurry up, Lord Yama is busy. The group filed in under supervision. He looked around, suddenly feeling something was off, he thought. He felt like this wasn't his first time here. Everything had a sense of familiarity. Yama flipped through the book of life and death and asked, who are you in death? Come forward and state your name. He replied calmly, Wu Fu. Hearing this name, Yama's face showed terror and he exclaimed, what, did you say you're Wu Fu? The scene shifted to the lava of hell filled with miserable screams. Pain, so much pain. The Wu Fu of a past life sat silently in the sea of lava. He opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Finally here, it's time to take back what's ours. A sharp scream echoed from the palace of Yama. No, this is bad. A subordinate knelt in panic, reporting fearfully. The man in the lava hell has broken through the formation and is heading toward the 10 kings of hell. Yama rubbed his temples in headache, thinking, damn it, does he have the entire underworld under his control? He stood up and shouted, Oxhead and Horseface, hear my command, Yama ordered urgently. Quickly take that Wu Fu out of the 10 Kings Hall, as far away as possible. The two carried him and ran off, responding, yes. Thinking of the terrifying Wu Fu of the past life, he thought, he's here today. That guy who once threw the 6 realms into chaos is still around. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if he saw something terrifying. The Wu Fu of the past life appeared calmly. He spoke politely, long time no see, Yama. I've come to ask for your help to see someone. The Yama Hall fell into dead silence. The past life Wu Fu approached and patted his shoulder amiably. He reminded him meaningfully, after reincarnation, I've also come to hell. It's time to fulfill our agreement. Meanwhile, on the road outside the 10 Kings Hall, Oxhead and Horseface were carrying Wu Fu out. He calmly felt the changes in his body, thinking, the power I lost before has returned. Then the chains on Wu Fu were easily shattered. Oxhead and Horseface exclaimed in surprise. What? Wu Fu asked politely. Can you explain what's happening? This is my first time in the underworld. I don't know the rules here, Oxhead thought warily. Although he's different from that guy, he's just as hard to deal with. Horseface also muttered urgently, can't waste time, I need to think of something. Then they led him in circles around the Yama Hall. Wu Fu followed, asking in confusion, according to what you said, my lifespan isn't over yet. My descent into hell was just an accident. Now I need to stay in the ghost street for a while until Lord Yama figures out the reason and sends me back to the living world. Horseface replied awkwardly, right, countless people enter the underworld every day. Mistakes happen sometimes. Oxhead gave a wink, silently praising him. Well done you. Let him follow us to the ghost street at the border of hell. We need some time for his past life to find him. This guy is dangerous now, we can't let our guard down. Back in the Yama Hall, Yama was now holding a weapon, warning sternly. Hey you, don't dream on. Balls of spiritual energy shot toward the past life Wu Fu. He stepped back and said calmly, don't waste your strength, Yama. You know you can't stop me alone. He swung his sword, easily knocking him down. Wu Fu approached step by step as Yama knelt on the ground. His eyes still full of vigilance and determination, he said, even if it costs me my life, I will never let you, a monster, leave hell. The past life Wu Fu looked at Yama with cold eyes and replied, easy for you to say. The dead in the underworld can only be reborn in the river of 10,000 souls. He maintained his fierce aura, stood up and glanced at him. The past life Wu Fu demanded angrily. I Wu Fu am a divine king of 2 realms by nature. Even if it meant breaking through to the divine king realm and ruling eternity at will, this time I cultivated entirely on my own ability. Why must you stop me? He growled in a low voice. After all this time, don't you understand? Yama explained with reddened eyes. If you break through, you'll sever the fate of all things in the world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is limited. The highest realm for all beings is the divine king. Breaking through the divine king realm actually means cultivating using others' cultivation. He refused to yield, retorting darkly. Of course I know, when I broke through, all the forces wanted to kill me. Wasn't it for your own cultivation? Don't forget, I'm still here because of our bet. Yama closed his eyes and remained silent. He began to recall the tragic fate of Wu Fu's past life. Initially, the gods of all realms joined forces with the heavenly Tao to kill Wu Fu. Yama recalled those days, thinking, but even though Wu Fu died, his soul was still incredibly powerful. It was only a matter of time before he broke the cycle of yin and yang and reincarnated. Before the blood-red river was their first meeting. At that time, a nervous Yama wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and asked cautiously, Immortal Wu, why are you so eager to break through the divine king realm? Even without breaking through, your strength is the greatest among divine kings, surpassing everyone. do you know what breaking through the Divine King realm means? Hearing these words, his eyes sharpened. The past life Wu Fu said, it means the cultivation level of all realms will drop. Immortals can no longer oppress mortals with power, and omnipotent gods can no longer treat commoners like grass. You must understand what I mean, right? He stammered awkwardly in reply. This, Yama explained cautiously, in the cultivation world, great cultivators often wipe out entire families. Those ordinary people without a chance at immortality almost all descend to the underworld as ghosts, gathering their fear to return to the other shore. It has been this way since ancient times. Suddenly, a gray-white hand emerged from the riverbed. A ghost surfaced from the water, its eerie voice echoing, "Free. Finally free," Wu Fu asked in confusion. "It's always been like this, hasn't it?" He guiltily changed the subject. "On the contrary, I can understand you, immortal Wu. Why don't you let me spread this message across the realms, warning those cultivators that if they don't want to lose all their cultivation, they should treat mortals better?" He looked up thoughtfully and said, "It's useless. They'll only be suppressed temporarily," Yama proposed seriously. "Let's make a bet." The past life Wu Fu turned back and said firmly, "We won't know unless we try." He recalled the situation back then, thinking, "I will scatter my soul, let one part reincarnate and erase the memories of the underworld and our agreement. Go to the living world 10,000 years from now and see what that world is like with my own eyes." At that time, a part of the past life Wu Fu's soul infused into the current body. He woke up and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "I'm still alive," the past life Wu Fu said to himself. "If the world hasn't become as beautiful as I said it would, I will recklessly break through to Divine King Eternity and destroy the cultivation of the other realms." The past life Wu Fu recalled the memories of corruption he had seen. What was the state of the world? "When my soul enters the underworld, there will be an answer." Back in the present Yama Hall, Yama had already been dealt with. The past life Wu Fu turned and walked away coldly, leaving a reminder. "Look at your attitude. Even after 10,000 years, the living world is still a place where power reigns supreme. But humans live worse than pigs and dogs." Yama lay heavily wounded, thinking to himself, "How is this guy so powerful? If he really finds his reincarnated self, this realm will be in trouble." The past life Wu Fu was walking out of the Yama Hall step by step, thinking urgently, "I must get Wu Fu reincarnated as soon as possible and find someone to help me buy time." He looked up at the purple sparks flying away and said mockingly, "Going to find a master for help? This is a good opportunity to see just how strong those cultivators in the outside world really are." The past life Wu Fu gripped his sword tightly, watching the sparks flying toward him, and said calmly, "Your reaction shows that nothing has changed in the outside world in these 10,000 years." The sparks gathered together, and when Rain Immortal saw them, he was immediately surprised. He grabbed one spark and asked, "Yama, what brings you to see me?" The flame flared up violently, carrying a message. "I hope everyone unites to kill Wu Fu, that guy who's about to break through." Then the flame began to dissipate. Rain Immortal looked into the distance, pondering, "Since reaching the Divine King realm, I've been constantly cultivating, just for today, to fight for the immortals of all realms." Wu Fu and his group stood before Ghost Street, greeted by the sight of beautiful women. Oxhead said awkwardly, "Lord Divine King, you can enjoy yourself on Ghost Street. The expenses will be covered by us." Oxhead and Horseface. He looked at him with a puzzled expression, thinking, "Who do you think I am?" Wu Fu closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and began to assess. "Is this really the underworld? Why can I feel an undying sensation? I'm not dead. Am I just trapped in some illusion?" Suddenly, he sat down to cultivate. Horseface asked in confusion, "Lord Divine King, what are you doing?" Wu Fu thought to himself. "Maybe I can use the residual immortal energy to break through the illusion." At that moment, an abnormal energy appeared in the sky. Rain Immortal stepped out from that door, observed for a while, and sighed, "It's been a long time since I've been to the underworld." He glanced at Wu Fu, who was focused on cultivating. "This ancient immortal's energy feels familiar." Suddenly, Rain Immortal realized something and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He saw the sword behind him and exclaimed inwardly, "The scent of Sword Star. He is Wu Fu." Wu Fu sensed danger and snapped his eyes open. He reflexively jumped up to dodge the attack, shouting, "Killing intent." Wu Fu turned around and said discontentedly, "Who are you? How can you sneak attack?" Rain Immortal quickly released his spiritual energy, saying aggressively, "I am a descendant of the Chankan Rain Immortal you killed 10,000 years ago. Today is the day I take revenge." At that moment, outside the Ten Kings Hall, as the past life Wu Fu was fighting, a portal appeared. Seeing the person who stepped out, he lazily pointed his sword at them and mocked, "What, after 10,000 years, you people still remember who I am?" Lu Ming put on a sanctimonious air and said, 10,000 years have passed and you still won't give up." Shang Lang also began to question, "The order of the underworld has existed since ancient times. How can you change it so easily?" The past life Wu Fu didn't even listen to these unreasonable words. He raised his sword high and mocked, You talk so nobly, but you're just unwilling to give up your power. Enough talk, make your move. Lu Ming conjured a piece of ice and pointed it at him, saying, "We've been cultivating for 10,000 years just to kill you." Taking advantage of Wu Fu's distraction, he was tightly wrapped in a cloth. He Feng said smugly, "As long as we control the sword star, you won't be a threat anymore." After the four subdued him, they charged at him simultaneously to kill him. The past life Wu Fu looked at this group of people and just curled his lips slightly, saying, "In 10,000 years, I wasn't the only one cultivating." Back on Ghost Street, Wu Fu was losing ground in his fight with Rain Immortal. He propped himself up with his sword and said with difficulty, "Damn it, he really has reached the peak of the Divine King realm." Looking down from above, Rain Immortal showed a disappointed expression and said, "I didn't expect the legendary evil cultivator who could threaten all realms to be so weak." Hearing this, Wu Fu immediately asked himself in confusion, "A heretical cultivator threatens all realms. Could you have mistaken me for someone else?" The martial immortal did not heed his excuses, raising his hand and responding coldly, "Mistaken, can I not recognize a sword spirit? Die." Suddenly, a sharp sword aura appeared behind Wu Fu. Both of them showed surprise, following the light with their eyes, and exclaimed in unison, "Another sword spirit." At that moment he felt something changing inside him. Wu Fu examined himself and thought, has the power of the sword spirit increased? Before the 10 kings of hell, those who had been enemies of Wu Fu in his past life lay scattered in disarray. Lu Ming, pinned to the ground by his sword, said weakly, "How is this possible? Monster, you're truly a monster." In his past life, Wu Fu merely remained silent and directly drew his sword. He looked at the man on the ground and spoke calmly, "You've made some progress. I didn't expect you to find a way to completely kill the soul. Unfortunately, your strength is insufficient." Wu Fu shouldered his sword and schemed, "If the remaining ones choose to kill my reincarnation, that would be trouble." Amid the ruins of Wandering Soul Street, the resurrected Yan Luo gazed at the desolate scene around him and couldn't help but sigh. "I never expected Wu Fu to be this strong. It seems the only way to stop him is to completely sever his path of reincarnation." And just like that, the epic blood and fire journey of the sword venerable Wu Fu officially comes to an end. From a guy stripped of his cultivation and looked down upon by everyone, he took his star sword and his mutated goofy dog to shatter every single rule. From obliterating otherworldly sects to wreaking havoc down in the 10 kings of hell, his path to reclaiming the God King's throne couldn't have been more badass and satisfying. That last scene also wraps up the entirety of this recap video, perfectly concluding at chapter 364 of the original manhwa. If you guys enjoyed this epic ride and love the channel's style, please don't hesitate to smash that like button, hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Your amazing support is the ultimate motivation for BALA Manhua Recaps to keep grinding and bring you guys tons of brand new, incredibly addictive, and epic manhwa stories in the future. Thank you so much for sticking around until the very end. Peace out, and I'll see you guys in the next epic comic universes.